a short guide on what can you actually see in the summit and help you to explore our virtual platform, which you see behind me. So we want the summit to be the best experience for you. Therefore, I will help you a bit with how to use it, and I will show you around. Let's start. Okay, so what you see here is our main page of our virtual awesome event. You see the homepage of the event, but there are many tabs here at the top. Why? Because we have so much content and so many things to show you. But let's start from the beginning. So first, go to your profile. Make sure you edit your profile. Put all the information that you think might be interesting, because that is how you're going to be able to connect with all the people. Make yourself visible. But later, when you're back on the main page, you can also check who else is there. Go to attendees. You see there are a few thousand people here, so we are a really huge group. Therefore, to make this easier for you to connect and network, you can use filters here on the left side, and you can actually use the filters to find the people who share your interests. How to connect? You simply click here on the top right corner, and we really recommend you send some message and send connection request. Well, when Anna will accept my invitation, I'm able to connect with her and talk with her on this Swapcard Messenger. But let's see who the speakers are. Here you can browse the speakers who are gonna give the speech during the 2 days of the summit. Also, you can connect with them without any problems. You can also read their profiles, see what they're interested in. So as you see, the summit is all about interaction. We've been to speakers and we've been to attendees. Remember that under attendees, you won't be able to find yourself. But still, there are some AI matches. So artificial intelligence helps you to find the people that might be somehow similar to you, or it's good if you connect with them. Well, then there is the agenda. So you see that here you can find the agenda for 2 days of the summit. It's huge. That's why we have a tech stage and the main stage. If you find something interesting, simply click the place here, the top right corner, and add it to your schedule. Well, then just go to your event and you see everything that you tagged, so everything that you're interested in, and this is your personal agenda. It's easy, isn't it? So, well, we were in agenda, but now let's move to workshops. You will see the workshops here that you signed up for. So this is for the people who signed up before. But what's next is the Career Expo. We have over 50 amazing partners who want to change the tech world with us and help you to explore the tech world and its possibilities. You can not only meet them in person, but you can learn about the insights, how is it to work there, but also you can connect and talk to them on the chat, but also sign up for a meeting. Just click on whatever hour that suits you, and you will be able to connect with maybe your future employer. Job board is something similar to a Career Expo, because here we have hundreds of different job ads that our partners have, and all the openings are here. So Summit might be actually a beginning of your new professional journey. Check this out, browse it. Also use the filters to make this easier for you. Years of experience, position, and other. Mentoring. Mentoring is something that we really want to show you, and we strongly develop at Perspektywy. Why? Because if you feel that you're stuck in your career, or maybe you feel like you need a career change, or maybe there is a challenge ahead of you, and you really need to consult with somebody who is maybe more advanced or has different approach or different skill sets than you, you can do it here. really, believe me, sometimes 30 minutes of one-to-one conversation can totally change your life. Search for the mentor. You see areas of interest here too. Basically, click on the person and book a slot with her, if him or her, whatever. If this person accepts you, then you're connected and you can talk one-on-one here via chat without any problem. You can also video call.
Hello again. So it's time to change hosts. So it's my last moment with you. I'd like to thank you so much for being with us yesterday and today. But I would like to talk about our last panel discussion. Cybersecurity in times of crisis. So we still in another discussion about a pandemic world, about how to survive these difficult times. The moderator will be Eva Piłat, Chief Information Security Officer at Jaguar Land Rover. Eva is responsible for the broadly understood cybersecurity of companies supporting business activity. This panel will be about how did the pandemic impact our professional life? Was organizations prepared for this? To what extent, if any, did organizations have to implement changes? What kind of changes were these? What is a cybersecurity professional's guide to the new normal of cyber risk? What precautions should a regular person use to minimize cyber threat when accessing the internet? So, Eva Piłat, welcome, and the floor is yours and your participants. Thank you so much.
Good morning, good afternoon, welcome everyone. My name is Eva Piłat and I'm Chief Information Security Officer at Willis Tower Watson Group, and I have a pleasure to moderate this panel discussion. Today we will focus on the impact of cybersecurity, of pandemic on cybersecurity, cyber risk, and we will discuss how it forced a new reality. We will get insight from our cybersecurity experts who are today with me. Before I start the panel, please let me introduce our panelists. And I will start in alphabetical order. So our first panelist, Andrzej Pacek, head of NetWest Poland. Andrzej is a computer scientist and engineer by education and trade. He's also a technology and a cybersecurity advisory practitioner. Andrzej managed to combine with his passion to drive gender equality and was recognized and awarded by Sukces Pisany Szminką with Male Champion of Change for 2020 award. So welcome, Andrzej. Our second panelist, Beata Legowicz. Beata has several years of professional experience in cybersecurity, which she gained while working at the police headquarters and the Central Anti-Corruption Bureau in Poland. She specializes in wide intelligence and social engineering, as well as creating profiles of modern cyber criminals. So welcome, Beata, to the panel. Kate Rake. Kate is the Client Innovation Service Lead for Accenture's North America Cyber Fusion Center. She partners with clients to tackle complex security challenges and define innovative cyber resilience solutions. Kate also served as a Security North America Inclusion and Diversity Lead for the South Market, guiding nearly 500 team members in ensuring the inclusion and diversity mission is a business imperative. Last but not least, Krzysztof Szczypiorski is professor of telecommunications at Warsaw University Technology in Poland, when he's also head and co-founder of Cybersecurity Division and Data Science Research Center. Krzysztof is also a visiting researcher worldwide, including University of California, Berkeley, and George Mason University. His researches involve a new method of phenomenon observation in communication, in social networks, medicine, and stock exchange, as well as new algorithms in cybersecurity, exploring cybercrimes through digital forensic and design of advanced intelligence system. So welcome, Krzysztof. So, living in a new reality, how the pandemic changed cyber risk. New reality might be a controversial term, not appreciated by everyone. However, we all need to recognize that the world around us has changed for the last 8 months. So let's start with our professional lives. Kate, I would like to ask you first, how has the pandemic impacted your professional life? To what extent has your organization had to implement changes, and what kind of changes were there?
Sure, thank you. And it's great to be here, everybody. You know, in a matter of days, our life was turned around and turned on its head. And I appreciate when people say work-life balance, because I think the term has never resonated more than it does right now. For me, I am a working mom in an ever-evolving field of cybersecurity, and I've always had to blend professional and personal ambitions. COVID has amplified that, and you know, no longer is work a place I go to, but the challenge was upon me to virtually show up every day. And a lot of folks talk about this new working normal, but really we've just rapidly evolved. So the pandemic has forced, you know, the organization I work for to do some pretty strong changes in a good way. You know, I am fortunate to work for a company that is leading the way, enabling flexible work arrangements for our people and all people. And COVID's been a great real-time use case. So we have enabled persistent work from home guidance. We've been able to take our previous virtual work from home guidance and amplify that, specifically enabling folks to know their shared cybersecurity responsibilities. We all play a part in defending our organizations against cyber threats. So this includes things like increased training and awareness, increased tests of our knowledge to include phishing campaigns and thwarting those, making sure we know what we have to do. We've had improved access controls in place, persistent multi-factor authentication. But additionally, the changes that have helped me help my children in school while they're learning in the next room virtually and show up for my clients are things like shifting performance review cycles. So it's not one that evaluates how long I was in front of the screen or how much time I spent or what hours I spent, rather, what was the outcome? My company is now evaluating me on the outcomes produced, the learning opportunity it was for me, and how that shifted the company's position and service to our clients. So that was an important one for me. Additionally, modified working hours. If I don't have to be in front of my clients, I can get things done in off hours so I can tend to my children's needs, tend to my family's needs, but also tend to my professional responsibilities, which is very important to me. Finally, we've established affinity groups, which help us all get together and align and connect. So I have the opportunity to learn from people in similar situations, because working virtually has changed. So not only do we have increased risks, but we have increased needs, and we're able to support one another.
Okay, thank you very much. And Krzysztof, what is your perspective?
Uh, well, like almost all of us, I'm spending more time home, working remotely. But as a university professor and a freelancer, it's not new way of my life. So I have got a fully equipped home office with broadband access to the internet. So in technical perspective, I was perfectly prepared for the pandemic. The main change is that I'm able to be present on virtual meetings and cook some dinner at the same time with camera off. So in my professional life is some changing. I have a new role. It's a cooking blogger called Teen Quaran. First name and last name taken from quarantine. In Polish is Anna Kwarantanna. In Polish, this is maybe mostly like in the word the female name. So another new thing for me, it's not the safe, is attending virtual events with camera on, driving my car. Of course, with hands-free and phone holder. This is the difference. But of course, in pandemic, there are no regular meetings, so I'm not meeting people face to face frequently. So this is the part of my life. I was not prepared mentally to have limited social life. All academic staff at my university are working remotely. All lectures, projects, and labs are in cyberspace. The only one problem is with the tests and exams and control over cheating behavior. We have some procedures for identification of the students, so it's easy to check who is on the other side, but we have no possibility to check if all students are playing fair. So we have additional passengers, supporters are not welcome. So we are waiting for implementation for digital signatures at our university. Now we are using scanners, and unfortunately some papers must be signed manually. So this is the reason why many of us must come to the office sometimes, let's say 1 or 2 times per week.
Great. So talking about the technology, we have been living in the age driven by technology with even increasing cyber threat for the last decade. So Andrzej, have you observed any changes in the cyber threat landscape caused by the pandemic? And if so, what kind of key changes have occurred?
So indeed, we live in exponential change era. So when the pace of change has never been this fast, yet it will never be this slow again, if I can quote Prime Minister of Canada in here. And on top of that, we faced COVID, that became the most effective digital transformer ever, that accelerated digitalization across industries. And that's the main change. And as a result, the scale of activities and proportion of our life in digital channels was substantially changed. And obviously we spent more and more time in cyberspace. And that brought a lot of benefits. Some of them were mentioned already, like cooking during the meeting, for example, but also exposed many people vulnerable to the cyber threats. And personally, I don't see that many new cyber threats brought by COVID. Virus is a big threat in itself. However, dynamic has changed, and our response and solutions that helped people keep going came at the pace that was not sustainable. And that lack of time to prepare and necessity to adapt extremely quickly exposed many and also created opportunity for bad guys trying to harm others. And known threats such as phishing, malware, ransomware, denial of service, among many others, are not the threats considered by financial institutions or e-commerce only, and today they are important for resilience of any business, because it's very difficult to imagine business without any exposure to the internet and cyberspace these days. So no matter if you are a restaurant owner, coffee reseller, transportation company, FMCG or a bank, you have digital channels somewhere in your value chain. The question is if you are aware of that and if you can manage them properly and limit your exposure and risk accordingly. So in short, COVID accelerated not only adoption of digital tools, but also exposed those who were not ready yet. And they need to catch up much faster than most probably they wanted to before we were hit by the pandemics.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So, Beata, and what is your experience?
Hi, everyone. The cyber threats landscape closely follows the general trends and focuses on popular technologies and users' new habits. I observe during these days dedicated pandemics, phishings, scams, exploiting vulnerabilities, especially in video conference software. Less DDoS attacks, but much more popular anonymous email, vectored attacks trying to exploit the human weaknesses and fear of the COVID. I observe also more targeted government-driven campaigns.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. We can also see that the global pandemic has forced an emergency shift to remote work. So Kate, what is your, as a cybersecurity professional, guide to the new normal of cyber risk? Can you describe the zero trust security concept? Is it somehow related to the pandemic?
Sure. So I think I said this in the first question, but the new normal is all relative, I think. And as Andre said, we've just rapidly adopted technology that was already exponentially scaling. And the reality is that every organization has to care about protecting their crown jewels, what matters to them now more than ever, because they've got a distributed workforce that's accessing these crown jewels from a variety of locations. And, that pathway to data is insecure and uncertain and has landmines if we're not careful. So the responsibility is on the organization to protect those trying to access the data. And one way to do it is through zero trust. And this is an identity methodology that revolves around trusting no one without proof or verification that they have a need to know and or a role that requires accessing data elements in the organization's network. And it includes internal and external trust. So the interesting part about zero trust is it really requires the organization to think differently about how they've assigned identity attributes and roles to data and who accesses what. And sometimes it's a little uncomfortable for organizations, but the payoff is well worth the upfront investment in moving to zero trust, because it changes behaviors in an organization, it changes a cyber resilient mindset, and it helps the organization say, you know what, we're going to trust but verify. So we're going to adopt a mindset that says we're going to make sure you need access to whatever it is you're trying to access. So this does two things. One, it creates an added layer of defense at two perimeters, internally and then externally. And two, it creates a sense of responsibility on the end user's part. So many times data is accessed erroneously, and especially in a virtualized state, zero trust helps to thwart that. There have been so many studies lately too that show that organizations are increasing their investment in identity and access management and zero trust adoption by 60%. So, if the spend isn't showing us where organizations are trending, a combination of the adversaries targeting crown jewels and what organizations can do about it is definitely an indicator. We see that happening. And it's a good thing because it reduces, the human weakness as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Andrew, would you agree with Beata? What is your view, and what would be your professional guide to the new norm of cyber risk?
So personally, I'm in a privileged position of a company that was not forced emergency shift to remote work because we already had all capabilities in place. And we did it for different reasons in the past, but it worked for us very well in pandemics. So for example, we were able to move over 1,000 colleagues in NatWest Poland to work from home in a matter of 2 days. And we kept their productivity without significant disruption. And that happened for over 50,000 colleagues globally in the bank. And they did it exactly the same thing in a matter of couple weeks later. As in the beginning of the pandemic, Poland was one of the first ones to impose lockdowns. However, I can imagine that it wasn't the case for every business. Due to its nature, technology stack they had before COVID, and necessity to use remote work to the extent we observe today. And maybe I will not dwell on the new normal term, as there is nothing normal about the current situation. However, we face massive disruption to our life that we knew before COVID. Lockdown, social distancing, and changes to our daily routines disrupted us on so many levels. And most of all, it put many people outside their comfort zone. So if people and users are outside their comfort zone, they face anxiety, lack of confidence, and are error prone and can be exploited. So that brings us to the weakest link of any security system, people, unfortunately. So I believe that every security professional would note to that. And zero trust security concepts, although may be harming collaboration culture if you take trust nothing and no one to the extreme. However, it's a sound approach, especially when we use many cloud-based remote services provided by third parties, or services and assets distributed across the world. However, as you ask for some guidance, so having 30 seconds for this, I would say if you are cyber security professional, be mindful of position of many people you support. There is nothing normal in there, and they need your expertise, your support, and empathy to their challenges. So that may be also a blind spot for many security professionals. So that would be my call for awareness for the community. And if you are user willing to use cyberspace for your benefits, be mindful that there are bad guys out there just looking for your gaps, vulnerabilities, and errors. So you need to adapt and continuously learn. So be alert to possible danger, stay vigilant, and stay safe. So the first step in protecting your personal safety is to be situationally aware. So the same principles are applicable in physical and cyber domains. So if you feel uneasy, unsure about situation in an environment, and your gut feelings tells you that the deal is too good to be true, site looks suspicious, dodgy, so you are facing some unprompted chats, or someone is asking you strange questions, you may be right. So that may be strange, and you are feeling that there's something wrong. And indeed, you could be targeted and become a victim. And Beat also mentioned that this is something that is being observed, that COVID as a theme is used for phishing campaigns and targeted campaigns. And you may be one of the targets for those bad guys, just looking for you making a mistake and exploiting your vulnerability. So when we try to embed that security mindset into your day-to-day activities, and it's not someone else's job, it's a process. So, and you need to be owner of that process. You need to own it. It's your life. So you need to protect yourself.
Great, thank you, Andrzej, and Kate, for your recommendation, for your professional guide. I think it's very valuable. Some people can also argue that the impact of the pandemic on cybersecurity is visible not only to security professionals, but to everyone, actually. So what precautions would you recommend to regular person to minimize cyber threats when accessing, for example, internet? Krzysztof, what would be your advice?
Well, I once heard a Norwegian saying there is no bad weather, only bad clothing. So same is for cybersecurity. We must be prepared well for many conditions, but of course not for all of them. So, well, I can put around 7 pieces of advice. So this is for beginning. The first, keep your software updated. Same for hardware. It could be made automatically. Second, very important, use different passwords for each service and account. Third, similar to phishing campaign, be smart. Don't believe in fake news. Don't buy any story of your chance to be a billionaire by replying to some messages. Don't click any unknown links. Number 4, back up your data. It works when you lose all of them, really. Number 5, it's about the privacy. The Russian proverb, you know, perhaps this one, is the quieter you go, the farther you'll get. So don't park your Lamborghini on Instagram. Don't park your Ferrari on Facebook either. And well, number 6, imagine the day when your smartphone is lost. So don't put so many credentials in phones, especially Bluetooth door lockers, virtual credit cards to speed up the payment, authorization codes for bank operations, and maybe the last one, read one white paper or one book about cybersecurity and social engineering.
Okay, good advices. Beata, and what about you? What would you recommend to the regular person?
To a regular person, just be responsible, use private, well-known computer for more serious activities like internet banking, and other computers for games and entertainment. Do not install every single software applications found on the web. Check the suspicious emails. Do not open them, but delete instead. Be cautious and educate your family, educate your kids, parents, wife, and raise awareness. Update and patch PCs and mobiles and our smartphones as well. I think we need to create good cyber habits. I mean, create strong passwords, keep the computer and smartphone clean. Don't put the personal photos, confident information into the smartphone, like Krzysztof said. What are you going to do when the smartphone is going to be stolen, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And many companies also have reported increasing shortage of cybersecurity skills in the last decade, as well as significant gender gap in cyber space. Kate, from your perspective, how the pandemic could influence this trend? Knowing how important cyber is in the world of remote working, how can organization do, what can an organization do to address these challenges?
Sure. Well, we have known for a while that the cybersecurity industry, is growing rapidly, and one of the things we're aware of is we do not have a diversified pipeline. We do not have women and minorities ready and willing to step into the workforce, and part of that is the way our organization, or our industry rather, has grown, and part of it is upon us all to help to foster and grow that pipeline and resolve the gender gap. I recently had the pleasure of supporting a research study that the Accenture Cybersecurity Forum contributed, and we published this based on data from over 30 female leading cybersecurity executives, asking them specifically about their journey lines and what organizations can do to help women rise to the top spots. Well, we can't help women rise if we don't have a pipeline to help grow. So we learned that a lot of women struggle to see this upward path. Many women don't understand their career paths and what they are in cyber. And many women feel, because they might not have a deep technical background, that they don't have a path. The challenge is our industry needs the diverse background. I am a career switcher myself. I received my master's in cybersecurity after I had 2 small children at home, and have continued to progress in the cyber career field with a background in communications and in the federal government space. So we need this diverse background, and I am an example of someone who made the decision, and I'm so proud that I did, because there's a ton of opportunity. If we've learned nothing from the pandemic, we have need. This is an industry that is growing, and as we continue to be virtualized, the demand grows with that. The report we published had 4 key themes that organizations can do right now. So all of your organizations can adopt these activities. Number 1, make pointed investments in developing future women executives. Well, what does this mean? We know that our industry is full of men, and we've got some great ones on this panel as well. So we need those male leaders to advocate and to be allies and to drive pathways for women to grow and rise. But we also need them to sponsor, and we need exposure for women in board opportunities. Number 2, and I talked about this already, flexible work arrangements for all. COVID has taught us nothing, but we've got to be flexible. It means helping people accommodate their virtual schooling, care of elderly parents, whatever's going on in life. Let's be flexible, because we want their knowledge, we want their capabilities, and we want them to contribute. And we don't want flexibility to mean you can't grow and be promoted. We need to identify clear success pathways for people. This is a big one, decoding the route to equal with metrics. So when we talk about gender gap, it includes pay parity. It includes making sure that women are paid in accordance with their worth, and transparent metrics around how you compensate male and female performers is important. Transparent metrics on how you promote people is important. And last but not least, and this is hard, women stepping into this field, there's a bit of uncertainty because maybe they weren't walking into it originally. So we need to reward responsible risk-taking. So oftentimes, and I've done this too, we self-qualify out of opportunities as women in cyber. We say, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can do these other things, but because I can't check all the boxes, I'm not going to apply for that job. That is wrong. Our male peers apply for the job. Our male peers get the job. We should be just as confident, and we need leaders to support women to enter the field and support them rising up it, to say, hey, you may have these 3 things, and we can teach you these other things. So in the report, which I'd encourage you to read, there's a lot of great tips beyond this, but the bottom line is there's a gender gap. If we don't solve for it, we're going to continue to have workforce gaps. So it's exciting to see where we're at, but we have work to do. Sure, absolutely. As I touched on, the diverse knowledge and background that women and minorities bring, especially those who transition into a cyber field, helps to better convey cyber security as a business imperative. When we have diverse backgrounds coming into what once was a deeply technical field, we help those technical concepts be conveyed to business stakeholders to understand the risk to the business, to understand how to mitigate it, to understand how to excel the company's brand and reputation as a company who takes cybersecurity seriously, which means they better serve their customers, they better support the industry. And we also get really good ideas when we have diverse mindsets. We get new ideas, innovative concepts, because we're thinking outside the box. We know that that's how the Post-it note was formed. 3M said, hey, think outside the box. We need to do the same in cybersecurity, and we can do that with diversity.
Absolutely, absolutely. Andre, and what is your opinion? What can an organization do to address this gap, challenge, and skill shortage?
Yeah, so when it comes to pandemics, this is tricky, and it may go two opposite ways. So being optimist, I will start with positives first, especially having such good role models like yourself on the line. You managed to get into that industry, you are successful, you are proud mommies, and you are able to combine all those things. So it's possible. But for some reason, there's the stigma that it's considered as mission impossible for some. So we already discussed that remote and flexible work is becoming a norm for many companies. And even those that were not keen to offer so much flexibility in the past are getting there. And I believe it helps. So this is good, as flexibility in the workplace is appreciated by many women. And lack of it used to be one of the barriers or even showstopper to enter certain professions. And cybersecurity was one of them. So remote work and remote education, extended range and increase access, remove barriers, and those elements enable inclusion and drive bigger diversity if it's used wisely. So from that angle, I believe it may help us. So pandemic may help us to address gender gap that we discussed. So where's the catch, you may ask? So current gender gap and pay gap, especially during difficult economic crisis, may lead to very pragmatic decisions made by families themselves. And if they face a choice, who will take care of the kids or vulnerable family members, who will work and provide for the family and who will stay at home, stereotypes and conservative family models may take advantage again. And we may lose current benefits of equality that we achieved before COVID. And the fact that we are in many areas very close to 50-50 gender split and equality. And due to the economic factors, we may lose it. And that's my worry. And as much I wouldn't like to see it, we need to be mindful of that and that threat and act accordingly. And you mentioned shortage of skills and gender gap. So my logic and math are very simple. So if we open profession to women and remove current barriers, and we need to listen to women, by the way, white man without kids with gray hair like myself will not know all the best answers. Then we'll be able to extend talent pool by circa 50%. So if the talent pool is twice as big as it is today, chances to find right candidates are higher. So it's very simple, right? So therefore, gender equality is not only the matter of doing the right thing to do, it's a solution to the problem we face today. And on top of that, we get bigger diversity that is vital for innovation and more sustainable solution. And Kate mentioned those things. So I'm fully with you on that. So we don't have time to go through all best practices. Some were already mentioned. And there are reports like Kate mentioned. However, there are also organizations in the business and also lots of NGOs that have great libraries of best practices. And Perspektywy, that is hosting us today, is one of them. Sukces pisane szminką, that Eva, you mentioned in the beginning. And they publish valuable insights and reports. You may go, for example, also to sharedecare.pl or Google for diversity and inclusion rating to find library of best practices shared by companies that are good at this already. And they have very good diversity ratios. And you can use it for your inspiration, and you can adopt and adapt it into your environment. So I highly encourage to reach out to those who are considered as gender inclusive already, and simply take them as your inspiration and potentially role models and source of good practices, and make it yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrzej. And finally, what has the pandemic taught us? So what lesson has your particular organization learned as a result of pandemic?
One thing we've learned is that no one is immune from a cyber attack, and cyber resilience matters now more than ever before. You've heard the saying, never waste a good incident, and organizations always open their purses and wallets to pay for improved cybersecurity controls after an incident. Well, the reality is the pandemic has been a wake-up call for so many. And as Beta was saying, you know, yes, we need to have these practices in place, but things like cloud adoption is rapidly increasing, and so is the demand to do that journey swiftly and securely. I believe Christoph or Andre talked about remote working happening instantly. We've seen that happen, and I don't think it's going to go away. You know, at Accenture, we've been able to do so many things for clients virtually. So I could see us maintaining a lot of this to gain efficiencies for our clients. And we do need face-to-face at times, and there's a gap there. However, we can help budgets go farther by performing things virtually. Finally, wearing my cyber defense hat, we have seen a lot of cross-industry and inter-industry knowledge sharing around cyber defense and cyber resilient. Organizations that were highly competitive in the market are now saying, hey, we need to collaborate to get ahead of the adversary and realize we're stronger together. And my hope professionally and personally is that that attitude and mindset stays, because that's the only way that our field will excel and grow to face tomorrow's threats.
Great, thank you very much, Kate. So summing up, what is the most important point that the audience can take away today from you? Andrzej, I'll start with you.
Maybe I will start with some non-technical stuff. So my view, nurture a growth mindset, adapt and continuously learn. So you ask for best practices, how to stay safe. So be alert to possible dangers, stay vigilant and stay safe. I mentioned mindset, not specific skills or techniques, because this is the base and the platform to become relevant and successful in this ever-changing world. So before COVID, we are discussing disruptive technologies, exponential change. Today, our day-to-day conversations are to a large extent focused on virus, but finally it will go away. However, we may expect new disruptions, new challenges, and we need to respond to them as well. And we'll be discussing again automation, artificial intelligence, quantum computing. They will become everyday element of our life, and we'll face new challenges on the back of them. So growth mindset will fuel all other efforts and will enable us to tackle them and remain sane at the same time. Well-being was mentioned today as well. So if we increase diversity of thought, we'll adapt faster, we'll create more sustainable solutions. And today we focus on cybersecurity. However, those points are applicable to any knowledge area and are worth of attention and application. So in cyberspace, we may just expect things that will be even more disruptive and requiring faster response. And in my view, elevate the importance of them even more. So stay connected, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Krzysztof, and you?
Maybe very short. The pandemic is the catalyst for the virtual society, so we are observing the transfer of real life into cyberspace, including remote working, meetings, science, and culture. It's probably not the last pandemic in our lifetime, so maybe it's our first real cyber travels, just to be prepared for unknown future and threats. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate, and what is your perspective?
Sure. Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility. It always has been, but now more than ever, we are awakened to what that means for all of us, including the weakest link, which is us, the end user. So that's where we're at, and we've got room to grow. It's exciting.
And Berta, do we have Berta back? What about you, Berta? I think we lost Berta, fortunately. So I wanted to thank you for sharing your insight, and I hope the audience found the discussion valuable. So thank you very much all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the main stage. Myself and Kuba are taking over the hosting, and I wanted to introduce you to my veritable co-host, because this is quite a personality. Kuba Bohinski is the founder of the Polish Science Advocates Association. He's also father of two, builder of satellites, teacher of teens, and one of the most respected voices in science in Poland. I am honored to be on the stage with you, man.
Thank you so much, Susanna. I think you overdid the last one, but otherwise, yes, everything else I agree with.
You're like Bilbo Baggins, you know, you have so many things that you do.
Thank you so much. Well, it's the same case, actually, with Susanna. With me on stage, there is Zuzanna Ziomecka. Both of us will take you through the rest of today. Susanna, we had a bit of a conversation because I wanted to ask, you know, are you first and foremost a journalist, or an editor, or a leadership trainer, or a mindfulness coach? You must have seen already some of the mindfulness exercises Susanna showed yesterday, and there's going to be more coming today as well. So the two of us will assist you through the rest of this day. But we've been here with you yesterday as well, and we have some statistics to share regarding how well we're doing.
No, I have to stop you because that was going to be my part. This is what I get to say it. This is very exciting, and I want you to imagine that if you had come to this conference in person, you would have had to squeeze into an expo conference center, and after 5,000, we would have had to stop letting people in. This year, this amazing year where technology saved the day, we were able to invite 8,000 participants who were with us yesterday from 103 different countries, and after a day full of inspiring talks and interesting panels, mindfulness, we ended it with a dance party where over 200 people danced together on Zoom, and 2,000 people watched. So, biggest party I know of since the beginning of COVID. Thank you everyone for being with us. And stay with us because we've got some amazing things coming up, and Kuba will tell you what's up next.
Yeah, and we're particularly impressed by the fact that you guys taking advantage of everything we offered, and to at some points I have to say even I was absolutely astonished. I shared a quick anecdote before I came on stage in here, that yesterday I very quickly mentioned from the stage, literally in one passing sentence, that even my company is searching for new employees, and I hope there is somebody there, a young engineer who would like to join our tech company.
Or an engineeress.
Engineeress. I haven't even mentioned my surname, and somehow two of you hats off, have found me on the platform, contacted me, and already sent me your CVs. Congratulations. This is the kind of way we imagined that this event would be used. By the way, anybody else wants to send me their CVs, we are hiring. And moving on, though.
Do you need mindfulness teachers?
So we actually, on the topic of what we're hiring for, we're specifically hiring for, well, building satellites. I have to say it's a stressful job. So,
okay.
You know,
so
mindfulness could be useful for our company.
Maybe a small commission.
Mostly we're searching for young, bright, up-and-coming engineers that know how to build propulsion systems, that would know how to build satellites flying to Moon and Mars, etc. Which provides
Speaking of Moon and
well,
Mars.
yeah, which provides me with a clever segue into our next
well
panel.
done, you.
So you might know that in Poland we're currently building our first large satellite, and we're already dreaming about going to the moon and further. Yesterday there was an attempted start of a spaceship, which is a rocket being developed to fly humans to Moon and Mars. The first tenders for parts of a lunar gateway, a space mission, a space station, which will be built around the moon, orbiting around the moon, have already been put out. So there's already companies, even here in Poland, already discussing how to specifically build parts that will fly to the moon. So that's not like some sort of science fiction, this is happening. So in the next panel, we'll have a chance to talk and hear experts talk about specifically that. We're going to have Karolina Wasielewska, who's going to moderate a panel to the moon and back. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody. Space is more and more present in our everyday lives. We hear that research led by astronauts in ISS may help find out if agriculture is possible in the conditions of microgravity. We hear that SpaceX wants to send people to Mars as early as 2033. We hear that discoveries of phosphine on Venus and water on Mars will help us determine if living on these planets is a realistic plan for the future of humankind. Lucky for the humankind, we have great experts on board. So let us take you to the moon and back. My guests are Barbara Skardzińska, lawyer at Rymarz Dort and researcher specializing in international and space law. Agnieszka Albertowska, student of WSB University in Gdańsk and career astronaut candidate at Advancing X. And Dr. Agnieszka Łukaszczyk, senior director at Planet, an expert on space policy, space security and Earth observation. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
And my name is... All right, and my name is Karolina Wasielewska. I'm a journalist, founder of Girls Gone Tech PL tech blog, and the author of Cyfro Dziewczyny, a book about female IT pioneers in Poland. All right, so why are so many space experts involved in researching our potential survival away from Earth? Because yes, there is climate change, and we talk a lot about climate change, but is this the only reason? Agnieszka Łukaszczyk?
Thank you. Yeah, this is a good question. I think it's space has a very interesting kind of aspect because this is the only area in the, let's say, outside of the Earth that is giving us a global view of what is happening on Earth. Therefore, so there are a couple of different approaches. First is that whatever we do in space, we do it for the globe as a whole. We do it for planet Earth. And one of the really interesting thing is that pretty much every astronaut that goes up and looks down on this tiny little blue planet, doesn't see the borders. And he sees planet Earth all of a sudden as a home, right? So it's no longer a city, it's no longer a country. It's this planet that is home. Therefore, all kinds of different aspects that are relating to this home to our planet can be and should be researched together through international collaboration in space. And it is a fascinating field. I think a lot of young kids, when they're growing up, think about being astronauts, think about stars, and it's a field that is full of people that are extremely passionate. And if they have an opportunity to do something in that area, they for sure will do, because it's not the sky that is a limit, it's really the space, and there's no limit.
Yes, as you said, astronauts are perceived as pioneers of the conquest of space, but not only astronauts, also researchers and other people experimenting with our perspectives of living, well, somewhere else. Agnieszka Alwertowska, you will be attending a professional astronaut course next year. So are you one of those people responsible for finding a new place to live for all of us?
Okay. I hope I will be ready sooner or later after my astronaut trainings. Like most of space agencies and private companies, I am a huge fan of colonization of Moon and Mars. The Moon first, because it's a more difficult environment, and if we'll learn how to colonize Moon, we'll be able to live everywhere. And then we will be able to colonize Mars, Jupiter's moons, and maybe even exoplanets.
So the question to every one of you, however, I would like Basia to start, because Basia has a view on lunar missions from legal perspective. So what else do we need lunar missions for?
I think the Moon can be base for future exploration, and it has a water, it has a helium-free, which is very important for production of fuel. But I think at the beginning of the 20th century, there was a researcher. His name was Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. He was born in Russia, but his father came from Poland. And he prepared a forecast of the space exploration. And he said that there is 16 steps which are necessary to conquer the outer space. And most of them were already achieved during 60s and 70s in last century, but some of them are still waiting for achievement. And one of them is building habitat outside the Earth, mainly on the orbits, but the Moon can be the first step for building such habitat. And I think that is why we want to came back to the Moon.
Agnieszka Łukaszczyk, what's your perspective? Why do we need lunar missions? Because lunar missions, well, they were quite spectacular in the 60s, in the 70s, but now isn't Moon already a bit, let's say, boring?
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because people, that are not involved in space exploration, a lot of my friends ask me about it, but why would we go to Moon? We've been there, done it. Why haven't we been there for so many years, right? There are all these conspiracy theories about this even being fake. So why now? Why to go to the Moon? And as it was pointed out by the other speakers, it is I look at the Moon as a stepping stone, really. I don't think we're as interested in the Moon as we are in Mars. I think the goal here is Mars. The thing is that we need to learn how to live outside of Earth's atmosphere and sustain ourselves. And we have to be able to do that for a long time. So to go to Mars, just to give you like a very quick kind of explanation, in a good circumstance, the shortest time to get there is 6 months. And that only happens every 2 years when planets properly align. So just to add that, you go 6 months there, you wait 2 years for the planets to align, and then 6 months back. So it's the minimum. If we send people to Mars, they have to be able to stay there and sustain themselves for 3 years. Now, we've never done this. And the International Space Station doesn't count because they're getting cargo on a regular basis. So they're getting food, they're getting equipment. Over there, people are going to have to be able to produce all that. So therefore, Moon is an extremely good test ground, let's say, because it's close enough. So if things go bad, we can come back. But we can actually build a habitat and test it. Can we sustain ourselves, and can we make it for a longer time before we consider going to Mars? So it's a very important stepping stone.
Next step, as you already mentioned, is the conquest of Mars. I think that going to Mars is also a question of survival. Can we actually, because the people who will go to Mars actually won't come back. Basia, when it comes to the legal perspective and to the, well, I would say ethics of such an enterprise, what do you think?
I think that there is a huge gap in legal system, which allows us to make many predictions which have no base on the legal acts, because the international space law, it's a branch of the international public law which was built in the 60s. It contains many general provisions, many general rules, which are supplemented by national law. But in my opinion, for example, Poland has no space law. Still, we are waiting for the first draft. So I think it will be many questions which arise now and will arise sooner or later. And we have no answer for that, unfortunately.
Okay, but coming back to SpaceX, because it's the hot topic right now, what are the pros and cons of involving the private business in space travel in comparison to missions organized only by the state agencies? Because now we live in an era when state agencies cooperate with, well, SpaceX or other private companies. What are the good and bad sides of such enterprises? Agnieszka Łukaszczyk?
A very good question. I think it is absolutely goes without saying that the private sector is not only going to get more and more involved, but potentially even will take a lead in this. And there are several reasons for that. And it's not just, by the way, SpaceX, because I know we're talking about a lot about SpaceX, but there's a lot of other companies and entities that are working in that as well. Another one that is definitely worth mentioning is Blue Origin, run by Jeff Bezos, the richest man on Earth. He has a lot more money than Elon Musk, just FYI. So I wouldn't be surprised that he would push this forward as well. The way, and you know, right now, for instance, United States does not have after the shuttle program has been put into retirement. For many years, U.S. did not have a rocket to take astronauts into the ISS. They had to fly with the Russian Soyuz. Right now, their option is rocket of SpaceX. There was just a launch last week. And that's their only vehicle actually to go to space, to take humans to space. So it's not really an option, right? It's the only option right now. So this is for sure going to be going forward without saying. And the reason this is happening, there are a couple of reasons. One is that the space sector, the private sector, is much quicker and much more efficient and is willing to take a lot more risks. So for NASA, and other governments to develop something, it takes decades because of budgetary restrictions, because of legal restrictions, because of change of government, so the priorities for different governments and different leadership, political leadership changes, whereas the private sector can do, obviously they have to stay within the legal grounds, etc., but they can try and test a lot more different things. You have the same thing with satellites. I don't know, I guess we're gonna be talking about this later, that the private sector is taking over because it can just move so much faster and so much quicker. There's also a lot of money coming from venture capital that is investing in these programs. So the money is not just coming from governments. And company like mine, you know, it's Planet, it's a company that is 8 years old and it has the largest constellation of satellites in the world, period. And it's only 8 years old. And that is because the money that they got, it wasn't from any government, it was all through venture capital. So you have this new space movement. I think this is important to highlight here, which is doing space in a very different, more efficient, quicker, cheaper way. And that is just the way forward. So for government, that government just cannot keep up. So the best way is to have public-private partnerships where they can work together to achieve these goals.
Basia, do you see any dangers of that, or maybe just advantages?
I think that I agree with Agnieszka that nobody wants to hand over space to the private sector, but the private companies have to have support from the government. I think that we have to find opportunities where the private companies can benefit, and because the government does what industry is not ready to do. For example, it is the history, now it's changing, but still, I think the government is more open to more difficult missions. But from the perspective of international law, I think that there's no big difference, because the government is always responsible for the activities not only of their national institution, but also for private companies. And the companies, we launch their rockets from the land of some specific country. That's why I think that we have to find some solutions and mix government activities and private activities, and encourage I think the private sector to find such place.
Private sector is also present in the training of astronauts. Agnieszka Alwertowska, you will be attending a course organized by actually a private company. What requirements did you have to fulfill to get qualified for this astronaut training?
Okay, so I had to present my space experience by sending a CV and motivation letter, and also I had to present my social media and presentation skills, which are very important for astronauts. Before and after going to space, astronauts participate in many events like conferences, like TV programs, interviews, and etc. And they are like celebrities, but in good way, because they show us that that learning, that science and engineering can be awesome, not only boring, like for example in school.
Okay, but we are talking about space travel here, and well, there are industries here on Earth crucial for our conquest of Mars, or future space travels, that we may benefit from while still living here. So what industries here on Earth are critical when it comes to our conquest of Mars, or well, traveling to space in general? Agnieszka?
Yeah, thank you. I would actually, if I can, pose the question a little bit different, because it's not really industries that are on the Earth that are benefiting travel to Mars, but I think what I would like to focus on is satellite industries. So, so those are also, that's obviously also space industry. So there are lots of satellite companies, but also government entities that are launching satellites, that their job is to actually help our life here on Earth. So you have telecommunication satellites, right? You have Earth observation satellite, you have GNSS, so this is navigation, positioning, timing satellites. And we use that technology every day without even thinking about it, right? So going from point A to B, you use your Google Maps. That point in your car, this signal is coming from a satellite, right? For weather forecasts, for space data is used for agriculture, for monitoring emergencies, natural and man-made emergencies. So for instance, earthquakes, floods, droughts, etc., movements of refugees, border control, military aspects, even silly things which are not so silly, you don't even think about it. Well, all the actually stock markets around the world are synchronized through atomic clocks that are on GPS satellites. So we are using technology every day, space technology every day, without even thinking about it, because it's just so obvious. Technology just works, right? But when you're, for instance, calling, I don't know, your friend in the US or in Australia or somewhere far away, it doesn't just go through those towers that you see. And actually that tower sends a signal to satellite, and then it is sent across the globe, right? So there are lots of, I always try to tell people not to just focus on space exploration, because when you talk to citizens, they think, unfortunately or sadly, but I understand why, they think it's a waste of time, a waste of money, right? Because they think we have so many problems on Earth right now. We have climate change, we have earthquakes, we have floods, we have the pandemic right now. Why would we spend millions and billions on space exploration? So my answer is always, well, because we benefit from it. Actually, space exploration, when we're talking about going to Mars, going to other planets, astronauts, that's just 10% of the space sector spending, 10%. 90% goes on really using that technology for our benefit here on Earth. And I often say to people when they tell me that it's waste of money, I was like, just imagine we would turn off all the satellites for 24 hours. Everything stops, the shipping stops, planes stop, stock market stops. So you cannot get money out of your ATM because that's synchronized with the satellite, imagine. Internet stops, your satellite TV stops, weather forecast stops, all these things stop. So it's a really important tool that we are using and we should be really supporting. It's not just about other planets, which is of course fascinating and it's wonderful, but obviously we need to also be using this technology to tackle the challenges that we have here on Earth. And my last point is, you're probably familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, and there are 17 of those, and 13 out of those 17 can be helped with Earth observation alone. So that just shows you how important this technology is.
Pasha, when it comes to the space industry companies that function here on Earth, what legal problems do they face when they want to, do something on Earth while doing something in space?
The biggest problem in the legal framework is that the international space law is a public law. It's a part of the international public law. It means that the provision of international space law regulates relations between the states and between international organizations. Private companies have to have in mind that that there is a space law which has very broad and very general provisions, but they have to follow also the national law. And the problem is, for example, in Poland, that we have no national law. Of course, in US there is a national law. There is a national law in Luxembourg, in France, in Germany, and this law, although is very similar, is different. And every country who wants to cooperate with the companies from the other states, it has to know that law. You have to be familiar with the provision of US law, with the Belgian one. The second problem is that it's very international activities. It means that it's cross-border. During, for example, the tests of the rockets, you have to transport your object between the countries. So you have to know all the provisions which apply to not maybe specific the space activities, but for example for the transport of the dangerous substances. So I think that there are two main problems. The first one is that there is many provisions of law which are very general, and there are many provisions which not only apply to the space activities but for all activities. And the problem is that there are many systems which are written in different languages, and although they are quite maybe quite similar, they are maybe also completely different. And that mix make it very, very difficult, and every space company have to be very open-minded and open to know that differences. And I have a good lawyer as well.
Yes, because coming ahead, well, there is a perspective of living in space for us. However, legal problems may continue to occur. Actually, they have already occurred. For example, some of us may know a YouTube recording of an astronaut, Chris Hadfield, who asked if smoking pot in space was legal. Yeah, because on some places on Earth it is legal, and in some it is not. So it may sound funny, but seriously, what jurisdiction should we follow in space? Basia.
International law was created like 60 years ago, and it consists from 5 treaties. The most important one is Outer Space Treaty, which was accepted, ratified by more than 100 countries, and many countries said it is a customary law. It means that every country who goes to space, have to follow all its rules. There are also like agreement, registration agreement, and one which is not very important, agreement. So when we are in space, we have to follow international space law, but it doesn't mean that we are not required to follow our national law, because if I go to the space, I will have to follow my Polish national law, because I'm the part of that regulation here. So the International Space Station has a different rules, because it's a cooperation of many countries, and it's a different part of the law. But yes, I think the most part it's written in international space law, which is supplemented by the provision of national law.
We were talking a lot about private companies organizing space flights, but it's not the only thing they do. They also train astronauts, actually. I didn't have a slightest idea about it before I met Agnieszka Albertowska, who is already with us on a different background. Agnieszka, tell us, please, what's the difference between the training of astronauts run by, for example, NASA or other agencies, state agencies, and private companies such as Advancing X, where you will take your course?
Okay, it's a difficult question because there are no private agencies that train astronauts yet. They will be created in the future. Advancing X program, it's more like a challenge than training. So I think it shouldn't be compared to ESA and NASA astronaut programs. The main goal of this program is to select the best astronaut crew among candidates, which will participate in suborbital flight. It's a very difficult task because it's difficult to match people in terms of not only skills, but also, for example, characters. But advanced geeks would like to do this using their AI, special AI, which they created.
All right. Yeah, team building present everywhere, everywhere you look. All right. I want to ask you one question about the technologies that astronauts use, because we are talking here about the technologies that are used in space that we can also use on Earth. So, what about the technologies that astronauts use that may be useful for people like you and I?
We have already used technologies which were invented because of space missions. A lot of the inventions are wonderful and make our life easier and better, but some of them were necessary to not repeat catastrophes. For example, 3 astronauts from Apollo 1 crew died because nobody knew that there were fire inside their capsule, and that's why NASA invented smoke sensors. Sometimes we don't realize that some of astronauts were real heroes who sacrificed their lives for our better future.
We are talking a lot about space industries here on Earth. I guess that because we are planning so much when it comes to space exploration or using space technologies while we still live here, we have to talk about the talents or abilities that are sought for in space industry. Agnieszka Łukaszczyk.
Everything. This is the interesting part. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to work in space. Imagine, space companies are companies, which means that they need every kind of type of person that can make companies strong. So they need, besides your obvious engineers, scientists. They need IT people. They need HR people. They need marketing people. They need economists. They need accountants, they need secretaries and assistants, they need PR people, they need lawyers, they need policy people. So if you are interested in working in a really, really cool company that is changing the world, go for it. Really go for it. Like I didn't originally, I didn't study space. I didn't have any degree in space. I studied actually, my first degree is in international policy, international politics and security. And I just wanted to work on something that's, as cheesy as it sounds, is going to make the world a better place, So I wanted to work on something that has a global impact. And what else can have a better global impact than space activity? I ended up at the internship that had to do with space at Space Generation Advisory Council, and it blew my mind away. Because I actually thought space was weird at the beginning, right? I thought it was those weird Trekkie kids. Like, I don't know about this. And it turns out it's fascinating, I was brainwashed in a good way. And my entire career, it's been in space sector. So then I got a couple other degrees just to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. But and now I'm considered to be an expert. So I really don't want people to be discouraged and young people to be discouraged and think, oh, this is not for me. You need to be, a genius, or you need to be like the next Elon Musk to be successful in this field. Not at all. You have to be do your best and go for it. And many companies are hiring. Planet is hiring, and so take a look and dream big.
Basia, you're also more related to human studies as a lawyer. However, is your expertise more and more needed, as you see it, in space industry?
I hope so. I think that when I started it, I think it was 10 years ago, I was I wouldn't say the only one, but there was only a few people who knew something about international space law, although the father of the international space law is a Polish professor, Manfred Flax. So we have a very big tradition in that field. But when I was talking about that I'm making my PhD from the space law, everybody called me that I'm crazy. But now I help 2 companies from the space sector, and I think these companies will be more and more engaged in international missions. So I hope I will have a work for the next years.
I'm sure you will. If I can add to this, I'm sure you will, because I work for a company, and lawyers are very much needed. We wish we didn't need them, but we do need them. So it's very important. And by the way, just to add to that, you don't, because I think, you can look at it that there are different 2 parts of kind of being a lawyer in a space company. So you can really specialize in space law per se, but we also need like just regular contract lawyers, right? Companies are signing contracts, doing tenders, and they just need lawyers to make sure that these contracts are correct and that we know what we're signing. So that is needed as well. So it's not all about space to be in the space business.
Yeah, that's true.
Will I get from the space exploration, me as an ordinary person, Basia?
I think that you have many benefits already. You use your cell phone. Now we are using the internet. I think that the list of these benefits does not end. And I think that there are many big advantages, like advanced technology in medicine, but there are also regular one, like a gel. So yeah, it's hard to list them. It's not ending story.
Agnieszka Łukaszczyk?
Yeah, it's pretty much, I said it earlier, but one another example that I just thought about, since we were speaking of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, another business that they're getting into besides rockets, it's satellites, internet satellites. So they are launching mega constellations to provide internet, very strong internet everywhere in the world, in all the remote places. So for instance, if you're in a jungle somewhere, or remote villages in Africa, South America, will have access to internet, which means that they can have access to information, they can have access to education, so they could perhaps take degrees and study, do the teleeducation with the use of internet, also telemedicine. A local doctor somewhere in a small village in Africa will be perhaps able to perform a surgery while being guided by a doctor in, I don't know, London, Paris, or somewhere else. Plus, like we were talking about Earth observation, telecommunication, navigation, banking, fisheries, agriculture, disaster management, forestry management. I mean, the list is, as Basia said, does not end. So it's something that we already benefit from and will continue to do so.
So the conclusion is that the sky is the limit, and we actually have no other option than to live well, 1 foot on Earth and 1 foot, or maybe head, in space. And we are already living it. So that's not a dream, that's not a science fiction movie. It's something that is happening right now with the participation of our noble guests. Thank you for listening, and thank you, girls, for sharing your expertise with us.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm told, a perfect American accent. Do you find that to be true?
Almost.
Almost, right. Well, that's because I was raised and educated entirely in the United States, and I came back to Poland after about 20 years in America. And when I did, I was in my 20s, and, you know, I had a personality. I had a sense of humor. I had knowledge and degrees, but my vocabulary in Polish was that of a 6-year-old little girl, because I left when I was 6. And although my parents spoke Polish at home, it was like brush your teeth, do your homework, not brag about the books you've read or the jokes you know. So I couldn't make friends. Nobody wanted to hang out with me because they couldn't communicate. And one of the things that I decided to do to up my vocabulary was to read a Polish book. Ta-da, challenge
What did
accepted.
you start with?
Right, well, what do you start with? So I went to my dad. He still liked me, even though I could barely speak Polish. And I said, Dad, you know, I love science fiction and fantasy. What should I read? And he said, Andrzej Sapkowski. Repeat after me, everybody. Andrzej Sapkowski.
Especially non-Polish speakers.
Yes, especially the non-Polish speakers. Wiedźmin. 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 You can pretend to say it with an Italian accent. Wiedźmin. So I read Wiedźmin, and it was incredible. I'm a Philip K. Dick fan. I read all the Nebula Prize winners. Ursula Le Guin is my spiritual godmother, but this stuff was great. By book 2, I was hooked, and I didn't even think about the vocabulary part anymore. And you may actually know this book, because it made it to the mainstream, the English-speaking mainstream, but not as a book. It made it as a game. It's called The Witcher, produced by the Polish gaming company CD Projekt. And now apparently they've come up with something new. I'm still a book fan more than a gaming fan, but apparently you know something more about this?
Yeah, I'll have to say that's the funniest story ever. Somebody learning Polish from The Witcher, specifically.
It did not work very well. I had to read other
I'm really
books.
curious how that bent your understanding of Poland in general and the Slavic culture.
And the kind of friends I made.
Yeah. Yes, it was created by CD Projekt, a company that has headquarters here in Poland, although as far as I understand, employs people from all around the world nowadays. They started working on another game already 8 years ago.
8 years ago.
8 years ago, they announced another game they will be working on called Cyberpunk 2077.
Wow.
7 years ago, the first trailer came out, and people got really excited about it. And then, I think it's 4, 5, 6 years in the making now, and the game is about to come out, surprise, surprise, tomorrow.
Wow.
It has been delayed.
Is it based on a book? Because if it's not, I'm not interested.
So this is about, like yesterday we talked about transhumanism. This is kind of around that topic, about 2077. They think already people will be injecting things into their bodies, turning into part machines, etc. Cool. So in the game, supposedly from tomorrow, you'll be able to start exploring transhumanism, kind of getting on board, trying to feel yourself as a transhuman person.
Wow.
That's going to be amazingly interesting. And it's also, I have to say, a bit of a make or break for the Polish game industry. This is the biggest gaming company in Poland. So whatever happens tomorrow, we will all actually feel the effect of that, especially within the Polish economy. So to actually talk more about that and generally about the Polish game industry, which has become one of our biggest export values recently, we will have now a panel of experts. The moderator will be Paulina Basta, an HR specialist and blogger who spent years and years in the industry and knows it like the back of her hand.
And one of her panelists is going to be a person from CD Projekt. So stay tuned.
So hello and welcome. I'm so glad to host you today on our Women in Tech gaming panel. Before we start, let me introduce you guys to our today's audience. So to start with, today with us, we've got Kaja Borówko, who's the head of studio at Tate Multimedia. We've got Gosia Mitrenga, who is the senior producer at CD Projekt Red, currently working on Cyberpunk. Then we've got Paulina Kwiecińska, who's the head of business development at Techland. We also have Maciek Łączny, who's the CEO of the studio called Untold Tales Games. And we've got Adam Lassogne, and I'm pleased to announce that he is the co-founder of Pixelant Games. So welcome, and to go straight to the first discussion topic. I remember when I was at Gamescom having lunch at the terrace, and there were these three guys standing right next to me talking about how hot Poland was on the global map of game development. And I was, from one side, I was very pleased to hear them talking this way about us. But also it got me thinking why that is. So what makes us and our Polish games so successful?
Okay, maybe I will start. Hello. Well, Polish game dev is very diversified. We quite often have the same roots, but at some points each of us knows which direction we should take. Some of us decide to focus on porting, some on mobile games, and some on the outsourced services. But we cover a huge range of gaming products, from small casino games to AAA blockbusters. Of course, Polish people are known from being hardworking, and it's one point of our success, but we also like to be proud of our achievements. We are ambitious, we care about the quality, and that's why we are considered as highly valued employees. Hence, you can find Polish developers not only in Poland, but also in the biggest companies throughout the globe.
Yeah, if I may add something, so more or less for me, it's kind of similar. So obviously when we look at games, they're just one aspect of looking at them, it's their software, right? And our software engineers, as you can see in many reports, are really highly rated. So very often they're like top 5 around the world. And again, on top of what Paulina said, like this ethos of work is really built in us. So we really are ready to go all this extra mile, you know, if we think that this is the right thing to do, right? So yeah, I completely agree with that.
It sounds like a general human characteristic, because if you look around the world, there's probably many other nations who are hardworking, talented. So what makes us special?
I would add also that we have an amazing support from each other. I think that the industry of developers in Poland and the media, and probably most importantly the players, the fans, they support the Polish dev a lot. And I think that even back in the days when nobody knew that, you know, Polish studios would be able to develop something that is going to become a world hit, we internally in Poland, we already knew, and we already supported the industry, basically. Not to name names.
Maybe I can add a few words to it. And I still think that even though Poland, as you, Paulina, said, it's quite hot on the map, but I still believe we're an underdog in this whole global gaming industry. So there is this need in Polish people and Polish industry and Polish games to prove the recognition that we think that we earn so far. So I think that there is still a mile to go, what Adam said, and we are still aiming for that mile. Internally, we feel confident, and what Kaja said is very, very important, that the industry itself is supporting internally in Poland, but we have a way to go to be recognized globally as like one of the main powers. I know that our stock exchange is fully supporting that, because Poland is now having the most gaming companies in any other stock exchange in the world. And there is a boiling pot beneath that, but still there is a step to be taken to be globally recognized. I mean, at this point, we have the first superstars coming from the big gaming names coming to Poland, working for the steam engines of our industry here in Poland. But that will come when Polish people will start going to these places and being like massively used for the massive productions globally. And that's recognition that it's going to come to an end, meaning that finally we can fulfill that dream of being a superpower in the gaming industry globally, right? So that's my point of view.
maybe
But
really
everything I have to agree is that we're ambitious. We lack, and we seek the recognition, and we have a very good educational system, which Adam was referring to. So that brings us up in the ladder of those careers.
All right. Thanks for that. So speaking about the game development industry, because our audience, probably a lot of these people are wondering if they can get into the industry and how to do it. So I was wondering, in your view, what are the characteristics of a game developer, and if she or he is any different in the profile than something we'd call a regular IT person in the country?
Well, I would say that first of all, it's a creative job mostly. So the main characteristic, I would say, is still to be open-minded, and it's less of even being super precise, but in the way you imagine usually an IT person, let's call it that, even though it's probably not the best way.
Yeah, but it's common, yeah, an IT.
Yeah, but when you think that they're organized and everything needs to be very mathematical, but here it's it's entertainment. Here it's fun. So there is a lot of hard work, of course, and everything needs to work properly. But still, you need to know that you are in a business that it's supposed to bring entertainment to people, basically.
I would add. Okay, so I would add to that, and probably also a bit referring to the previous one, that I would say that curiosity and hunger for having a goal and achievement bold set at the beginning, it's something that is very typical, and for a lot of people I work with, I can notice that there is a lot of it in them. And the other thing is in general curiosity, and most important, I would say, are games, and this is a different, because to be honest, no matter if it's administration department, is designers, animators, sound, or whatever, each person that works in games at some point have something in common with them. Once they want to work with games, they want to make games, but they also are players, or they are at some point, connected to the topic. And I think that this is the biggest difference, I may say, which doesn't mean that regular IT, which I would not use as well, and I already can imagine few of my friends killing me for that. So I would say they also can be players, obviously, right? But this is something I would say is a base different. I guess you need to have something in common. You need to like to do it.
Gosha, so would you say that if you want to work within the game development industry, at some point you would need to be a player? Would that be a fair statement in your view?
It doesn't have to be a player. You can be interested in one of the topics that one of the game was focused on, for example, right? Because we have here, like fashion designer, but now it's a really, really valued member of the character team. So it doesn't really necessarily be exactly with the games, but it can be a part of it as well. So this is much, much wider, I would say. But at some point, you need to have at least a bit of the connection or fun or an point of interest in the topic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Maciek, you wanted to say something.
Very important part of this discussion is that we need to bring to everyone outside the gaming industry that gaming itself is not only what you call IT, meaning programmers really coding the game. It's much more broad, and this is where people probably have the first blocker into coming into game industry, because they believe that if they don't know how to code, they will they get stopped at that point. I mean, it's coming from art, sound, testing, marketing, PR, localization, so all the specialists in languages, copyright. I mean, there's millions of different things that you can do in gaming industry, not being directly involved in creating the game itself. It's a complete chunk of business. It's an industry. That's why it's not just the game development part. Of course, the whole thing doesn't exist without that part in the middle, which makes the game. And that comes with designers, they don't really necessarily have to be educated in the game design, but they can learn it along the way. I know a lot of examples where people come into the industry as testers, very junior testers, basically launching the game looking for a single bug. And years later, they become really good designers because they have that interest, which Gosia is referring to, into the games. So they like playing games and they understand how the games work, because there is a whole mechanism of how that industry and how the games work. So it's a broad industry and there's a lot of entries into it.
We are going to talk about it in more depth in a moment, about the whole game development and publishing space in a second. But now, for a moment, I'd like us to focus still a bit more on the ideal, if that exists, dev. So if you were to name 3 main features of an ideal dev, what would that be? Because you've got to remember, people who are watching us, they would probably at some point try to assess whether they can get into the industry or not, and if yes, what characteristics they should meet, or which areas they should be focusing on. So 3 main features of an ideal dev, what would that be in your view? Adam, I can see you nodding.
Well, I mean, obviously, thank you. Obviously, as I completely agree again with everybody who mentioned and sort of started to discuss this topic, and the whole industry is very wide. So the first thing would be obviously some sort of, I don't know, experience or in the specific area, right? So for developer, that would be obviously some sort of coding experience, or at least a will to learn around that, right? So that would be one critical item. But for me, it's the second very important item is attitude, right? So things like will to learn, humility, integrity. This might sound obvious, but very often it's really not the case. So that's always what I'm looking for in people. The 2 other ones, probably again, I would say I would come back to this sort of passion for gaming. I agree that you don't have to be a crazy player to join the industry, but just it's good to like what you do, obviously, again. So if you are passionate for games, it's going to make it much easier for you to appreciate what you actually do and just deliver great results. And finally, again, an obvious thing maybe, but teamwork, right? So that would be the third one, because again, games, especially, they're getting bigger and bigger, and many of us have touched this AAA projects, and they know how complicated and how difficult it is to make them. So this sort of teamwork aspect of a person, for me, is very critical to actually working on projects at that scale.
Of course, I can repeat after Gosia about the creativity is the most important thing here. And of course, as Adam mentioned, each position requires a different characteristic. But what I would say is in common for everyone, despite being creative, is being a good problem solver, because creating a game can be perceived as solving a problem, in fact. And one more thing is being patient and flexible, because this environment is very dynamic and everything can change within 1 minute during one meeting. So you need to be ready to embrace new challenges like immediately, to react very fast, to be ready to throw away your work and start from scratch. So you need to be prepared for this.
Kaya, you go first, and then Maciek, because he was smiling, so I'm curious what he was smiling about.
Right, but just to build on that, so I would also agree that one additional trait would be definitely determination. So you need to, and it comes together with what you mentioned before, of course, this passion and flexibility, but it usually builds up to just being determined that you want this project to work and you're willing to go through whatever it needs, whether it's long hours, whether it's reworking your what you're working on, whether it's iterating for the 6,000 times. So plus also, like you mentioned, just getting to the industry also needs determination, I guess. If you just don't happen to get your first job after the first interview, you still need to go and maybe go 10 times and just add one thing. You'll get there, but I guess this is pretty universal, actually.
Yeah, I was smiling because I wrote down here when you were discussing the point that you need to be able to question basically anything, and that's a skill that comes very handy in game development. But on the other hand, that questioning is what Paulina just said. So when you start questioning anything and any time, it can happen that we've seen one too many meetings that all of a sudden anything can just in 1 second snap and change everything. And that's being able to do it and being able to absorb it. And that's the balance that is, I think, the hardest for everyone in the industry. So going into 6,000 times iterating on one item and then snap, all of a sudden you have to start another 6,000 because that's going to lead you to that imaginary perfection which everyone is aiming for. That's part. But I think that even it was mentioned, I have to say that probably one of the characteristics is curiosity. You need to be curious, and that is then triggering off the creativity, creating of the depth of knowledge of people, and then looking into the games. Referring to my own example, when I joined the gaming industry, I was not a player. Like I played some games as a casual, very casual player, and it just got me deeper and deeper. So it is that curiosity that you want to explore why. Why does it work like this? And that gets you deeper into the industry itself.
All right, thanks, Maciek. And now I've got a question that would be directed at first to Gosia, because she's got a really good story. And the question is, we often hear many people saying that the entry point to the industry is set on quite a high level. It's this never-ending circle of a typical intern. You need to get an internship to get your first experience, but then you need to be experienced to get an internship even. It's crazy, right? So I know from my experience that the devs are ultra diverse. And I know some of you have really cool stories of your own career journeys. And I'd like to ask you to share those, starting with Gosia, who's today a senior producer working on the most anticipated title of humankind, I would say.
No pressure.
And, no pressure. And thank you for being with us, even though the time pressure is there. Gosia, what's your story? How did you get into the industry, and how did you become a senior producer?
Okay, so to keep it short, because I have a lot of years of experience, so it took a while. But I would say from the beginning that something that is totally different that I mentioned before. I have never thought when I was younger that I would ever have anything in common with games. I was a player though, but I was not even aware when I was starting that it is possible to make a life from it, right? So make it for a living. And so it was just, I was very unsuccessful internet shop owner. And I was in the bar, really, and it was raining, and this is one of the story. But really, it was very random conversation with just friend to a friend. And what I think is important at that night is that someone said that he's looking for someone that would help them to organize because the company is growing. He didn't even mention what was the subject of it. But I was like, okay, I want to always helping people really, and I'm really good at seeing pattern with the communication and seeing the spots that could be better or highlight them that maybe we can do it differently, because usually people are very focused on what they like, and I just am like the person that is stepping back a bit, right? And I was like, yeah, I can help. I didn't even ask what is that, right? And the next day they took me for the interview, obviously, there was some normal interview about my skills, like PC stuff, right? Making emails. That was really long time ago. You need to remember. And so at that point, and at some moment, they took me to go over to the studio, and there was this open space, and there was just some guys that you can imagine, stereotype nerds, that they really look like that. And then really it comes to me that they are really making games, that they are making money from it. They are very happy because they looked happy, you know, they have the sparkles in the eyes. And then the guy, the boss of the company said to guys like, okay, this is Gosia, she will be helping us. She's playing World of Warcraft. And at that moment, they were like, "Oh my God, on which side you are chosen, right? What's your level right now?" And they were just like talking to me, and I realized I don't want to do anything else till the end of my life than helping them to do whatever they are doing, right? And so that's really the beginning. And the place I'm right now, I must say that obviously it's a bit of luck. There are a lot of thousands, really, I would say, people I have a pleasure to meet and learn from them in the on the road. But I'm here where I am because of daily curiosity, hardworking, and asking tons of questions, even the stupid one, right? Like consistent learning daily of stuff. And being open, flexible to everything, and in general, everything you said, right? With the hunger, with being ready to Stephen King's famous Killing Darlings, right? With help, with being open, with the changes, with the chaos, with sometimes harder work, but also for those moments of we are making worlds from nothing. I can't imagine anything better, and the variety of people you work with, and we are all like passionate. This is like damn crazy. So I think it's worth everything. But it's really, you need to be on date, especially on my position, because I think it's worth to mention that all of we were saying before, this is true. But I can imagine that someone is not that curious, not that determined, and he still is a very skillful artist and team player and a valuable team member, right? So it also doesn't have to be, you don't have to be a superhero and always like, go on, pushing. You don't have to be like that on all of the positions. So it's very diverse, like Paulina mentioned.
Thank you, Gosia. Really cool story. And with that, I'd like to move on to Adam's story, because he used to be this respected IT director working in Oman, the country, closely with the government. And then all of a sudden, he came back to Poland, started working in video games, and this whole thing brought him to his current status, which is an owner of his own studio. So tell us about that, Adam, please.
Yeah, of course. So that's true. So for me, the story is, so I've been playing games since like, what was it, 1989, if I believe so, for like 30 years. Well, I remember this moment when I got my first, Commodore 64 with this funny tape drive. And since that moment, I always kind of wanted to join the industry, join the game dev somehow. And honestly, the first opportunity for me to join the industry actually appeared 2 years back. It meant something you said. So leaving a beautiful place like Oman, and I have to admit it was a bit against the will of my family. And again, I have to admit it was for much less money. But still, for me, it was really a no-brainer at the time. And as you said, that more or less led me to recently founding my own game dev company, and I'm doing it together, with my close friend, and we're really trying to make a difference here and change these things that are wrong with the industry today, and there are many of them, and we're all aware of that. But I have to also say something that I believe resonates with Gosia mentioned. So I right now I'm in a place where I wake up every morning, and I know we're building something great, and this is really, really a great place to be in, right? So for me, if you ask, what is it, about life? What do you want to do? It's just very simple. It's just sort of understand what you want to do and just make it happen, right? So it obviously, like in my case, may mean less money, or moving to the other side of the planet, or some things like that. But I believe I'm exactly where Gosia is. So it's really all really worth it, right? Just go ahead and do it. It's just as simple as that.
Thanks, Adam. That's great. It actually got me thinking, because when you mentioned what is it about life that makes you happy, I automatically felt food, which shows I don't work in the industry anymore. Now, with that, let's go to Kaya. Kaya, you own your own studio as well. What is your story? How did you start, and how was it along the lines?
Well, so actually, I think I'm pretty new to the industry compared to the rest of you guys. So I'm still kind of learning about it. And I was brought to the studio by the investors. So I was supposed to take care of more of the financial and administrative part of the business, right? Because it is still regular business that you need to run, right? So I wasn't a particular player. I guess I would more of an observer than player. It's too stressful to me. So you can imagine it's what everyone needs, you know, having someone managing the company who in most eyes doesn't know anything about the industry. So it's everyone's favorite. So it was, of course, hard to decide to do it because you know that you'll need to learn a lot. You know that everyone will try to show you that you don't know, and whatever you want to pursue may not be correct because this is not how it's done. But I still think that because the industry is so appealing, and even if you come from outside of it, you know that it's just amazing. You know that it's just something that is that you have also a direct impact on. Because maybe what's important, previously I was working also in large organizations where you are responsible for part of the process, where there is not a direct impact, or as people usually think. So here you actually create a product that somebody is going to
obsess
play
about.
with. Yeah, so that was something amazing, and I wanted to do it. And then I guess you know, of course, this year has been particular, so I didn't get a chance to meet the whole industry personally, or people from the industry. So I'm mostly in the studio and getting to know development, right? And this is amazing. I think that everyone in the team is doing something great, and I think I'm their biggest fan, whatever they do. So I'm one of the people who usually don't understand why somebody thinks that this is not good enough yet. So
thanks, Kaya.
I'm one of them.
Thanks for that. And with this, I'd like to move to Maciek. It's actually quite interesting how different your stories are. Because Maciek also has a really cool story. He's a corporate, I can easily say that, he's a corporate veteran. And then at one point he quit it all, started working in game dev, and now he runs his own publishing business. What is that all about, Maciek? Tell us.
I tend to call it healthy opportunism. I'm trying to since I was a kid, basically, and that's an important, going very back into my story, being a veteran, is that I was always trying to seek an opportunity ahead. Even though I finished completely not related studies that taught me something, I went on to working in a Japanese logistics company, global player with the container shipments, because that came to me very interesting at that point. Then I moved on into another big corporation that was completely not dealing with anything related to games. but there is a common bridge into all that. I always enjoyed organizational parts and projects and getting stuff done in a more efficient way, being curious about how to improve things along the way. And that's how I really became what is my background profession, and that's the project management part, and still not in games. But I think Adam mentioned, he called a game a project, and that is something in there. That is very true. And at one point you can consider project a game, and therefore you have different roles in that project. So I was curious to see how that works. Got into, like Paulina said, into gaming industry by an opportunity that was arised ahead of me. And since then I stayed. I mean, that's something that is not, it's very hard to leave. And learned how to be, a project manager, then producer, and then really learning how that can be done taught me a way of how can we really do another things which I find myself closer to, which is publishing. So just for everyone to understand, publishing business is not really into making games, but making those games that are being developed by different studios successful globally. And that's the part that I and the team and Untold Tales we're working on. So my story is corporation into gaming, and I hope that dot will come there, because games is something that I want to stay with.
Thank you. Thanks, Maciek. It was funny looking at your faces when you said it's not an option to leave, and everybody nodded and smiled. It's cool looking at it even. And since we started talking about the publishing ecosystem, the last story is Paula's story. I'd like to ask you, Paula, to tell us about your career journey, but also to tell our audience a bit more about the publishing space, because typically people feel that to be able to work in the game development industry, you've got to be a developer. So you either need to be an artist or an animator, a programmer, but then there's this whole publishing space that's often forgotten. So if you could combine these two things in your speech right now, please do.
Absolutely. Well, you don't need to be a programmer, or even you don't need to be an artist. Well, my story began like 14 years ago. I just realized that it was exactly at that time of the year when I decided to change my career path. I'm biologist, or maybe I should tell that I used to be biologist, because as everybody that talked before, I can't imagine living without game industry right now. I love this space. So going back to the publishing, when I joined the company 14 years ago, I knew nothing about creating and publishing the game. Even the slang used by the team was like totally strange and incomprehensible for me. But what struck me the most was how friendly this environment is. So don't worry, you can try your luck within this industry even without the experience. And talking about publishing, it's like a very important part of creating the game. Of course, it takes too long to tell you all about what publisher does. So let's focus on the main point, that basically it's a publisher who stands behind the marketing campaign, who increases the brand awareness, who create the buzz around the title, and of course manage all the sales strategy throughout the game life cycle. Also, publishers quite often finance the project, either the whole project or part of the project, or they support the developers with some kind of services like localization, creative design, or some part of outsource. So to make their job viable, they need to understand how a game is made and how to manage this risk between investment and the potential income they can get. And they need to work closely with producers and with project managers within the development teams, so they can feedback the ideas, so they can monitor the progress and help the developers when it's of course necessary. So they need to know what and when should happen, so the process is in fact effective. And well, we all know that talking about when the delays is something which happen quite often in our industry. So it's also publishers' part to be able to manage all the commitments and partnerships that when such slippage happens, in fact, because it's affect the whole process. Especially challenging it can be when the marketing campaign is already live and the consumer expectations are very high. But at the same time, the consumer expectations are very high if publisher knows how to create this buzz, tell game's story, communicate the game's vision, and how to make the game appealing to the gamers. So the main goal of the publisher is to well market the game. So even when the game is well marketed, it can be more successful than innovative or high quality games, and it means the publisher made really an outstanding job. So when we talk about joining the gaming industry without the proper experience in creating the game, so if you want to make the game, you can try your luck in marketing, in PR, in business development, in social media, in brand team. All depends on your skills and personal goals. So it doesn't require really from you any particular field of study. Although of course some marketing or business related subjects can be helpful here, but you need to understand the business. You need to know how to build the relations with developers, how to help them with their needs, but also if there is struggles. And of course, you need to be up to date with the trends, because the trends are changing very fast, and you need to have this in-depth understanding on the trends of the markets of the gamer taste, and so on and so on. So I'm talking too much, sorry.
No, you know, it's all very interesting, for sure, specifically for our audience. But with this, I'd like to bring us all back a bit more to a general stream of talking about game development. Because I wanted to ask you what categories of this job are most self-rewarding to you, and which are uniquely difficult. Many times we hear about the fun or sugary part of this industry, as we explained today. And people often might feel that it's all bees and butterflies, where in fact we all know it's sweat and blood at times as well. And the question is, what are the sweet and sour points for you precisely in the industry, in your own career within the industry?
I can
Okay,
start.
so maybe.
Maciek, you go first.
Okay, for me,
first.
what is the most appealing and it's sweet and sour at the same time, but this is the part that really triggers me in this industry, and what I completely adore is the fact that you get immediate feedback. Your work is being put on people's TVs, consoles, PCs immediately after, and you get immediate feedback. So every idea is not, you're not being part of something that it gets to create something else, that creates something else, that creates something else, and eventually someone might or might not like the product. Here is this immediate feedback that is amazing. So once you're successful, that is a very sweet part, and that motivates and activates and just energizes the team and everyone else. But if it's not, then it brings the sourness of that feedback, right? So that is something that is very tempting, and it's something that is on the edge of being addictive, I would say, probably. So that's one thing. Second is that it creates a lot of opportunities going into a gaming industry, and we all just described our ways through it. It is creating opportunities. So if you're determined enough and you want to explore these things, industry gives you a lot of different funnels to move on. It's not only within one company, but it's an industry. So it creates a lot of opportunities elsewhere. And then if you're determined enough, you can really move on. And what is really rewarding for me is the networking. I mean, I've met probably the most amazing people in the last 7+ years being around the industry. And that's amazing. I mean, it's starting from friendships to really tough business partners. And that's just amazing. This industry is still small enough that you can know people from the very top of a top company somewhere else, having a beer at GDC, or having just someone that you sit next to and you explore together with him the nitty-gritty things of game design. So that's what amazes me. And thing that is sweet in the industry, it used to be, at least prior to 2020 and COVID, it was the option for traveling around the world and meeting people. I think Kaya mentioned that a bit, and that's a big part of the whole community in games, which I very, very liked.
Thank you. Thanks, Maciek. Gosia, you wanted to go next.
Yeah, I was more on low level of what really is cool for me. So for me, those are really these daily successes, which I understand by there was nothing and there is something in the game. So this daily improvement and increasement and growing up the thing that was not there, that was just a paper, and right now it's working already. Oh, I can already play, we can already have this level. This was not working on many levels because designers didn't deliver or programmers need to do something. There's also like audio effects, right? Everything, light, everything there. And it's all coming together on daily. And this is the best ever part. And the second one is, we have mentioned it along the way, I guess, to solving the problems. So those meetings that really like, oh, we are in shit, right? How to handle it, that was nice, we cannot do it, or stuff like this. And then you realize that there is not such a thing, we cannot do it, right? There is always a way, right? You can always find a solution, you can always find a workaround. If there is a goal you need to achieve, you will just get there. Your friends will tell you, someone that is totally different department, but he just says something on the coffee and you say, oh, yeah, okay, let's do it, let's try it like this. And you have the solution visible. And the synergy and energy in that, and this is already on daily basis. So for me, this is the sweetest point of that. So I would say people and the way they are working and what they are making. So yeah.
Thanks, Gosia. Thank you. Now I'd like to ask Adam to answer, but this time, please give me sweet and sour points, because the other two, they only went with the sweets.
I promise I will. So I might have an interesting perspective, coming from the IT industry. So obviously the sweet one is revolving around what Gosia said. So like in this business, we're building like new worlds, full of stories and characters. I mean, nothing beats that. So I've done my share of banking system projects and stuff like that, and they're all cool. But again, that is nothing comparing to that part of this job. Now, going back to the sour ones, like again, I think I've mentioned it a little bit. So, game dev industry is facing, a lot of challenges, right? So the games are becoming larger. It's very hard to manage them. Again, kind of relate to what Maciek mentioned. For me, games are projects, and there are many things that we can try to change around their delivery, around how they're being done. So we try to avoid this issues and the problems that are happening. So I guess the sour part would be just that there is a lot of work behind the, ahead of the industry to try to build some sustainable ways, of making games. And that would be for me the sour part and a challenge at the same time, right? So yeah.
All right. Thanks, Adam. And this one is going to be my last question for you today, as we need to start wrapping up. So having in mind all the people who watch our panel today, if there was one advice you'd give to the people who want to start their journey within the games industry, what would it be? Kaya?
I would say, just based on our experience, join your favorite game social media profile, because we here on this side, we can really see you, and we've already seen with our KO the Kangaroo game, we've seen people who are so involved in the project that you just want to have them on your team, you know? And you see them on social media, you see how they respond to everything you post about it. We've seen people who actually take the old code of our old chaotic game and make new levels from it. And I would like everyone to know that we can see it and we appreciate it, and we may just contact you like we actually have when we see that. Because again, going back to what we said in the beginning, passion is the most important, and we'll find something for you. Just let us see you.
All right, thanks, Kaya. Paula, what would you say?
Kaya, very good piece of advice, really. It sounds perfect. And what I would say, it's, of course, it's not possible on site right now, but you still can join gaming events online. You can get acquainted with the companies and try to focus on the ones that can be the most interested for you. You can meet people there, you can ask questions and get answers, and trying to find out your path in the gaming industry.
Thanks so much. Okay, looking at the next person on my screen, that's Maciek.
I think that it all refers to the same thing, but I believe that one piece of advice I could give is to not to hesitate to take the opportunities. I mean, opportunities might arise through social media, it might arise through an event online, it is for direct recruitment, it is through Facebook, Twitter. I mean, industry specialists and people that are in industry, they're very open on these channels, and getting in direct contact with them and just like being persuasive about it. I mean, proving. I have a lot of people that keep coming back to me over years and years, and some of them were already hired in my previous company. Some of them will probably be hired in the next company or the current one that I have. So that's one piece of advice I would say: don't miss on opportunities and just seek for them.
Thanks so much for it. Gosia, you're nodding. So you go next.
Well, yeah, I'm signed for all of that, but it was really sad. And I was probably a friend of ours that was a few years back HR recruiter in one of the game companies, and she's now nice and great UX artist, because also the other way. She was on Facebook on some forum that you need to remember it will not happen if you will not try. So my advice would be try, really try. The industry is really open and we're looking for this one ton of people. So just find your passion, what you are good at, and try to transfer it to something we can use. And whatever one, so the thing you said with the, for example, that people are making mode, we have really one of the best designers here. They are because they made a mode for The Witcher, and they're just someone just said in the mode and said, "Oh, hey, great! Will you want to join us?" And this is how it really started for them, for example, for some of them, right? So there's always a way. Just try and keep on trying, and yeah, and use all the forums, all the events possible, and whatever you can get there. Friends of the friends, listen and look for.
Thanks so much. That's energizing. Adam, you're the last on the list.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, probably the only thing I can do is actually build upon everything that was said. So for me, the advice is going to be a very simple one. Never give up. I mean, just never give up and keep trying. And again, if you're just struggling, come on, I mean, just write me an email and I'm sure I will respond. So just never give up.
Thanks, guys. This is an absolutely great ending of our conversation. So good luck to you all. Thanks for your time. And it was lovely talking to you. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that panel. Well, big day tomorrow, and also potentially millions of new players playing Cyberpunk 2077. And talking about millions, last year we had an amazing speaker with us, a data scientist who explored how many millions of users send tweets every day and how these very large numbers can be stored, then analyzed, quantified and understood. And she's going to rejoin us this year as well. But who is it going to be?
Well, I can tell you a little bit about her. She is a computational mathematician interested in numerical analysis and simulation of energy and fluid flow processes, including flow and transport in ocean dynamics and sailboat design. She was born in the Netherlands, earned a master's degree at Delft University of Technology, and completed her doctorate in 1996 in scientific computing and computational mathematics at Stanford, where she is today. She became a member of the Stanford faculty in 2001 and was named a SciAm Fellow in 2018. Margot Gerlitsen is founder and co-director of the Women in Data Science Initiative. Join me in welcoming Margot Gerlitsen.
Hello, I'm Margot Gerlitsen, and welcome to my talk. I'm a professor at Stanford University, and I'm the co-founder and co-director of the Women in Data Science organization, which is a global organization that aims to inspire, educate, and support women and also men in the field of data science. Last year, I came to this conference in Poland to talk about WIDS, the Women in Data Science conference. This year, I don't want to spend too much time talking about this. I do want to show you the website, but I thought I'd share with you something that I've seen so often with my female peers and colleagues and students, and also male peers, colleagues, and students in the field of STEM. And that is what we call the imposter syndrome. And I'm hoping that with this talk, where I'm sharing some of my experiences and some of the ways in which I have learned to deal with this, and I've made it possible to thrive despite of it, maybe even thanks to it. So I turned it around into something positive. I hope that that may help you. So let me share my screen here and take you through a few slides around this. So I've titled it, Am I an Imposter? And if so, who cares? So what? And here's my email address as well. And I want to invite you to please to connect with me. So if you listen to this talk and you have questions or you want to talk a little bit more, I'm always happy to talk to you, to talk to a group of your friends, to talk to you, a group of your peers at work. Just let me know and I will respond. So have you had thoughts like this? Okay. I'm not as capable as people think I am. In fact, I'm going to be found out sooner or later. Somebody's going to come in and say, hey, you don't deserve to be here. You know, give us back your PhD, give us back your master's. You're fired. You don't belong here. How about this? Those around me are much more able than I am. I'm the worst person in this group. When I ask groups all around the world, often everybody says that everybody else is better. Now that is statistically impossible. How about this? I will disappoint. I will disappoint my advisor, my boss, my colleagues, my friends, my peers, my family, and myself. Or this, I got where I am because of luck, not because of talent or my ability or my performance. I just lucked out. What is, if you get a job, well done. Do you have a little voice in your head that says, oh, they're just trying to be nice? So how about you? Well, if you have any of those thoughts, the thing is you're not alone. I've seen this in my 35-year career or so in STEM everywhere. And around 10 years or so, I decided I wanted to understand it a little bit better for students at Stanford University, where I was teaching. And so I did a survey, and I want to share some of those results with you. So in this survey, there were several hundred graduate students in STEM that were asked to think about some of those emotions and feelings and thoughts that I just shared with you. So I'm afraid to disappoint was very common. So you see that more than half of the females and a significant number of male students said, yes, I think this often or always, which meant almost all the time, every day. Okay, so this is quite remarkable. I'm afraid to be found out also equally high percentages of females and males. But you see in both of those that the females report is more than the men. Okay, so this is important to remember, and I've seen this often. There is something with females in STEM that they have this more often, and you know, we have to think about where that comes from. I think I understand it a little bit better now. Others are more capable. Oh, look at this, 70% females, but also have half of the males. And so we know that this is of course not possible, right? Now, and then we also asked, if you have such feelings, is your performance affected? And this is where it gets tough, right? Because we see that amongst the female students, almost 90% of the female students says yes, and it impacts me negatively. Negatively, I start to avoid things. I'm exhausted. It has negative impacts on my personal life. I'm not the person I want to be. I worry about this. I fret about this. I'm feeling depressed. But also more than half of the men. Okay, but what you see amongst many of the men is that they also see this quite often as a positive driving force. Yes, it makes me want to work harder. Can anything be done? Absolutely. Both female students and male students agree with this, but amongst the female students, there is a sense that other people can help with this more than they themselves can, and that's the opposite for the male students. So where does this come from? Why is there a difference between men and women, and is it really all that bad when you feel this way? Now, if we really want to dive into this deeper, I need more than 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm just going to share some thoughts. But again, if you have any questions about this, then please email, and I'm happy to expand on this. So I'd like to take you back to 1984 when I started my studies. Okay, so this shows my age. Okay, so now I'm in my mid-50s. And at the time, I was one of the very few women at the University of Technology in the Netherlands. And so this is me saying, where are all those women? I thought this was a brilliant area to be in, and there's so many opportunities, why not more women? And I thought also at the time that by the time I would be old, so as old as my parents were or older, and of course that's where I am now, it's a frightening idea, but that's what it is, that everything would be easier and better. But you know what? We have not made progress, and I'm really sorry to say this. The percentage of women is still around the same. In fact, in some of the areas it's gone down. So this is me now. Where are the women still the same? You know, so many years later. Now, why is this? And I think it is for two reasons. One, myths persist. And two, cultures persist as well. So what myths am I talking about? Here are the two myths that really concern me, and they're still there. I've been fighting them for decades, okay? And they've both been debunked many, many times. The first myth is that if you really want to be successful in mathematics or computer science or engineering, you must have, it's essential to have a high level, a very strong innate ability, a high level of natural talent. That is a myth, meaning that is not true. Sure, having a really strong innate ability is an advantage. It helps you, but it doesn't mean that it is necessary. So even without that, of course you can get good. Of course you can contribute. Of course you can enjoy. And the funny thing is, of course, is that this is thought so strongly in the field of STEM. But it is not thought, you know, about maybe, let's say, music or sports or languages. why not? Nobody says, you can only run a decent 1 mile if you have a really, really strong innate ability to run. Nonsense. We all know that if we just train enough and we take it slow and we take care and we don't get injured, that we'll be fine. In fact, we could be pretty decent, at some point. And the same is true in mathematics. I've seen this. I've been a teacher for so long, I've seen this. So that's one, right? And that's unfortunate because it makes people feel like they're fakes if they don't have that strong innate ability. This is part of the reason why both men and women feel the imposter syndrome. But for women, it gets a little bit harder. And the reason is that there is this other myth. And this other myth is that girls and women have less innate ability than boys or men. And it's absolutely false, right? And you don't have to look very far to see that it is false. So those are the myths that are persisting. We have to get rid of those in our own heads, in our own organizations. And then the other thing, of course, is that persistent culture is that if you have a particular majority, quite a narrow makeup of that majority, they tend to hire like people. So that needs to be broken through as well. So when it comes to STEM and certainly data science, the thing is there are so many brilliant women. And so 5 years ago, my colleagues and I said, okay, you know what, we need to start really promoting them. We need to show that there is absolutely no reason to think that women are not successful. And we need to showcase this outstanding work done by outstanding women. So that's why we started this WITS conference. And here you have our website so you can look us up. So here are some thoughts that I would like to leave you with about this. So, you can say, okay, fine, we have those myths and we have this problem, but what can I do right now? If I feel this way, how can I deal with this? How can I cope? So the very first thing I'd like to do is to challenge you to think about, do you actually believe that? Do you believe that you need that strong innate ability? Do you believe that girls or women are not as well endowed that way as a boys or the men? Do you believe in the growth mindset or a fixed mindset? And you have to try to get to this pure growth mindset, as fast as you can. That will be so super helpful for everybody. And the book that I highly recommend is Carol Dweck's Mindset book. That book changed my life, and it changed the life of so many people that I've given it to and recommended it to. If you cannot afford this, look it up on Amazon. Please send me an email, and I will buy it for you. I will send it to you. The second thought I have is that very often when I talk to people, they say, I am just not good enough because I make mistakes. They cannot accept mistakes. They feel they're failing all the time when they make these mistakes. The thing is, failure and mistakes are absolutely essential. If you want to be an expert, you have to make every possible mistake. Otherwise, you don't learn. Mistakes are essential to learning. Or in beautiful language, failure paves the path to mastery. How about that? I just made that up. Here's another thing to consider for thought number 3, which will come in a second. When we learn things, we're on this learning curve, and you know that you're learning, and you're on this curve, and maybe that yellow curve, and that's wonderful, and you feel empowered by that. But at the same time as we're learning, there's another curve, and that's this one. So here is the stuff we know, right? The stuff we're learning. But while we're learning, so many more questions come up, and there's so much more that we don't know yet, and we start to realize that, and the discrepancy between those just grows over time and makes us feel like we're failing. It makes us feel like we're imposters, but it's beautiful, actually. So there are increasingly more questions than answers. That's great. That means you've got a lot to learn, and that's beautiful. Learning is fantastic. So the fourth thought is this one. Is very often when I talk to people, they say, but I fret so much. I lay in bed at night thinking about all the things that I should have done, would have done, could have done, but didn't. So I started keeping a learning journal where every night I would just write down what I learned that day. And over time, I started changing from thinking about the woulda, shoulda, couldas, as we say, to what I really learned. And thought number 5 really is something to do with what I hear a lot is people say, but I'm just not as good as others. I'm not making enough progress. But the thing is, there's no optimal path at all. You may be here now, that's where you want to go. You think you will get there in a straight line, whereas in reality, actually, your career path probably looks like this, or it looks like this, where you go to a totally different goal, or maybe it looks like this, and it's all good. There is no optimal path. Thought number 6, and this is something that is related to this COVID now too. Having others around you, a community to support you, and to provide perspective to you is incredibly helpful. And you know what? We're missing that this year. And I'm sorry about that. So I would just like to invite you to embrace this feeling of being an imposter, in the sense that when you're feeling like an imposter, it is because you feel that you're coming short, that you don't quite have what it takes yet to be successful. But what that really means, if you believe in a growth mindset, is that you're learning. You're on that learning path. And when you're on a learning path, you're out of your comfort zone. Of course, you're learning. You don't know everything yet, but that's a wonderful thing. You're learning. And if you can get yourself to believe in this growth mindset and really live and work accordingly, and to be comfortable with the uncomfortable, you are on the way to conquer this imposter syndrome. Now, it takes time. It's a mindset. It is unlearning behaviors you may have had for a very long time. So be patient with yourself. Talk to other people about it. Read the book Mindset, and hopefully you can find a community. And then I would just like to challenge you and encourage you to, no matter what, don't be afraid of trying something new and feeling in the beginning a bit like a fake or an imposter, meaning you're a novice, you're just learning. You will not be in that state forever. You will learn. You will jump in one way or another, just like this little penguin. So thanks for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference, and do connect with me if you'd like to talk more. Bye for now.
We may be separate, but we're not alone means that now we're being joined by the audience from America, and something I've always wanted to say in front of a camera: good morning, America. Welcome to the Women in Tech Conference. Europe and Asia welcome you to what has been an ever so exciting 2 days. There have been over 8,000 people participating in the keynote speeches, in themed conversations and networking, in job searches and mentorship processes, and in a, dare I say, biggest dance party online that this part of the world has seen. There were over 2,000 people getting down with us last night. So welcome, America, and everybody else, stay tuned, because this ain't over yet.
Oh, no, it isn't. I'm amazed to say I've been with this event, with Women in Tech Summit, since the very beginning. And we are, every year, we're growing and growing. This year, there are moments where there are over 5,000 of you listening to what's happening here on the main stage, on the tech stage, but then also joining virtual stalls that we have within the expo area. you are signing up to mentorships, taking part in thematic groups. There's at times up to 50 and more people discussing specific themes in subgroups within the platform. It was an amazing 1.5 days behind us, but there's still half a day in front of us. But before we move on and to tell you what's going to happen in the next couple of hours, let's see what happened during the Women in Tech Summit so far. Now, we wouldn't be here with you in front of your screens and us in here without the amazing team that put this event together for all of us. So let us welcome on stage the people who made it all happen. Who's going to introduce them?
Why don't you start?
So, Bianka Siwińska, CEO and founder of Perspektywy Foundation.
And because no great leader works alone, also joining us on stage is Joanna Koper, the chief coordinator of this amazing conference. Woo! The stage is yours, ladies.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. It all wouldn't be possible without our partners, but most of all, without our great team.
Yes, so we really want to thank you all for being here and listening, but we really want to say big thank you for all the team who was working really hard to make this possible. So guys, big applause for Sandra Wiktorko, Partner Relations. Woo!
Joanna Maraszek, Swap Card Master of Ceremony. Joanna!
Big applause!
Run!
Bartek Szuryga, IT Director.
Biegniesz.
Yes.
Joanna Lisiecka, Entertainment Coordinator and Communities and Side Events Coordinator.
Marlena Piotrowska, Logistic Ninja.
Elżbieta Wyraz, Mentoring Hugger.
Ania Kamińska, speakers and the whole agenda. That would not happen without her.
Julia Wysik, Tech Stage host.
Magda Tytuła, who did a great journalist job, and Marzena Tarka for supporting us with the other events.
We also send our credits to Bożenka Kieruzalska, Artur Żebrowski, Wioletta Kupiec, Magdalena Chrustna, Karolina Sitnicka, Wojtek Lipiarz, Dorota Linde, Waldemar Siwiński, Monika Goszcz is here. Monika! Run! Hunt your animals, yes!
And our amazing Endorfina team, Dagmara Bolin, Jakub Hojara, guys, join us. Ania Kaczmarek,
yes.
Michał Kaleta, Alicja Małecka, Ania Prokop, Ewa Wiącek. Thank you very much. Big applause for Endorfina. Our amazing volunteers who were online and offline supporting us. With us are Jagoda Błachnio, Kacper Tarnowski, Victoria, where are you guys? Żaneta Pokorny. And all the people who were supporting us during this time.
Thank you so much.
And our amazing host, Tech Talk Stage, Gosia Sobolewska, Julia Wysik. Where are you, girl?
And Kuba Bochiński, Jowita Michalska, Olga Kocierowska, and in person, welcome back to our stage, Kuba Bochiński i Zuzanna Ziomecka.
Thank you very much, guys. Just one big picture.
You are simply the best.
Woo! Thank you very much, and see you next year.
Of course, Joanna Koper.
Jarka Siwińska. And see you next year.
Chodźcie na scenę, no trudno. Trudno. Prosimy głośniej muzykę.
I filmik.
Michał, chodź! Kuba! I Kamil Biegański! Our cameraman for all events ever!
Speak the language of love like you know what it means. And it can't be wrong. Take my heart
And see you next year!
See you next year, guys!
better than all the rest. Better than anyone I've ever met. I'm stuck on your heart. I hang out every word you say.
Warsaw 2021! The movie!
I would rather be dead.
So this has been an amazing year, an amazing event this year. And as you can expect, we're coming back next year with a force. There's going to be lots happening next year as well. Are we going to meet online? Are we going to meet in person?
Well, nobody has the crystal ball that will tell us what the future will bring. However, I did overhear in the corridors that after the success of this year, it will be very difficult to go back to a strictly offline format. So I think what we'll be looking at next year, if we can get together in person, that those that can't join us for some reason will be able to participate online. So it looks like Perspektywy is going hybrid.
So you heard it here first. Unconfirmed hearsay at that point, but potentially we're sure we're going to meet next year one way or another. I can't imagine how to fit even more people. Like looking at the statistics from the previous years, where would we fit?
We're going to a stadium.
We need a stadium for next year.
We're going
if
to stadium
going
style.
to meet in person. But before next year, there's still the rest of this year, and we have amazing keynote speakers and other activities for the rest of the day today. So, quick reminder, if you've just joined us, or if you have been with us from the beginning, please go to the platform, explore what's happening there. You can still sign up for mentorship, so you can still sign up for thematic groups, you can still join discussion happening in the platform. To be honest, I'm amazed. I'm not even a mentor. I'm not an exhibitor on the platform. I still get messages from all of you, actually. Some people actually even sending me CVs to join my company. It's amazing how active people on the platform are. So please make sure that you make use of that. You can still have half a day to do it. Later on, I don't think it's going to be as active as it is now. So go and do it as soon as possible.
Yes, don't lose those opportunities, because there are employers out there looking for young talent, and there are champions out there looking for women to mentor. don't lose the chance to use these opportunities.
Certainly. And if you've already done that and you have a couple of minutes to spare, there's going to be another keynote speaker joining us on the main stage in a minute.
Yes, he's a man who has brought engineering and tech into the finance world. And from what we have read, he tells us that Goldman Sachs is actually going up against the tech big boys in scouting for talent. So if you're working or building a career in IT, you might want to listen to this next keynote by
George Lee, Co-Chief Information Officer at Goldman Sachs. The stage is yours.
Hello, my name's George Lee. I'm the Co-Chief Information Officer at Goldman Sachs, and I'm delighted to connect with you today at the Women in Technology Summit. My background's a little bit unusual for someone in my position. I like to characterize myself as a liberal arts thinker who fell in love with engineering. I began my career in 1988 in finance, and slowly but surely worked my way to Goldman Sachs to become an investment banker in Silicon Valley, advising companies on things like capital raisings and strategic transactions. Through that process, I really got a chance to work with some of the great engineers in the world and developed a real passion for understanding how engineering worked, how engineering drives innovation in our economy, and how these companies were really able to position themselves to change the world. So after those many years in Silicon Valley, I began to get progressively more involved in engineering strategy within Goldman Sachs, spending time with our leadership, even talking to our board about ways that we could harness more of the motive power of engineering that I saw in Silicon Valley for the benefit of the firm. That led me to become more progressively involved in engineering strategy here at Goldman Sachs. When David Song became CEO of Goldman Sachs, he asked me to try to perform that function for the firm at large. And over the past 2.5 years, I've really had the chance to work closely with all of our engineers at the firm. You know, as I think back over my career, women have had a tremendous influence on my trajectory. Uniquely and unusually, given that I started my career in the 80s, my first 3 bosses were all women, and they were amazing influencers, amazing coaches, and that really set an expectation for me early in my career that women are at the very center of making big contributions to businesses, to driving change, and to making workplaces more effective. In my early days in Silicon Valley, also somewhat unusually, to work with a number of prominent women here in the technology world. And so people like Meg Whitman when she ran eBay, Carly Fiorina when she ran Hewlett-Packard, Sheryl Sandberg in her roles both at Google and at Facebook, and a number of really important and influential venture capitalists who backed many of the companies that I took public. And so it's really been great, both early in my career as I was developing my own career. I got a chance to work with great women. I also got a chance to cover great women as clients. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, the women I work with day to day at Goldman Sachs, both in investment banking and now really importantly in engineering, have just been terrific. And I think some of the closest relationships I have at the firm are with some of our female leaders, and some of the most important work I've done has really been thanks to the contribution and leadership of the women around me. I think one of the things that made me really comfortable and successful in working with women early on is I was raised by and around a bunch of very strong women, and so I kind of entered the workplace with the mindset of comfort and embracing the idea that women could lead in a way that I think some people, particularly back in the 80s, may have struggled with. I also think I was sensitive to and observed kind of the extra burden placed on the shoulders of women in leadership positions, and really inspired in the way that they went above and beyond to conquer those challenges, to drive change. And I got phenomenal sponsorship and encouragement and advice from many women over the years. I really think about diversity in the workplace not only as a matter of equity and fairness, but perhaps even more powerfully as a matter of competitiveness. You know, I think about the trajectory of my career, the things I've been able to accomplish in partnership with people with different backgrounds from me. It speaks so clearly to the power of diversity and having different viewpoints and backgrounds. I think we should all have the idea that, you know, 50% at the very least of any important workforce should be constituted by women. I mean, just to kind of match our society at large. And look, in technology and engineering and in finance, we've got a ways to go. But for me, it's all about thinking about that goal and working backwards from how we can drive conditions that make that outcome seem, you know, completely normal and a matter of expectation. I'm keenly aware of the continuous commitment that it will take our industry and firms like Goldman Sachs to build towards the kind of gender representation I talked about earlier. Making sure that our hiring and recruiting practices are aligned with building a highly diverse and highly gender represented early group of people that come and join the firm, and then importantly supporting women through their career such that they can build long, enduring and satisfying careers in this industry. And that comes with its challenges, but I think we're very committed to trying to do that so that we develop the entirety of that flow, from young women learning about engineering, getting access to the industry, and ultimately building long and fulfilling careers. Engineering is a really important part of life at Goldman Sachs. It's a little known fact, but about 1 in 4 people who work at Goldman Sachs are engineers, and the firm has a long, long history of being a technology innovator. I've never seen a time when engineering is more important and central to the firm's objectives. If you think about the areas where we're trying to really grow and expand, things like the consumer space, things like the transaction banking space, you know, all of those are fundamentally technology ventures, and they're underpinned by super innovative and modern technology we're building at the firm. When you think about some of our, you know, legendary historical businesses, those too are being transformed through the use of technology. And in addition to technology supporting and driving these businesses, we actually have a pretty ambitious forward strategy and vision for the role that technology could play at Goldman Sachs. And it's really focused around taking the things that we do best from a technology perspective internally and externalizing them such that our clients can leverage those technologies directly. We call this overall phenomenon the financial cloud, and we've got some really ambitious ideas there about building things that will allow our clients, and even in some cases our competitors, to benefit from the technology investments we make. I see many opportunities where we can do that as a leader, and by the way, many opportunities where we can benefit from that kind of work that other people in our ecosystem are doing. All of that driven, of course, by really modern APIs and the way of technology in the world today, which is the ability to seamlessly connect and leverage the innovation and build upon the innovation of others. Driving it forward into an era that's changing so fast. You know, the opportunity for engineers to take a platform and a franchise and, you know, a place in the world that Goldman Sachs occupies and really vault that forward, you know, it's really an unusual and exciting opportunity. You know, there are a lot of places that you can try to drive change and build platforms in the fintech ecosystem, but imagine trying to do that on top of one of the world's great franchises where customer and client relationships are established, where the firm's reputation is established, and the missing ingredient to drive us into the future is really building modern and ambitious technology. And historically, Goldman Sachs has been an institutional firm, but a number of years ago we looked at the landscape and observed and really invented an opportunity to drive change in the consumer banking landscape, and we set out to build what we call the digital consumer bank of the future. So I just think there's enormous opportunity for our engineers to build things that will appeal to a very broad customer base and bring more insight and, you know, kind of greater clarity to investors and consumers in the world. Warsaw has become a really important and strategic location for the firm. We have about 900 people in our office there, approximately 350 of which are in the engineering business, and we're driving some of the most important technology really across the board of Goldman Sachs from that location. We're also looking to grow that population quite significantly, both through recruiting and hiring of local talent, but also relocating some of our most experienced talent to the area. Work being done in our consumer area, work being done in our investment banking area, our global markets area, in deep core engineering, in the security domain, in data. And so really it's become a fully fledged, highly capable, highly engaged pod of talent for us across our global engineering landscape. We're able to work with some of the best people in the industry, people with exceptional commitment to driving change through the technology, exceptional work ethic, and a really great spirit of creativity. And so, we're all in and very enthused about the prospects for growth and expansion of our efforts here in Warsaw. We have very ambitious plans and visions for how technology and engineering can change Goldman Sachs. But those visions really don't amount to much without exceptional talent. And so, in some ways, the most important area of focus for people like me who help lead this effort is to find, discover, nurture, and develop great talent. I really feel very confident and very passionate that there is a unique opportunity for engineers to prosper and grow at a place like Goldman Sachs. I think people who really prosper here are people who are capable of those, extreme technical feats, but also do that with a certain curiosity about the world around them and really treasure the opportunity to learn about what's going on in the world and to influence that through the technology and platforms that they build. And in that, we see Warsaw as a really important destination and hub for us. This is our third year as a sponsor of the Women in Tech Summit, and first of all, we're super gratified and excited to be involved. It's been fascinating to watch the trajectory of it, to see how big and important it's become from relatively modest early days. We look forward to many more years of engagement with this platform, and we're really bullish about the influence that fora like this can have on an environment. For men and women alike, one of the things that I say, but I think it's particularly important for women, and it resonates a little bit with some of the work that Sheryl Sandberg has done and some of the things she says, but stick with it. Honestly, in some ways, that's the most important advice. We all face barriers and setbacks and challenges in our career, and I would just urge people to take the time you need to sort things out, but try to stay in the game, because often those challenges and setbacks and difficulties, time passes, things change, you reframe how you think about it, and then 2 or 3 years down the road you look back and go, thank goodness I stuck it out.
Collaboration and iterative process is something that I didn't think would actually happen in a bank. That type of dynamic is something you would typically see in a technology company, so it's good to understand that the culture here is manifesting in a way that enables engineers to build products successfully.
I've gone through the spectrum of thinking about how we can offer our technology solutions out to our clients to make their lives more efficient.
We partnered product managers, engineers, product designers, and sales to be creative and collaborative to solve the client's problems.
Marquee is really the digital storefront of the Goldman Sachs Securities division. A client can just go to Marquee and have a very natural experience where we're constantly learning a little bit more about what they're looking to do and giving them more information about how to do it.
We provide software for clients to do business with us on their own desktops and phones. The systems and applications that we build are really what allow clients to see real-time pricing in the market, as well as the ability to execute on those prices as fast as possible. Marquee itself is ripe with opportunities, especially for junior people. There's a sense of ownership that you can take on, and that particular idea is what drew me into Goldman.
our CEO has highlighted that technology is a key growth area for the firm, this will be transformational in terms of what we're trying to create here.
Working in technology at a finance company is awesome. We're all able to come together and collaborate. Just being able to work at such a high caliber pace consistently is really rewarding here.
We're solving complex problems for our clients, and we're having fun doing it.
I knew I wanted to end up here.
I just wasn't always sure where here would be.
I did know that wherever it was,
I would be surrounded by people who inspire me to be my best self.
working towards something bigger than me, on things that challenge me to grow as a professional and as a person.
That's why Goldman Sachs works for me.
Because I'm happiest when I'm pushing myself.
When I'm learning every day. From the outside looking in, it would be easy to make assumptions about this place.
But from where I'm standing, what we do extends far beyond finance.
Here, we make things possible. Here, obstacles become opportunities.
Tough questions become ambitious answers.
Trusted colleagues become lifelong collaborators and friends. Is it challenging? Yes. Do we work hard? Of course we do.
But I wouldn't have it any other way.
Because here, those who give their best get the most in return. Opportunity.
Growth.
Recognition.
Sure, it's not for everyone, but it is for anyone who wants to make an investment in their future.
While making an impact on the world.
Because at the end of the day,
I want more than a good job.
I want a great career, which is why I found myself here.
This is Goldman Sachs.
See yourself here.
Design is really at the heart of everything that we do in our consumer business at Goldman.
Clients want to have an easy-to-use process, and having design within that is incredibly important.
Our goal from a design perspective is to understand the why behind all the what.
We really use design to understand need and what our opportunity is to provide a better service and a better experience for our customers.
And when finding solutions to those problems, the best way is to gather ideas from people across the globe.
We come up with solutions and features that we test with users, have them use it and react and give us feedback, and we iterate several times on it till we get it right.
The work that we do, the products we deliver to people, whether it's a personal loan or a savings account, it's very satisfying to be able to see the impact that we can have on people's lives. It feels very real. I'm located in Warsaw, Poland, and I work for the Marcus engineering team.
I majorly sit in the Bengaluru office.
I worked on a prototype for a blogging platform.
So our Marcus business is our digital bank. It's a full-service digital bank with everything from savings and CDs to loans and insights products to help you save your money and grow your wealth.
One of the main missions of transaction banking is to create a seamless experience for our clients to help them better manage their treasury, to help evolve that treasury function, and to better manage their corporate cash.
The ability to make talking about finances and planning for your future and understanding it a little bit easier is something that really motivates me and the team every single day. We're really curious. And so we go out into the world and we ask a lot of questions. And I think that makes us better designers at the end of the day, but it's also a fun team to be a part of.
We get to partner with some of the most amazing clients, and that allows us to think broadly and globally about how we create an experience for them that is best in class.
We just don't build products to make them functional. We build them to drive change. We build them to kind of leave an impact and to be able to do more than your job description, to be able to look back and say, hey, I made that, and this is the possibility of what we can become, what we can do. It's very, very rewarding.
Thank you for that. Yesterday, when we started the event, I mentioned briefly that obviously the year we're in has been pretty challenging to many of us, especially in terms of advancing our careers. It's pretty hard to get a new job if you can't go to interview. It's pretty hard to meet new people and network if you can't go to networking events. But fortunately, I'm joined here on stage by an amazing Polish journalist who had a chance recently to talk to a specialist about the topic of COVID-19 and particular challenges that we face in terms of our careers during that period.
Yes, thank you. I have the unique and schizophrenic pleasure of introducing an interview that I have done with a very competent and inspiring woman, Jennifer Reynolds from TFI. She's from Toronto, and she has had a 20-year career in leadership positions in the financial industry, which is not that easy to do for women in our part of the world. It's a little bit easier in Toronto, but finances is not what we talk about. What Jennifer shares with me are various tips and know-how for young employees coming back after COVID. You've been removed from the workplace. What do you do to make up for lost time once COVID allows us to go back to work? Listen to the wise words of Jennifer Reynolds and this amazing Polish journalist. I don't know how they got her to agree. Coming up next.
Lots of snacks.
Hi, Jennifer. Thank you so much for taking the time for this conversation.
I'm delighted to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
Just so our viewers get an idea of who I have the honor of speaking with, I want to tell you a little bit about Jennifer Reynolds. She is director on the board of Citibank in Canada. She's also director on the board of Canada Development Investment Corporation, but that's not all she's director of. She's also director on the board of the Women's College Hospital Foundation and on the board of Tourism Toronto. She was named one of the 100 most powerful women in Canada, not once, but twice, by the Women's Executive Network. And today, she's CEO and president of the Toronto Finance International, a public-private partnership whose mission is to promote and develop Toronto's financial services sector. And I just want to congratulate you on your amazing string of successes and your very rich career in an industry that is not known for its promotion of women. And I want to ask you, is it, because I don't know what the financial or the fintech scene in Toronto is like, but I know what it's like in New York and London, and it's not a very friendly place in terms of women in leadership. What is Canada like as a scene for women in leadership?
Well, I think we certainly have our struggles too on that front. I do think if you stacked us up in terms of representation of women at various levels to other financial centers, we do stack up pretty well. We do better, but we still have a long way to go. I think our diversity, certainly up to the mid-level, has improved, even up to the VP level. But if you look at our executive suites in our largest financial institutions, you're not going to see enough women there. Okay. That is clear. So we're working at it. It is definitely a priority for the financial institutions. I think they are. They have some very good programs in place. I think they're really diligent about it and serious about it. But it takes time to get that pipeline there at the mid-level so that we can then feed the executive suite. So a high priority though in Canada. There's no doubt about it.
Well, I think that's the key, that the commitment is there, that the problem's been diagnosed and the solutions are being implemented. That's much more than most of the large financial centers can say. So you're definitely thought leaders in this respect. And I wanted to know how you have seen COVID impact the financial sector in Toronto, and what lessons for your leadership you have exacted from these observations.
Well, it certainly has been extraordinary times. I mean, if you had talked to people in the financial services sector and said we could all be at home doing our job and our financial institutions would continue to run, I mean, think about the trading floor, places like that where we thought you could never work from home and do that. And we are. I think it's been amazing to see how quickly everyone has transformed their business.
But there's no doubt that this has come, it's been a challenge for our employees. It's very difficult. I think we all thought we were going home for 3 or 4 weeks. We didn't think we were going home for months and months and months. And, at the end of it, I mean, in our sector here, I don't think we're going to see people go back to the financial services sector in person until well into 2021. Our financial institutions are being very conservative. They want their employees safe, which is good. We want people to be safe. And so we're going to make sure that they continue to work at home for quite some time. But in terms of, lessons in leadership, I think it's, I hope we're going to come out of this better leaders, because I think we look more holistically at our employees today than we ever did before. We used to, you would start a meeting by, how are you? Or an interview, how are you doing? But it was always a pleasantry. Did people really think about it? Think about the answer? I think it's very different now. I think the first question is, how are you? And it's meaningful. That first exchange about how people are doing, that's how we start everything now. And we spend time on that before we get to the business of the meeting. And so I think that's a fundamental change in leadership that I hope we bring with us post-COVID, that more holistic look at how are people doing? How are they managing in their jobs? How are they managing at home? What are their challenges and struggles with family or caring for elders or living in an apartment by themselves, or, all those things that we think about now that we didn't really ask our employees too much in the past. So I think leadership has fundamentally changed. And I think the good leaders are going to be the ones who can lead in with that holistic view of their employees, not just the, here's my work person and then there's a home person. And I don't care about that home person over there. I care about the work person right here.
Oh. So basically the boundary of what business leaders are concerned with, which used to be whether you come to work and do your job well. So that what you're saying is that this has grown to encompass a personal life, which has studiously been kept separate up to now. It's been, your employer deals with the employee at work, and then your family and your social circle deal with your private life. So you're saying that this field of interest that business leaders have has increased, and you think it will stay that way post-COVID?
I think it will. I think it's changed people, and I think people have an expectation now that our employers actually care what's happening with our lives and how we're managing generally. And mental health is a huge topic. Here in Canada, mental health is top of the agenda right now. How are our employees managing? And the financial services industry is very, very focused on that. So I think we certainly will see that carry in. And I think that is a great thing for women. We started this conversation talking about some of the challenges, and often some of the challenges are around balancing, home and work for women. And that's what takes us out of the workforce or stops us from reaching for that next goal in our career. And so, the ability not just to work at home, but just to be able to say, I'm going to pick up my kids right now. I can't have that meeting at 3:30. I mean, we would never have said that before. I say that all the time now. I'm not having that meeting at that particular time because I'm doing something, or I'm taking someone to the dentist or whatever it may be. So I think that hopefully will change things for women going forward. Not that we always want to be working from home and have all these balls in the air constantly, but hopefully there will be a better openness to our home life and what we're balancing holistically.
You're right, that's a game changer, because it used to be that these topics were taboo and your boss didn't care what was going on in your personal life. It was the high priority was what needed to happen at work. And so if what you're saying is true, that people are starting to respect the demands of personal life on women, that could very, very much change the playing field. Well, fingers crossed for that to happen, not just in Canada, land of the diverse, but also in other parts of the world. I really hope you're right about that. And I want to talk about how remote work stifles work relationships and limits access to company culture, because we've been seeing a lot of that with this shift to working from home. And I wanted to ask what advice you have, particularly for young tech workers, as we prepare to come out of the pandemic this spring. How should they act and behave to make up for all these relationships that were severed or weakened while we've all been so distanced from each other?
Yeah, I think, while we were talking about, isn't it great to be able to work from home sometimes, I don't think we should all work from home all the time. And so while we have the technology and we can do it, I think that we lose fundamental things. I think we lose culture a little bit. It's a lot harder. I mean, I work out in my own organization to try to keep that culture. But it's more challenging than when you're together. And I think you learn far more if you're surrounded by colleagues and you're surrounded by those senior people. I mean, I think about, my early career, I was out in an open area. And so I heard everything around me. It wasn't just the conversations I was having, it was the conversations I was hearing others have. And I learned through that. And so I think that part of our development in our careers is very important. So I would just encourage people in the tech field to not assume, well, technology is wonderful. It's enabled to do us, to continue to work. Being there in person is something you can't replicate. And I will tell you, it's a lot easier for people like myself who are more senior in their career, because I've spent years and years developing relationships. And so it's easier for me to continue those relationships, right? It's a lot harder when you're developing new relationships, to do that over Zoom or telephone call. And I think you lose, even someone drags you along to a meeting or to a social event, and so you didn't get that extra connection that you would have if you were there in person. So I really think we're going to need to think about how do we transition back to the office, and how do we make sure that that's a priority? And we all want to be in the office when other people are there too. There's no point going if there's only 3 people, right? So as companies, we're going to have to wrap our heads around how do we create that environment again where people come in, it's collaborative, they're together. So those are really, really important skills in our career. I've been talking about this for years. I'm sure you've heard it. Everybody who's listening has heard it. Networking is so important in your career. And it really is. And so I think when we get back to post-COVID life, I would just encourage people to spend some dedicated time on that, on reconnecting, on networking, on spending time with the people and reaching out to some new people that can help you along in your career. Because this has been a very strange time. And I think that reconnection to people, not just on video, is going to be really important coming out of this.
So does that mean that you think there's a role that employers could play in creating more space and opportunities for these connections to be reforged, like more social events or team integrations? Or have you been thinking about how to increase that space after COVID?
Yeah, I think that I'm thinking about it. I think that, everybody in the corporate world, certainly financial services, technology, we're all thinking about what does that look like coming back? Who's going to be the best at that? Because you have to, first of all, make sure people feel safe, job number one, and then make it worthwhile for them to come. Because if you can only get 25% to come back, we're all going to be there. Well, I don't want to sit in my office and have 3 people there. I want to get that feeling again, that it's busy and active and there's lots going on. That's what we're craving, right? That social activity. So I think we are going to have to think very hard about how we do that, how we first make people feel comfortable, and then I think it will be in the beginning, those social interactions will be really important, not just the business meetings that we have together, but some of that social interaction just to get people used to being together again, working together in a different way again. Because think about those who have just started their career.
Yeah,
I have employees who I've only ever met on Zoom or Google Meet, or and there's lots of people in that situation right now. So they almost need to have their orientation happen all over again to figure out how that's going to happen. So I think it's going to be interesting times. I think the best companies out there are going to be the ones who figure this out quickly and effectively and manage to make this transition back to our post-COVID, or whatever we're going to call it, some new normal again, how they do that most expediently and effectively with their employees. Because it'll be a transition. We're all used to sitting at home, most of us.
And there will probably be resistance, because some people have discovered that they prefer this way of work. And I'm wondering, do you think it will go back to the normal that we remember? What do you think will be the same, or what will be different?
Yeah, I fundamentally believe that humans are social beings. We crave interaction. And there's a range of that between all of us, right? We all live on some continuum of how much we need that, but we do fundamentally need that. So I think that will eventually drive us back to our offices. As I was just talking about, I think companies are going to have to be good at encouraging us to get back, because many won't want to spend that hour commute each way to go into the office. That's 2 hours they just got back in their life, right? They don't want to get on public transportation anymore, or however it is that they get to the office. It's just so much easier to be at home. They don't want to have to live downtown to avoid that and pay extra rent. They can live outside the city. Like, there's all these choices that have coming out of this, right? Why don't I just live further out in the country, pay half the price for my house or my rent, and not deal with traffic? So I think that's going to be a big, a big transition for people. I think there will be those who won't come back. I think we'll have a much higher tolerance for people who make that decision. But I do think that it is important for people in their career to think about they need some time in the office. They really, really do. And so I think if you think going forward you're going to pick that, I'm going to live remotely, work remotely, you're only ever going to see me on Zoom. I don't think that that's a good career strategy.
So what you're saying is the younger you are in an organization, the more important it is for you to go back physically to the office.
Yes, I believe that 100%. I think it's important, hopefully, that we retain a bit of flexibility and we're able to work from home sometimes and don't have to do it 5 days a week necessarily. But I do think that having, particularly when you're early in your career, having at least, 3 days in the office a week to sort of make sure you're making those connections. Because think about your career. Your career is so much about, gaining sponsorship. I don't know if that concept of sponsorship. So when you have someone more senior who meets you, works with you, gets to know you, and says, I really want to help this person.
Yeah, someone who champions you.
Yeah, your champion, not just your mentor who you chit chat with sometimes, get some advice, but really someone who champions you, who comes to the table when it's time for promotion and says, promote this person, or comes to you with a great opportunity, or suggests your name for a great opportunity. You need those people. And I really think it's, by getting to know more people in your company and in your organization, by having that personal interaction, they become more committed to you. And I do believe that it's easier to find those people if you're in a bigger environment.
Yes.
The more people you meet, the more people that see you and see the way you work. And I think that is exponential when you're in a busy office together in terms of the number of opportunities you might have to attract someone like that.
Although there might be a clash in priorities here, because if the senior people are thinking relationships aren't as important to me, then actually meeting them, the chance of running into them in the offices are smaller. So I can see that this is a jigsaw that has not been put together by anyone yet. But you're right that, and point taken, that the younger you are, the more you need those connections. So I wonder, knowing this, that these social interactions are important, will this affect the kind of people that you hire going forward? Or do you think the pandemic has surfaced a new set of skills that employees will be looking for?
Yeah, I think we were already starting to see sort of the skills of the future evolve, even prior to the pandemic. But I think the pandemic has actually just accelerated that. The world of digitalization was happening, the way we use technology, all of that was changing. The technical skills were changing. What we have to work with in our jobs, the tools we have are so much different than what we had before. People always talk about AI replacing employees and all that. I mean, I don't think that that's the future of AI or our employee base. I think we have better tools. And so therefore we need different skills. Some of those skills are technical, but we've actually done some work at Toronto Finance International around skills of the future. And what we found in this research is that a lot of those skills that employers think are going to be more important going forward are those, emotional intelligence, communication, the ability to influence people and teams, resilience, the ability to pivot and, change quickly. Gosh, I mean, haven't we all been taught how to change very quickly in this period? Yes. Resilience is those who are doing better. I mean, resilience is everything right now, right? To get through these difficult times. So I think we were seeing it before, but I think it will change those skills. I think that they will become even more highly valued. A lot of that, I think technical skills are kind of table stakes. You have to have technical skills in some regard, but I think those who will do better in their career have a lot of that EI, as we call it, the emotional intelligence, some of those social skills that allow them to, be the effective person in a team, the leader in a team, the best collaborator in a team, the most innovative one. I think diversity is, certainly valued in Canada. It's something we pride ourselves upon, but I think we really are going to think hard about that now, understanding that we need great ideas, and we won't get great ideas if we take people who all went to the same school, who all kind of had the same experience growing up, who all look the same. I think we're going to need to really think about how do you bring that diversity, and not just gender, not just ethnicity, but background.
Yeah.
Where do we all come from? What was our experience? Because I think that those teams that have that are going to be the best ones going forward.
Yeah, I remember the A-Team, the original superstar team where everyone was completely different. They all had their own skill sets. I think about that show a lot when people talk about building diverse teams, because one of them was the innovative one. They would break him out of the insane asylum. Then there was the strong one who was afraid of flying. Then there was their face, who was the social one, and the mastermind. I love that show, and it's still relevant today.
Yes, classic.
So I wanted to ask you, as we wrap up, what message would you have for young women aiming for a career in tech from our part of the world?
I really think the message is we need more women in tech. It's just, I would just encourage them to stick with it. I think there's an understanding that we need more diverse teams. We need more women. We need, you know, women in this industry, I think, are going to bring so much, and they're going to bring innovation. It's not to say we don't need men in the industry. We need both. That's the important thing. And, you know, I think the numbers in your part of the world are actually better in terms of women going into tech than they are in North America. But we need more. There's no doubt about it. I think that you think about the jobs in tech, these are great, great jobs. These are jobs of the future. Women should be all in on these jobs. And so I would just encourage them to stick with it, to think of themselves as the leaders of the future in the tech industry, because we have something so special to bring to that. And I don't think the world has actually seen what it could look like if we got better gender diversity in the tech world.
So go for it, network, and spend as much time in the office looking for sponsors and making yourself visible and useful as possible. Does that sum up your advice from today's conversation? Thank you very much for your patience with the technical challenges that we had a little bit, but we did not let them overcome us. So thank you for your time and for your great words of advice.
Thank you so much for the invitation. We persevered. It was great chatting with you.
Yes, you too.
Take care.
Take
Enjoy
care.
your weekend.
Thank you. And
What a riveting interview, don't you think?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Up next, we have a very special speaker. She is the president of Cisco for the entire region of Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Russia. She's responsible for more than 13,000 employees in the region, and she's worked in IT for, wait for it, over 30 years.
I didn't know IT was that old. I'm 30. By the way, I'm really stunned by like how do you actually manage people from so many different countries, 123 countries, so many different cultures, 13,000 employees, there's so many different personalities you have to fit under the same roof. How do you even manage to do all that? Fortunately, we have Wendy Mars with us today, who might be able to help us answer these questions.
Wendy, the stage is yours. Please tell us, how do you manage such a diverse workforce?
Well, you know, guys, I now feel about 5,000 years old. I can't believe you're only 30 and I've been in the industry for 30 years.
I'm much older. I'm much older than him.
Well, I feel like I'm still 30, so that's okay. But you know, but I would say that you know, to your question around countries and the different environments, you know, there's some things that you know, there's common principles. You know, I would say that are important, independent of the country or market in which individuals operate in. And you know, certainly if I think from a leadership perspective, it's just so important to spend time with your teams, get to understand what is important for them. You know, one of my principles that I think you'll see later on is if you have the ability to travel and to live and work abroad, really do that so you can get to know some of the different cultures and environments, and you know, spend time with your team and your people. You know, I think all of those are really critical things to be able to do, to get to learn a bit more about the culture and the environment in which people are operating in.
Must be made even more difficult now in the pandemic times, right? I mean, you must be living in basically a number of time zones and communicating with employees from across so many different countries. How do you manage to do all that, especially this year?
Well, you know, I think this is where the power of video and the collaboration suites like we're using now are incredible, and I think have really allowed us to stay super connected, to our teams, to colleagues across the globe. And I think all of that is really important, to keep that connectivity and that proximity to people, but also being mindful of you could end up sitting on video all day and feel as though you're literally become part of your chair and the furniture. So making sure that you go out, spend some time, have a balance from a mental standpoint as well. And mental well-being is very, very important, in general, but especially at times like this, where we're all highly available, which is great, but also can be a challenge.
And I mentioned the 30 years, and I apologize if I offended by that, but I'm particularly impressed
you
by
didn't.
that.
I don't worry.
I'm particularly impressed by that because, honestly, being 30 years old, the first computer I encountered was when I was maybe 10 years old. So what I wanted to ask you was, how did the IT world change over the 3 decades? Because when you started working, it must have been totally different to what you're facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. If I look for myself, I've always worked within the technology sector and have a technology background of, I studied engineering many years ago and, then started working within the technology sector in the early 90s. And, if I look at, technology has advanced immensely, which is absolutely right. So to be a part and have witnessed that transformation, and I would say the birth of the internet really, through that period has been phenomenal. As well, and just the sheer innovation that has come to bear, and that we're able to use that as citizens, as consumers, but also within our professional environments as well, has really changed the way in which all of us live and work, and we'll continue to do that. I really believe as we connect more and more things, it will evolve industries, societies, and make sure that we do that in a highly secure and protected manner. So. But yes, if you look at all of that, the first principles of how technology actually operates, there's some fundamental things that remain consistent, despite that whole period of change from an innovation standpoint. And that's the exciting thing about technology. It's always changing fast. And, that's what makes it a fantastic industry to work in.
And because technology has always pioneered innovative approaches, not just to solving problems, but also to managing people, I wanted to ask you whether you see that this current pandemic has created a shift in where employees think that their role is in terms of mental health of employers, how employers care for the mental health of their employees. I sense that this feeling of responsibility that companies and leaders like yourself have for mental health of the people working for them, that has shifted with COVID. Is this something that you see as well?
Yes, absolutely. And, and I think even fundamental things like before we would say, how are you? And it was just something you said. Now we ask the question, and you're asking the question because you really want to know how people are, how they're dealing with and managing the situation. So there's been a fundamental shift. And I think, the previous speakers talked a little bit about this as well, of people are now much more connected to their teams and individuals around them in a way that is extraordinary. And I think that's shifted for the future, which is a good thing.
Thank you very much for taking the time to connect with us live. We are very much looking forward to your keynote, and we invite all of you on the platform with us now to sit back and enjoy your words of wisdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Wendy Mars, and I'm responsible for the region of Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Russia for Cisco. I'm absolutely delighted to be here with all of you today, fellow women in technology. And having a career in technology is a fantastic thing to do. This is the industry I've always worked in for all of my career. I've had the opportunity to work in 3 different companies as I've done that. So first off, I started at Morgan Stanley in London in a technical role. I left there and I moved to a startup organization. I joined to work with 9 friends of mine and we were able to work together to build a company across the States and also into Europe. And then finally, I moved to Cisco, which is where I work now. And you know, during my career so far, I've had some fantastic opportunities to learn some things along the way, and those are things that I've learned from other people that I've worked with, and also tips that I've passed on to people. So I wanted to just have the opportunity to share them with all of you today. I hope that you'll find them helpful a little bit as well, and they certainly have benefited me. So, you know, if I think, and especially for us as women, sometimes when we have an opportunity that's presented to us, we will maybe more readily qualify ourselves out of those roles overall. And, you know, I would really encourage you, and I know certainly for me, I have needed that encouragement as well along my journey, that when you get opportunities presented to you at different times and different stages, maybe sometimes in an unexpected manner, don't automatically qualify yourself out of those opportunities. Don't just straight away say, no, I can't do it because I don't have all of the skills that are there. Really think through and say, is this something that might be interesting, and have the conversation. And, you know, I talk about that on a basis of when a door opens, walk through it. You know, when you're presented with that opportunity, and I remember this happened to me a couple of times where roles have been suggested and I thought, I don't know, I'm not sure if that's something that I have all the skill set to do, or I'm not sure if it's something that, am I taking too much of a risk? And even people have presented these things to me, and I thought, you know, I haven't always said yes, but I've certainly made sure that I've really thought through, is this something that could be of interest? And, you know, a lady once said to me a number of years ago, when I asked for her advice on a role that I was being offered to do, she said, you know what, Wendy, when a door opens, walk through it. And I've always kept that close to me. And I pass that to you because it's been very helpful for me throughout the years. Now, something else that I really do feel is incredibly helpful is if you have the opportunity to live and to work abroad. So, you know, being able to do that and really invest time living and working in a different country that is not the one in which you're from, and spending the time to get to know individuals around you, but also getting to learn more about the culture and the environment in which you're working with as well. I find it gives you a much more international outlook on things. It makes you much more considerate of others, actually. And if I look for me, you know, I've had the opportunity to work abroad in a number of different countries, both in the States, in the East Coast, in New York, and also in Texas, but then also in Asia, working in Tokyo. And for me, when I've had those experiences, I've enjoyed it immensely because I love international work. And I met some amazing friends during my time working in those different places that I still stay in touch with today. But also for me, what really helped was, you know, I know consciously I internationalized my language, my vocabulary, actually, when I lived and worked in those environments. All of us, you know, you may not realize it as you do it, we have a level of slang that we use in our language, local words that we may use as we speak and talk to our friends and people around us. When you go and you live and you work abroad, you come to realize that actually people may not understand what you're saying, or you may be saying something and they may be hearing something different because it may not translate. So, you know, for me, certainly there are examples where, you know, I'm very thoughtful of the language that I use to make sure that it is truly what I mean, you know, people hear what it is I'm intending to say. So living and working abroad certainly has benefited me greatly and is also fantastic fun, and you build a great network and some great friends. So that's something that you know, I would really encourage if at all possible. And then, you know, if I look from something else that I'm conscious of is, you know, people will talk about, well, what's your strengths and weaknesses? And, you know, I'm not sure actually that those are necessarily the right way to think about things. I think about what you get from an energy standpoint in different situations, what gives you energy and what drains you of energy. So, you know, I think about drains and radiators. So drains are what take energy from you, and radiators are what gives you energy. And they can actually be different types of projects you may be involved in, different types of work that you'll be involved with, or actually people. You know, some people give you energy and some people really drain you when you may be talking with them as well. So being able to manage your energy and knowing, you know, about that and how you feel in different instances, and also how you coming across in different situations as well. Are you radiating or are you being a drain, you know, in that environment too? So being able to manage that, being conscious of your energy levels in situations is important. If you're in a meeting, or say you're giving a big presentation, and just knowing about, you know, some of those different situations as well. As a powerful tip. And then, you know, also if you think about your network as well, and your network of people that you will build throughout all of your career. You know, I remember once someone saying to me, what are the lessons that you would give your younger self? And certainly one of them would be from the very, very beginning of when you first start working, the people that you work with, you know, who are your friends, and you will continue to develop and evolve through your own professional journeys. Stay in touch with those people. I have a good friend of mine who I used to sit next to in the NOC at Morgan Stanley, but back in the early 90s when we first started working together, she's continued to evolve and develop as, you know, naturally as have I. We've stayed good friends and stayed in touch. We've helped each other massively along the way on being coaches and mentors for each other, and also broader in our networks overall. Keep those connections. Those connections will be incredibly powerful. And when you're also, you know, thinking about there's this term of being proximate. Being proximate is around meeting with others, but not necessarily people who are the same as you. So I really would encourage, as you think about your network and the build of your network, actually being proximate with people who aren't like you, people who are a bit different from you. And that can be in many, many different ways by which I think about that. Different from a nationality standpoint, different from a gender perspective, different from an ethnicity perspective, and really making sure that you get proximate to understand, put yourself in the shoes of those individuals, but also build out a network which is vibrant and incredibly diverse. And the more that you put into that, the more that you will get back out. You know, so really invest in that along the way. It will be really, really powerful. You know, I'm not someone who has always had my career mapped out with exactly what I'm going to do at a certain time. You know, I've never planned like that. And, you know, people ask me if that's something I've done. I haven't. You know, and I would say to all of you, it's fine if you don't do that. Don't worry about it. And I'm not someone who's always been, you know, able to point at a box and say that's what I want to do, or I want to be there. You know, what I have done is I've thought through and tried to make sure in any decision that I've made that I'll try and think 2 moves ahead, think 2 jobs ahead. So it's not just about the next job, but actually where do you want to try and get to after that? And why I'd say that's important is so that you don't end up taking something and thinking, oh, I wish I hadn't done this, or this has taken me down a path that I didn't want to go down. So, you know, try and think 2 moves ahead, you know, is something I've tried to be conscious of. And, you know, when you get those opportunities, when that door, you know, opens for you, that you can think whether you want to go through it or not. And it'll help you to understand what doors, you know, that you want to try and facilitate, you know, on that journey overall as well. Now, I think also something is, you know, if you think in anything that you get involved in, it's always important to be, you know, think through from a competitive standpoint when you're in a situation, you know, certainly for all of us as, you know, as women in technology, don't think about the other women around you as being your competition. Think of them as part of the team, you know, from an overall opportunity perspective. And, you know, it's so important that you all work together and women work together to help to facilitate that overall dynamic. So, you know, we all think competitively. You know, competitive is super important, but the women around you aren't necessarily your competitive challenge and can be a huge support for you. And there's something else, you know, that's really important as well is, you know, even when you feel as though you might be at the top of your game and you're doing incredibly well, and you might think, wow, this is great, you know, maybe I've made it now. Always train like you're number 2, even if you're number 1. And that will always make sure that you maintain a highly competitive edge for yourself, but also, will allow you to keep pushing yourself as you continue to drive and to develop throughout your journey overall. Now, I've kind of already touched on this, so far when I talked a little bit about competition. But what I think is so important is that women support other women. It's incredibly important that, if you think about the responsibility for us as female leaders to be role models for other women as well, especially in technology, where people may come through more traditional routes, such as myself. I have an engineering background, or women who may work in technology find very many different routes, because that's the fantastic thing about careers and technologies. All of us can come from many different backgrounds and can have a fantastic experience in the sector of technology. And, and if I look for me, an important milestone I had in my career was when, whilst at Cisco, I was promoted to vice president. And I was delighted that I'd been able to achieve that. But what was really made it even more special for me was a number of women who came up to me that actually I didn't know, who congratulated me, but also said that they were really delighted that they had a role model now that they could look up to help to guide them. And at that moment, I realized that actually I had a huge responsibility as well, to the women in Cisco from a career standpoint as well, to help, to support, and to continue that message from a networking perspective. So, I'd say for all women in technology, supporting each other is incredibly important. For female leaders, to have a responsibility around that. And for all of you, I would say do reach out to female leaders that you meet or that ask for help, because they will want to help you, they will want to support you. And indeed, I hope that I may be able to play a role for all of you at some stage if you need my help and support as well. This is a big world, but it's a small industry, and it's incredible, how connected we all are. So with that, I'd just like to say a huge thank you, and I hope that you enjoy the event. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Wendy.
I have to say, I love it when speakers use the word mindful during their speeches and their Q&As.
About 20, 25 times today already, and then there's yesterday and still counting. Mindfulness seems to be the theme of this year.
Go, mindful revolution.
I'm not really that surprised. Now,
if you ever need tips or anything,
Now, it's going to be pretty hard to do a segue from mindfulness to little ponies and panda hunting.
If anyone can do it, you're the pro.
Did it. So, where's Panda? I've been droning about search for Panda since we started yesterday. And there was a competition. If you've missed it, you were supposed to use our platform and try and find as many pandas as you could and as quickly as you could find them. So, we're happy to announce that we have the winner of the competition. Yesterday there were preliminary results. These are the final results. And the winner is Chris Myers, who managed to solve 22 quizzes and accumulated 34,040 points. Now, what's going to be the prize for all that effort?
Well, before I say that, I just want to mention that the criteria for selecting Chris Myers as the winner was not just how many answers she got, or she got right. Sorry, Chris. They.
Not sure. There.
It was also how quickly Chris did it. So the criteria of speed was also very important. And the question I know that is on all of your minds is, did Chris win a panda? And the answer is no. Chris won something even better, because there is a breed of horse, of wild horse, that has gone completely extinct in the wild, but has been kept alive as a species thanks to zoological gardens. And one of these horses, they're called konik przewalskiego, which is a type of small horse, not a pony, a small horse. We have one of these horses in our zoo. And Goldman Sachs has donated 4,000
Polish gold złotys.
Thank you, Polish gold złotys, to the care and upkeep of this little horse, while Chris, which will be donated in Chris's name, And Chris will be able to give the horse a name, a second name, but will be able to name this very endangered species. So thank you, everyone who helped us keep this endangered species alive. And thank you also because as a second donor of the competition, Procter & Gamble has decided to donate 1,000 Polish Goldswaters to the World Wildlife Federation. So thank you. It was a wonderful effort, a great game, and congratulations to Chris.
Yes, and if you didn't know, now you know. The Polish name of our Polish currency is guldens. But move aside pandas and ponies, little horses.
Don't call them a pony.
Little horses. I hope you're going to do just fine with your new mother or father. We don't know, Chris, sorry. In our Polish zoo. Hopefully you'll have a chance to visit at some point as well. But move aside because we have another keynote speaker joining us very soon live. And I'm super pleased that she is coming back to us. Our next speaker is going to be Lexi Butler, founder of Sister Circle, Black Women in Tech, and in the career coach. We met her last year live on stage. We had an amazing time joking around backstage and then joking on stage. She moved our
You're such
audience
a name dropper.
to tears. I know, but I remember Lexi so well from last year. We talked about maybe meeting again. It's such a shame we can't do it. But you guys will have a chance to experience another talk by her. 3 years ago, she founded Sister Circle and then moved on since then.
Well, while my name-dropping, very much younger than me co-host brags about having seen her last year, I did not. And I'm very happy and excited to see her this year, because from what I understand, in the meantime, between last year's appearance and this year's, she's won Best Speaker of the IT World Award. So it's not just us who are appreciators of her talent. And what she's done since she was here last is that she's become appointed member of the board of directors of Project Invent. Now, this is an interesting thing that I haven't heard of in our part of the world. It's an educational organization whose aim is to give high school students first-hand experience of startup development and venture capital. So this is getting them in young and showing them how startups work. Very interesting project. I'm very curious to hear what Lexi will talk to us about this year. Stay tuned. Lexi, welcome.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Great, fantastic. Good to have you with us.
It's very exciting that one of the top speakers of the world is with us to talk about IT. What can you tell us this year?
Today we're going to be talking about privilege and freedom fighting and what that looks like in the tech world and why everyone should do it.
Well, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, everyone, wherever you are around the world, near and far. Thank you so much for joining me. I am currently in the San Francisco Bay Area, so it is the morning time for me. But wherever you are, I am so grateful that you are to share this virtual space. Today, we're going to talk about one of my favorite topics, which is everybody is a freedom fighter. I fundamentally believe that it is very important for us to stand in our truth and in our privilege to help those in need, especially as women in the tech space. So who am I? I have been in the tech industry for 11 years since I graduated from college. I'm currently a senior program manager at Twitter. Before Twitter, I was at Facebook, Airbnb, and a company called NetApp. And what I love to do is I love to work on cross-functional teams, diverse cross teams, to solve large issues the company is having. Whether it has to deal with hate speech around the world, GDPR, regulatory issues, compliance issues, that is my jam. In 2017, I started an organization called Sister Circle, Black Women in Tech. It currently has over 7,300 women around the world celebrating Black women in the technology industry, because even as women are currently underprivileged in tech, there is intersectionality in that. And it is women of color that are even more underappreciated and not hired. And then in 2018, I started a really fun Instagram account called Unfiltered by Lexi B, because I was receiving so many questions on LinkedIn about how to start your career. And I also fundamentally agree that regardless if you are in IT, if you are in tech, if you are in banking, there are just certain things you need to know and understand about your career and how you can navigate that to be a phenomenal powerhouse that you deserve to be. So what are we going to discuss today? We're going to discuss privilege. We're going to discuss why it exists, what is it, how you can see it, and what you can do in your industry right now to make the world more equitable for women that come with you and after you. Because that's the only way that women will actually see the benefits that we deserve in the tech industry. So let's start with a quote. I love quotes, and this is very important. The unwillingness to try is worse than any failure. I have found with a lot of my male colleagues that they never try because they're scared that they may say the wrong thing, they may do the wrong thing, they may act a certain way that we as women may not like. And I'm here to tell all of you today that the unwillingness to try is worse than anything else you can do. And so we all have to try to make the space more equitable. And that includes women supporting women, and more importantly, supporting women that come from different backgrounds and look different from them. So what is privilege, and why is it so important? Privilege blinds because it's in our nature to be blind. Sometimes you'll need to push it aside in order to see. By definition, privilege is literally the layers that consume you. It is who you are. Some of these layers you're born with, some of these layers you work hard to receive, and some of these layers you accidentally get lucky. And it's important to understand that. Your privilege in this world is just what you work hard in, because some things you do work hard and you deserve to reap those benefits. But a lot of the privilege that the world is built on has nothing to do with how hard you worked, but how you accidentally was born into a certain type of family. That is not your fault. That is no one's fault. But it is your fault if you refuse to recognize that privilege and use that privilege to help someone else who does not have it. So let's go through it. Here are just a very small list of privileges that we have in this world. And it consists of gender, race, nationality, specifically if you are of the same nationality of the place that you live, ability, socioeconomics, whether you are in a certain socioeconomic group right now versus the socioeconomic group you were when you were younger, class, education, and that can include if you have an education, if you don't, if you had to pay for your own education, if someone paid it for you. I live in the United States. We have a loan system. Are people paying your loans? Things like that. Gender identity. Does the identity of your soul match the physical gender that the doctor gave you when you came out? Passing privilege. What that means is that do you look different? People think you are. A good example is my little brother, and we have the same parents. He is much lighter than me in skin tone. And so when he walks around the world, it is very common for people to assume that he is not Black American. That is passing privilege. But he loves being Black American, and he will always kindly tell people that he is. Sexuality. Are you straight? Are you queer? Religion. Do you adhere to the religion that the majority of the people around you also adhere to? Childhood experiences and trauma. Two-parent household. Do you come from a household? Do you come from a one-parent household? Do you come from a healthy two-parent household? Support systems. Were you told growing up that you could be anything you wanted to be? And I want you to sit with that for a second. Do you know how many people around the world, man or woman, that were never told they could be anything they wanted to be? Now imagine if that child grows up and walks into your tech company, the possibility of fear, the possibility of insecurity and imposter syndrome. And please do not confuse my language. There are plenty of people who were raised in families that told them they could be anything they wanted to be and still have those same issues. But they have a family they can call and talk to them about that. They have friends and relatives that they can talk to, and those people can hold them and comfort them and continue telling them, you are great. Some people don't have that privilege. And citizenship. So what we're going to do right now, and I know that we're not in person, I'm going to give you exactly 2 minutes to sit with your thoughts and think about a couple of privileges that you have that you did not know you had. This is very important for this talk, for you to truly understand. And as you think about it, remember that in a room, you can be the most privileged or the least privileged. Privilege always changes based on who you are around, right? Think about that. It's okay to be very privileged. And maybe you're also thinking about privileges that are not on this list. This list is not exhaustive in any way. And think about those too. Because privilege is not just about what you look like or who you love. It's so much deeper than that. So, I will never ask you to do something that I won't do. So let's talk about me. A privilege list based on the few privileges that we previously discussed. My gender identity matches the identity that the doctor said, born. Sexuality, I am a straight person. I am a strong advocate and ally for the queer community because I strongly believe that love is love and people deserve the right to love whoever they want to love. My citizenship, I am a United citizen and I also live in the United States. And so therefore, when it comes to looking for job applications, when it comes to going to the doctor's office, when it comes to getting my driver's license, it is 10 times easier because I was born with all of the rights as a US citizen. So it's easier to get that documentation. Education, I went to some of the top schools growing up in my area, and I also went to college. My class, I was born and raised in an upper middle class environment. And the same thing for my socioeconomic. My religion, I was born and raised in a Black Southern Baptist household, which basically means that I was born and raised Christian. And in the United States of America, while the country defies and loves different types of religions all over the world, it is very transparent in our Constitution and the way that it was founded with a Christian spirit. Experiences in childhood trauma. Everyone has these. Just because you are most privileged in the room does not mean that you did not have childhood experiences and trauma. But there are certain traumas that are more traumatic than others. And I have the privilege to say I do have childhood trauma like everybody else around the world. But my trauma is not extreme. I come from a 2-parent household, and both of my parents are still alive today. I come from a 4th-generation college graduate family, which as a Black American woman is a very big deal Considering the racial divide in the United States, the first generation of my family that was born with the right to vote. I was also a generation of my family as a woman that was born with the right to legally obtain a bank account without a man's signature, which as a 31-year-old is a very big deal. I think people sometimes think that this stuff is not recent, but it very much is. And I come from a place that has wonderful systems, and I can always call my family and friends when I need support and I need guidance. So this means that I am a privileged person, which means that when I walk into places in my company, when I'm having conversations with people, because I'm aware of who I am and my privilege, I can also easily spot out who does not have that privilege and how can I uplift them? How can I help someone bring them support, feel as though they're not receiving support from other people, right? I give someone tips and tricks about a possible education program if they did not go to an education program. That is an example of me offering my privilege to someone else in the world. But now that we understand privilege, we have to understand what are you good at. And I think that's actually important because a lot of my privileges have nothing to do with the things that I like to do, that I've obtained because I'm interested in them. So my mom always tells me to do you, boo. This is a colloquialism in Black American culture, and basically what it means is that despite anything you do in your life, despite what people tell you that you can and cannot do, despite the expectations that people put on you, whether they are necessary or unnecessary, you're the one that has to look in the mirror and decide who you are. Let's do that. Because at the end of the day, you have to be happy with you. There is no one else in this world that has the right to take ownership of your happiness, your greatness, your success, you. So whatever you do in your career, sure you do it, you want to do it. So I was doing some research, and freedom fighting is not a new term, as we all know. There are success freedom fights all through the world that all of us know, and I'm speaking to a global audience because I can only assume all of you can freedom fight movements coming from where you come. Think about the freedom fighters that got to where you are, that helped with equal rights in your country, in your city, that helped with gender rights in your country and your city. It's very clear that 2020 has been a year of craziness around the world with the global pandemic, civil unrest in all parts of the world, including Poland. And the question, what do successful freedom fights have? They have people who care. But I want to make it clear to you that in order to be a freedom fighter, you have to know that and come to the table with talent. Every successful freedom fight, not everyone can be in the streets marching. Not everyone can be talking to politicians. We need people at home taking care of the children. We need people thinking about what we're going to eat. Who are the nutritionists in your freedom fight? And we need the people who are literally driving us from one place to another. We need the speakers, the storytellers, the artists. If you look at history, some of the greatest historical art has literally come from freedom. It's the artists back because they're telling the story of their fears and their accomplishments and their dreams all at the same time. We need the people who can financially support us. We need the people who are praying for us in whatever religion and language that is, because all of them are beautiful. We need the people talking to politicians. We need the lawyers. We need the business. You have to decide where you sit in your freedom fight, because not everyone is a financier. Not has millions in the bank and can write it. And for those who can, you need to write those checks. And for those who cannot, it's okay if you cannot. But what else can you do at your job to help someone else? rise to the occasion? Are you the person at work that notices in a conference room this same person over and over again to speak? And are you the person that calls them up one day, hey, I noticed that you are not speaking, even though this is your work and you're good at it. How can I help you to speak? As simple as telling them you should speak. Sometimes people need is it as simple as telling them that, hey, the next going to introduce you and then you're going to speak. It's small things like that that make the world and make our work environment a more equitable place. And it's those small things that now there's policies for women to be in the workplace. That's what makes us succeed. Because even though we have these policies, it is very clear that there are still inequities wherever we go throughout the tech industry. So how do we from within now that some of us are there, and not only fight from within, but make the industry better for the next one that comes along and open doors for the other women, intersectional women who deserve to be there. So just to do a wrap, because we're running time, you need to understand in this freedom fight, understand you before trying to understand others. I have seen so many times where people with good intention want to help other people. They have yet to do the work to understand their privileges in the workplace. And until you do that, you cannot help anyone. Your privileges are your superpower. Your authenticity, your revolution. It's about your privileges. Be authentic in that. How many of us are frankly just tired of leaders who are not authentic? Be honest about it, because honesty is also going to help the fight for equality in the workplace. Virtual coffees go a long way. I know that we're in the middle of a pandemic. I hope that everyone is safely. Hope that everyone is not touching people so we can get out of this pandemic. But take the time to have virtual coffees with people in order to get to know them. Add that to your work meetings. College students, undergraduates, interns, pick one you want to. Go on LinkedIn right now and send them a message from this conference and say, I would love to have a virtual coffee with you. You'll be surprised how many people will actually respond yes. And then most importantly, speak in truth. Historical truth and experience. This fight is not going to be won if we continue to speak in these past tenses as if women were allowed to right to vote a long time ago. They weren't. Speak in complete truth. That. I am done. So much. Have a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And remember to give love out into the world. Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Lexi, for all the wisdom you shared with us. I have to say, especially the slide where you showed that basically every single one of us can contribute in one way or another, even doing small things such as addressing the quiet people in the room. We actually had a question. We only have time for one question, unfortunately, before we move on. But there's one question that sort of touches on the topic specifically, which is that one of our participants asked, you know, we have been making some progress over the years, right? Even making these baby steps. And she asks, have you noticed actually the increasing number of minorities in high offices in recent years?
No. And the reason why is because I personally believe that we have an issue with middle management. And since I have the mic, I will talk it. I think that we have CEOs and leaders who say really nice words like diversity is important and we need it. I think that many times women, minorities, underrepresented groups, we just graze the middle management line. And that's because a leader at a company can say diversity is important, but it really is up to middle management to make sure we are adhering to this. practice. And what I need to see in the tech industry is I need to see more companies, more organizations, and more leaders say that diversity is important, but actually have processes and outputs and consequences for middle managers who are not adhering to those rules, because that's really usually what happens. It's the middle manager that is stopping that process for growth.
Thanks so much for that. And I hear you. I'm a middle manager. I hear your message, and I'll try to make use of that. Thank you so much, Alexi, for joining us. And thank you for your presentation. Well, maybe see you next year as well then.
I hope so. Bye.
Cheers.
And as we continue with the topic of diversity, we invite you now to a very special event called the LGBT Plus Diamonds Award. This is aimed at rewarding people and organizations in the life and problems of involved in the life and problems of the LGBT plus community. The idea behind the action is to support activities promoting equality and fair treatment of everyone, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and also in the workplace. LGBT Plus Diamonds Awards is the way we say thank you to people and organizations making a real change for LGBT plus employees in Poland. It is high time that big businesses recognize their role in supporting LGBT plus people inside and outside of work. It's not only the right thing to do, it's also the smart thing to do. It has been proven over and over again that diverse thinking improves entrepreneurship and creativity. Bringing together people of diverse backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives allows businesses to produce more innovative ideas and better solutions for their clients. This amazing award ceremony is brought to you by NatWest, and we invite you now to the event.
Which is coming live, actually. So we'll be joining the event happening live in just about a minute.
Yes, it will be streamed, as far as I'm aware, and Bianca Siwinska, the founder of this conference, will also be handing out one of the awards. I think it's amazing that middle management is finally being called out, because it's very true also in our part of the world. And part of the problem is that when there's not enough diversity in middle management, it's really hard to promote from there to top management.
I think I have to fully agree, and I'm really glad actually we got this question, because you know, it's the power which we hear about, yes, comes from CEOs. They set the culture, they set the tone, but then the culture has to then go through the entire company and then be heard and adopted by others as well. I myself find myself in the position of, well, being a middle management. I'm the project manager who's responsible for a small team. And it's true that I have to say, most of us typically focus on delivering just what we are specifically asked to do, the one task. And we focus on that so much, there's a lot we might be missing there. So I feel actually pretty good being called out on that. And hopefully that lesson will stay with me for some time.
Well, this is, I really appreciated that Lexi said that not much is changing. Not just for her, but also for women in top management, especially in Silicon Valley and technology. Those numbers are not going up fast enough.
And I can hear we now ready to go live with the NatWest LGBT Plus Diamond Awards. So the stream should be live in a second.
Enjoy the show.
LGBT plus employee-led network, LGBT plus ambassador of the year, LGBT plus supporting initiative of the year, well, partnership of the year, NGO of the year, as well as all colors of tech. Activists and allies of LGBT plus people will tell us about their experiences and achievements. I am, and I call myself with pride, an ally of LGBT plus people. I talk quite frequently with them about how their life in Poland is run, and I know that the year which is coming to an end was especially difficult for them. That is why I do hope that tonight those who today, every day, they do not use the language of hate, but language of love, and they will prevail. And I would like to thank our partners very cordially, the partners who have supported the competition from the substance perspective as well as from the promotional perspective on behalf of the main sponsor of the event, NatWest Polska. I would like to thank the Commissioner for Human Rights Protection, Embassy of the UK in Warsaw, Embassy of Canada in Warsaw, as well as the ambassadors of the Card of Diversity for their support and for being with us since the first edition. We want to thank the social partners, Będz Zmiana Foundation, Perspektywy Foundation, which is an organizer of Women in Tech Summit, Polish Society of Anti-Discriminatory Law, as well as the substance partner, which is the association Love Does Not Exclude. The media partners are the monthly My Company Polska, Replika, Queer.pl, as well as Wyborcza.pl service. Our gala is also supported by the following organizations and foundations: Tęczowy Białystok, Lambda Warszawa, Foundation for Transgender People, Transfuzja, My Rodzice, Fundacja Diversity Polska, as well as the Association for LGBT People, Tolerado. Before we are acquainted with the first nominees in the category of LGBT plus supporting employer of the year, I would like to ask for the short address of Przemek Staroń. We all know him. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is Przemek Staroń. It is my honor to speak to you in this very special form a year ago. I think not a single person would have thought that it is going to be well done in the following way, but last year I was sick and I could not come to Warsaw in person, and I also sent a recording of my words, so I have to tell you that thanks to the LGBT Diamonds Gala, I really moved ahead of the reality, which is quite interesting in itself. But what is even more interesting is something which is a little bit different. Look at it. I have a minion with me. You know, this minion. It has this small minion, a little one inside. What is it about? Once upon a time, when I came to a psychiatrist with my psychosomatic disturbances and the feeling of fatigue, I thought that he would tell me that I was depressed. And then the psychiatrist told me the following thing. This my constant feeling of fatigue, exhaustion, was caused by the fact that a significant part of my energy is actually focused on the attempt to put down the conflict which is burning inside me. And I was shocked. And then I realized how much the hiding of your psychosexual orientation at work, well, obviously at work, how much destructive it can be, how much destructive it may be on the whole functioning of yourself. This conflict was eating me from the inside out. And I really had to cope with my fear, with my anxiety. And, you know, this little minion, it was inside all the time, and it was so much focused on what was happening inside, and that is why it was not able to act properly on the outside. Well, ladies and gentlemen, every employee who have to fight the internal conflict, who have to overcome their internal fear, they are not able to fully devote themselves to work. They are not able to be fulfilled. They can't think fully about their company when they are afraid of being themselves. Well, it's quite interesting to note that when I once went to London, and that was a few weeks after Pride Month finished, and then I saw how large British corporations in the main streets of London were presenting the rainbow banners, stressing they want every employee and every customer to feel, well, at home. It was a few years after my coming out, but then I fully understood how it was to be able to be yourself, to be able to create space, professional space, when we feel that we are fully accepted. Ladies and gentlemen, everything what you are doing, everything that you are doing for a person, whoever they are, well, and now we are talking about LGBT plus people, but, you know, for every person to be able to feel well, it is the most important thing that you do, not just for this person, this employee, for the family or your customers, but for yourselves as well. Briefly speaking, being a supporting person, a person who supports LGBT people, being a business person supporting LGBT people really pays well, very well. It's very beneficial for the activity of the whole company, because then an LGBT plus person naturally can give everything out of themselves. They don't really have to waste their energy to wed the internal struggle. But once someone told me that to be good is good not just, well, it is beneficial. You have to add some ethical flavor to it. When I meet another person, it is difficult for me to hurt this person when I look straight into their eyes, and when in their eyes I see the same humanity I myself am a member of, a carrier of, a participant of, the one which is also being implemented or realized in myself and everyone around me. When I look at the person who is different than myself, I see in this person my mom, my dad, my sister, my brother. Many of us may see their children, their wives, their husbands. Well, dear, I want to stress one thing, that there are great benefits resulting from supporting employees, well, especially LGBT plus people. But I want to stress that, well, except for passing a business exam that you are passing with flying colors, you are passing another exam. This is the exam on your, humanity. Perhaps there is no God, perhaps there is no karma. It's very difficult for me to say, but if we respect others, especially those who are most vulnerable and need our help, when we extend a helping hand, then looking straight in their eyes, you will be able to see the reflection of the whole world, because helping one person is to help is helping the whole world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And let's push this world ahead at least 1 millimeter every day. Thank you very much. It was Przemek Staroń. I can't really call him Przemysław, even in such circumstances as today. He pushes the world forward every day. When I look at him, I want to say that I wish every child such a teacher, every LGBT child such a teacher. We are going to talk quite much about the promotion of inclusivity in business, and this is also going to be reflected by the address of Bart Staszewski, who is another person, LGBT activist, who does not really have to be introduced. LGBT plus people, just like other communities, should be accepted. Workplaces. It is on the shoulders of the owners of corporations, managers in corporations, to provide such atmosphere for them to work. Each of us, regardless of sexual orientation they deserve to be treated equally and to feel safe and secure at work. And now we are moving on to the first category, LGBT plus supporting employee of 2020. We are going to see the nominated employees who in a significant way have contributed to the development of a workplace open to diversity, especially friendly to LGBT plus people, by introducing, amongst others, the equal treatment policy, equal access to employee benefits like healthcare for same-sex partners, as well as by educating employees. So let us see who the nominees are. LGBT plus supporting employer of the year. IKEA Polska. Kubotower, spółka ZOO, poradnia psychologiczna Synergia, Psychological Counseling, Synergia. Good evening to representative of Kubotower, Alina Sztoch. IKEA Polska is represented by Zuzanna Romancowa and Psychological Counseling Clinic Synergia by Justyna Krasucka. How do you feel being the nominees? I really love it. I want to thank you very much for that. I think that I have to set my audio. Oh, it works quite well. Trust out, I'm really looking forward to seeing who is the winner. Same goes for us. We are very much surprised and we are waiting for the decision. We are not going to continue the tension. In a moment, we are going to find out who is the winner in this category. And to hear who the winner is, we are going to get connected with Dariusz Żak, who is a representative of NatWest Bank, who is the main sponsor of the event. Good evening. Our exceptional guests are with us online today. What a time. I would like to extend everyone a very warm words of good evening. Before I move on to naming the LGBT plus supporting employer of the year, I would like to thank those without whom the organization of this event wouldn't have been possible. Emilia Nowakowska, Daria Żońca, Blanka Rozbicka, Iza Stańczyk, Patrycja Ostrowska and Karolina Pempich. I also would like to thank the jury, as well as the Creative Poland and Propsy PR agencies. 3 years ago, we organized the first edition. The event is to promote the policy of inclusivity, as well as the support for LGBT plus people at workplace and social life. This year, we received 105 nominations in 6 categories. Well, I want to thank and congratulate all the nominees and those who sent those candidatures. A question that I ask myself quite frequently is whether I do the most important thing that I should be doing. In my opinion, the promotion of such values as equality, mutual respect, as well as the creation of a workplace free from discrimination are the activities which in a positive way address this question. And I am really happy that equality and diversity are important not only for NatWest, but for many other employers who operate in Poland. It is a great pleasure for me to announce that the winner in the LGBT plus supporting employer of the year is IKEA Polska. Congratulations. Congratulations, and a few words from you now. Wow, thank you. Thank you for these words. Thank you for the award. It is really an incentive for us to continue to develop a truly inclusive work culture. A work culture where everyone enjoys the right of equal treatment and equal opportunities. A culture where the voice of everyone is heard and everyone's contribution does matter. And we want to be such a workplace. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your votes and for the positive energy which changes the world for the better. Thank you. Thank you very much. We congratulate you on the winning. We also want to congratulate the nominee. Business sees LGBT plus people. Good evening. I would like to welcome you to the debate, the inclusivity policy vis-à-vis LGBT plus people in Poland. I would like to welcome the panelists, Professor Michał Bilewicz, who is the head of the Center of Studies on Prejudice of Warsaw University, Ola Kaczorek, Stowarzyszenie Miłość Wyklucza, and Kuba Piworek, Google Polska. Let me start that 2 months ago, in September, there was this famous letter of 50 ambassadors and public persons about the violation of LGBT plus people in Poland. And the discussion started whether ambassadors should speak about it. 43% of the Poles supported the initiative, 45%, according to IBRI's polling company, were against it. And it shows to us how strongly we are polarized as the So today we are going to talk about what the inclusiveness policy can be like in corporations. And I would like to ask Professor Bilewicz, what can be done for LGBT plus people to feel part of the company? It certainly is a difficult challenge because, as our studies show, 31% of the Poles would not accept, well, they declared they would not accept a homosexual person in their workplace. So this is the first challenge. The first challenge is how to create conditions at workplace which are favorable for LGBT people. And this is incredibly important and a difficult task. First of all, it can be about different visual activities. It's about, suggesting that a company, an enterprise, supports various activities for equality and inclusivity. For example, the presence of that company in the equality parades, the logo with sign during the Pride Month for LGBT. Those are simple things. What is more difficult, but also very important, to have the manuals or non-discriminatory language, some manuals for employees, how to address different minorities. So we are not just talking about LGBT people, but different minorities in a way which is not really hurtful and considered to be kind by non-heterosexual people. So these are the simplest things which constitute the minimum of how a company with a tolerant climate should operate. Ola Kaczorek, you are representative of the association Miłość nie wyklucza, Love Does Not Exclude. It is one of the most active associations in terms of LGBT plus people in Poland and acting for them. But you also have a great experience in cooperation with business. What is it like? What do you, as your association, do? What can you do for the companies, for them to improve their inclusivity policy? That's a very important question. We, as our association, we organize trainings, and we train people in different aspects of LGBT plus policy. It's either about raising awareness in terms of prejudice or some basic things. I think it's very important that we have to remember about it when we talk about those rainbow logo types or being present at different pride parades or equality marches. Well, except for the fact that it must be seen outside that it is okay, or it seems to be okay, but first of all, it must be fine inside, not just on the outside. And the employees-led networks also work on it. Kuba is going to talk about it. But what is also very important is education. And education is not only about educating employees who are educating employees who manage other employees, whether they are managers or HR. It is super important. And it's important to remember that this is, in my opinion, a gap corporations are still a little bit afraid of in Poland. And I strongly encourage you to also remember about trans people, because so far we have been doing trainings mainly in the area of some basics, which is great. Because it means that people do not know about it, but they want to know. But it is also important to remember about trans people, because it's different. It's more specific, a potential problems that a person may encounter at work. So this is something that I would like to stress in particular. Ola was talking about employee-led network. Google Polska has such a network. How does it work? Employee-led network in Google in Warsaw was established about 11 years ago, just before Europride in 2010. And it works in such a way that, well, in my case, for example, I addressed the global employee-led network. I asked for the budget meeting and support because I wanted to find out what can be done when you work within the organization, within the company, how it is possible to engage not just local Polish or so LGBT NGOs. Now we have over 20 people who either identify themselves as LGBT plus and work in Google, or they are our allies. So our work is mainly about these two aspects. Professor Bilewicz already mentioned, together with Ola, it's about education, and it's also about the presence outside. But it's a very important presence. For me personally, looking for a workplace that would be inclusive for transgender people in the recruitment process can be extremely interesting and also very important. And I think that the presence that such processes, as well as the public declarations that such processes are ready, and that there is a place which is created which is inclusive, and a place which includes such people also in the recruitment process is incredibly important. Professor Bilewicz was one of the organizers of a rainbow protest at Warsaw University. What should be and what can be the role of higher education institutions in the promotion of equality in the education Ola Kaczorek is talking about, and all of you are talking about? Well, I was a participant and not an organizer of those protests, but I can see a huge role of a university in the development of the attitudes of future employees and employers, and the graduates who leave university where there are non-discriminatory standards and tolerance standards. Those people will be totally different employees in the future, and it is also very good and very beneficial for the companies that give employment to such people. Once there was the idea of the gay index that was created, and it was supposed to develop and describe the development of creative business in the world. He said that the development of the creative class and cities that dynamically develop, this is the place where is the greatest consent as well as the greatest tolerance for LGBT people. Looking at the attitude of people to LGBT people, you are able to evaluate whether a certain place is really conducive for creativity, the most conducive for the innovative branches of the economy. I believe that everything starts at universities. So we also run different anti-discriminatory activities, various trainings for employees. We have also implemented the manual concerning the language which should be used, and I think that these are some norms our graduates are going to take with them to their workplaces, and perhaps they will also be shaping up some climate at work. Where are we now? Do the companies that have the inclusiveness policy in their DNA, well, are those companies exceptional, or is it becoming more and more universal? Ola Kaczorek, what do you think? It is hard to say, because we have contact with companies which simply address us. They come to us, or we come to them, and they respond. So it is difficult for me to say. But there is no question that we can see that there is a growing number of the companies that come, and there is a growing number of companies that want to educate their employees and themselves. And that is definitely as a good trend. As I said before, it is not about, marketing a rainbow toothpaste, but it's about employees to feel fine at work. Right, and the last question of Kuba Piwowar. What is the benefit of the fact that in the DNA of the company there is also inclusivity? What does it change? Once at a meeting I heard that diversity is something which can be described as, it's the reality, and inclusivity is an active function within the company. And I believe that inclusive company is simply a place where it is better, the work is better, greater. From the basic perspective, the very fact that I can go to office and I can say that I spend my holidays with my same-sex partner in some place, I don't really have to be afraid of that. I can come out. I don't have to come out, but I can come out. But my personal life is same as the personal life of my colleagues. Well, it's incredibly important. I would like to add just one word to what Ola said. And to what extent the employee-led networks are present in Poland and whether they are important. I think that they are incredibly important, and there are many of them operating. I am in Google in the employee-led network, but I also cooperate with other employee-led networks in other companies. And what we can see is that those are mainly employee-led networks of the companies which do not necessarily come from Poland, but there is a growing number of the Polish companies that also start to finding interest in that. And my great dream of colleagues working in the Polish companies would be that they also establish such employee-led networks in the Polish companies. It's incredibly important. Thank you very much. We've been talking about what the Rainbow Employee-Led Network is, and now let us listen to what Maja Heban is saying. And Maja Heban knows the Employee-Led Network from her own practice. Hello, my name is Maja Heban, and I am half-life evidence that employee-led networks are very good. I've been working in here for over 4 years, and I have been involved in the Rainbow Network. It is the Rainbow Employee-Led Network. Thanks to the fact that there are rainbow networks, I was able to find myself comfortable at work to that extent that I was able to come out as a trans person and tell my story. As the time went by, it allowed me also to take the story outside of work and start being active as an activist. And I believe that the possibility of feeling comfortable in my own skin at work, where you spend many hours every day, is something which cannot be overrated. About equality-related subjects. So if you have any possibility to create or to support employee-led networks, please do it, because it's really worthwhile. Thank you, and well, greetings for everyone, all the nominees. So the next category is the LGBT plus employee-led network of the year. And this category is connected with the groups of persons associated in one organization who, thanks to that activity, contributes to the increase of the awareness of equal treatment of LGBT plus people in the society and support the workplace open to diversity. So let us see who the nominees in the category are. Employee-led network of the year. Goldman Sachs. State Street. Morgan. Good evening to all the nominees, Dorota Orzeł and Jacek Traczyński, JP Morgan, Pride Employee-Led Network, Nicolas Furnat and Arek Nowak from LGBTQ Plus Network, Goldman Sachs, and Dawid Wojtyczka, State Street, Pride and Threats Network. I would like to ask a question of all of you. What is your greatest achievement, your most important achievement? I think that the fact that people can feel safe and that people can feel that they are accepted at work, and the fact that they can be themselves at work, it is the main message of the activity of our networks, what we want to achieve.
So in short, never-ending education and creating space for everyone within the company. Would anyone else like to add anything? I think the fact that corporations are no longer focused only on hanging out rainbow emblems or logos on Facebook, but they focus on grassroots efforts, on education, on supporting employees in the company and outside of it. Thank you. And now let's announce the winner in this category, Milona Adamczewska-Stachura, lawyer in the team for equal treatment at the Office of the Commissioner for Citizen Rights. I think we are having some connection problem. Time for a conversation, for discussion. What initiatives are you running? What specifically have you done in your companies? I know that Pride at JP Morgan, over the 2 years of its activity, was able to invite nearly 200 people. Yes, our network includes nearly 200 people from our employees. We have 800 in total, so it's 24% of all employees from our Warsaw office, and we are very proud of that so many people join in Pride and work actively. Our greatest events, our greatest achievement really is that there is such a vast number of us. It shows that everyone can feel free in our company. Since we have many allies, I think this is an additional support for LGBT people, that they can feel safe. So Pride and Friends Network at State Street focuses on benefits for the employees. What sort of benefits are those? Yes, this year we tried to make sure that everyone has equal opportunities. So I think one of the biggest achievements of ours is that health insurance, our private health insurance, is available at the for same-gender partners as well as spouses. And I think this is one of the examples of how we treat people in our company. Right, Milena Adamczewska-Stachura is with us already, so we can find out who won the category. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Commissioner for Citizens' Rights, I have a great pleasure of awarding the prize in this category. Like we heard a moment ago, these wonderful examples show that support from the employer in equal treatment, even where state fails, is particularly important for LGBT plus people. This was a difficult decision for the jury, but I have a pleasure to announce that this year LGBT Diamonds goes to Pride at Pride at JP Morgan. So now over to the winners. Yes, it was very emotional. We are very proud and very grateful for this award. On behalf of the entire Pride group at JP Morgan, we would like to thank you. We appreciate the fact that our work has been appreciated by the experts. We would also like to congratulate all the remaining nominees and thank the NGOs, as well as all the other individuals and companies who on a daily basis support LGBT plus people, because these awards and events like these are very important, especially for the groups who take a lot of important activities on a daily basis, but it all happens in their offices. Right, and like I said, our group brings together nearly 200 individuals. We are very proud of that. It's an employee-led group for employees, and like I said, our main goal is to make sure that our employees are comfortable and safe, so that anyone can bring themselves to work and feel good. And that means you don't really have to be a member of LGBT plus community to actively participate in the network, because this group that is so numerous was built because of the support of allies as well. Right, we are not discriminating against anyone. And we are, as a group, very visible and audible. Right, so once again, big thank you, and we promise that we will keep on working, supporting the idea of inclusivity and diversity close to our heart. Thank you very much for this award. Congratulations to the winners, congratulations to all the nominees, and we are happy that this meeting today is the time when you can be visible, when you can talk about what you are doing for your employees, and when you can be appreciated for it. Before we switch to the next category, I would like for us to listen to Aleksandra Muzińska together from Fundacja dla Odmiany. Not long ago, 2 donors of our fund working in business shared a thought with me. They said that they are not doing enough for LGBT plus people in Poland. And I have to admit, it really surprised me because both these people every month give donations to our organization. They engage their employers in greater activity. They encourage their colleagues to provide services, pro bono services. They also organize trainings, workshops. They make sure that their workplace is safe. And, at the times today, that workplace can be sort of a safe haven or a substitute for normalcy. So I want to assure you that you're not doing too little. Activism is not graded in any way. I think smart use of your privileges and your resources is an art, and it contributes to true social change. So I think it's time to appreciate yourself for it. That was Ola Muzińska from the Fund for Change. And now over to the next category, LGBT plus Ambassador of the Year. We are talking about a person who contributes to significant change and promotion of inclusivity of LGBT plus individuals in the public life. And in this category, the nominees are LGBT plus Ambassador of the Year. Female MPs of Lewica, of the left, Sylwia Hutnik and Karol Radziszewski. I am very happy to see all of you here in one place. Thank you for being LGBT plus ambassadors. And I want to ask you, was it a difficult decision to say, yes, I'm going to be a witness, an ambassador, I'm going to talk, I'm going to act? Perhaps we'll start with Sylwia Hutnik. Can Sylwia hear us? Yes, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. So the question was, I can't hear you again. You are ambassadors, LGBT plus ambassadors. I wanted to ask if that was a difficult decision for you to become one, to become a person who talks about the problems of LGBT community, who talk about themselves, who do activities for this community. So over to Sylwia. Ever since I remember, I've been not only an ally, but also an activist of feminist movements, anti-homophobic movements. So it's difficult to say at which point in my life I became an ambassador. But in fact, when you work on your own identity, and I'm thinking about my coming out, your perspective changes, not only as regards your perception of various groups who need help and support, but you also feel that right now in Poland, homophobia is institutionalized. It's being disseminated from up above, and it's very difficult to turn your head away from it. So being an ambassador is basically providing support to those people who need that support. And in a homophobic country of patriarchy, there are many such people. So now a question to Karol Radziszewski, who uses his art to talk about the problems and rights of LGBT plus community. Isn't it a difficult and irreversible decision for an artist? It's a difficult question because in general it might be a difficult and irreversible decision, but that depends on the country and the circumstances when it happens. To me, it was fairly natural, because for art to be authentic, it has to relate to what surrounds us, to our identity. For over 15 years, that topic has been closest to my heart. Perhaps what's changed now is my status and the ability of using the position that I have as an ambassador, because everything else it's been really happening inside. We also have the MPs of Lewica, of the left, with us here. You see that they are dressed like they were on one day when they came to the Polish parliament, to the steps of the Polish parliament, wearing these colorful dresses. And I wanted to ask you why you did that then. Why were you wearing rainbow colors? Welcome, everyone. All of you watching, welcome to all the nominees. There are 10 of us here. In truth, in the parliament, we've got 20 in the Sejm and 1 in the Senate. Why are we wearing this? We wanted sort of to tease, perhaps, our President Duda, who fails to notice LGBT plus community, fails to see those who are persecuted, really, because minorities are being persecuted by the right-wing government in Poland. So this was our a voice of protest. We are happy that the whole world noticed what we did, but what we were doing was, well, we were really acting for LGBT plus community much earlier than that. All our MPs throughout their activities, even before they became MPs, because we have some young women among us, those who have only been MPs for a year, but we also have some who have been MPs for many terms of office, but all of them beforehand as well supported LGBT plus people in a number of ways. Now we can introduce amendments to acts, we can work on legislation, but we are also present in the streets if something is happening. Thank you. This was Małgorzata Prokop-Paczkowska, one of the 10 MPs who are joining us today. And now I would like to ask Her Excellency Anna Kloons, the Ambassador of the United Kingdom and Ireland, Northern Ireland.
Hello, thank you so much.
That the winner in the category of LGBT plus Ambassador of the Year is Sylwia Hutnik. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for reading out so bravely the name of the winner. So Sylwia Hutnik, over to you. Say something. Right, the speech is coming. Before we turned our camera on, I promised that whoever wins buys coffees on the next protest. So I have to do some calculations how many coffees I owe you. I would like to thank all those who voted for me. I am very moved, touched that Karol is here with us, that the left MPs are here with us as well. They are very active. They are working for queer culture in Poland and for a positive state as far as they are able. So I am really moved, and I think by the end of this very difficult year for most of us, awards like these, support like this, is a sort of a pat on the back for us. I'm not going to hide that it's also raising the bar for us for further activities. Like I said, this year for many of us has been a very difficult one, and it's not just about the pandemic, but also about the homophobic activities that have been gaining power, and the decision of the so-called court, everything that's been happening perhaps a revolution, but there is a lot of change going on. The emancipation of our society is happening, and I'm happy that I can be a part of this movement. I have been a part of it for many years. We do need some rest, I admit. Many of us do, and I hope that that time for rest is going to come at some point. But for now, I hope that, like we heard before from the nominated companies, it's not just about changing your photo on Facebook or but very specific activities. And I'm really counting on the private sector here, on it getting more included into, for instance, creating hostels for LGBT plus people who are homeless, who need it, not only in larger cities, but everywhere all over the country, creating access to therapeutic support, psychological support for LGBT plus people, especially young people who need it, a hotline perhaps, and very many other specific and direct activities. I hope the companies are ready for supporting NGOs in this area, and us activists, well, hopefully we'll have more energy to keep on going. So thank you very much to everyone. I also thank all of you, and once again, congratulations to the nominees and the winner. I wish all of you strength, perseverance, but also some rest that Sylvia mentioned. I hope the years to come are going to be the time when you will be able to get a breather, that it's going to be a little bit easier. And now I would like to encourage you to listen to an important message from Ania and Kasia. They say themselves that they are partners not only in life but in the rainbow as well. They run Unipride shop. They sell gadgets that they design there. The idea came before Pride Parade in 2018, when they wanted to show T-shirts that they designed. So now Kasia and Ania from Unipride. This is Kasia and Ania. Together we create a rainbow brand, Unipride, that helps us to support LGBT organizations and various rainbows projects and initiatives. It's very important for us because we know that equality does not come from nowhere. To get it, we have to work together. That's why, using the store that we are running, we direct some of the profits we make for the support of all sorts of organizations. And today we would like to support all the nominees. We are keeping our fingers crossed for you. Good luck. Thank you to the women of Unipride. And now over to the category LGBT plus supporting initiative of the year. It's about activities that contribute to the promotion of equal treatment of LGBT plus people in Poland and openness to diversity. So these are the nominees in this category. LGBT plus supporting initiative of the year. Polish grandmothers, polskie babcie. Atlas Nienawiści, the Atlas of Hate, Bart Staszewski. Polish grandmothers, represented by Iwona Kowalska, Bart Staszewski we already know, Kuba Gawron and Kamil Marczuga are behind the Atlas of Hate. And I would like to start with a question to the Polish grandmother. Why, instead of sitting home and, I don't know, taking care of your grandchildren, Polish grandmothers went to the streets and fight for cause for climate, for the rights of LGBT plus people? Because we are not the kind of people who could just sit home and watch what's happening. We are horrified by what's happening. We spent a lot of time in the streets taking part in various initiatives. Then we came up with our own. The Polish grandmothers, that strength that we have in protecting our grandchildren is huge. We counteract the violation of human rights and destruction of our community. We don't want to leave Poland in ruin for our grandchildren. We don't want them to live in the country without tolerance, with homophobia, with racism, with violation of the rights of women, and with exclusion. You can make a list really long, and our activities are focusing on young people because we want to build solidarity, transgenerational solidarity. Thank you to the Polish grandmother. Another question to the creators of the Atlas of Hatred. You tried to come up with a sort of an interactive map that would illustrate the scale of homophobic attitudes in Poland. So I want to ask you about homophobic attitudes in Poland. What's the scale? That scale is huge, unfortunately, but the example of our atlas shows that 1/3 of Poland has adopted discriminating legal acts on the local government level, and this is very concerning. The map was created for the sole purpose of showing everyone what it looks like in practice, because declaration on its own, of course, there were multiple such declarations, but they did not really demonstrate the full scope of the problem on their own. Thank you. And now a question to Bart Staszewski, who we see everyone really when it comes to LGBT free zones stickers, when organizing Pride Parade in Lublin, and when it comes to the signs LGBT plus free zone. So I want to ask you, because I see you everywhere, aren't you tired? Wouldn't you prefer to just leave it there and spend some time with your partner? Yes, well, welcome, Renata, by the way. I do have such moments. I think everyone does. I think it's a healthy symptom that is keeping me alive. When I feel that I'm fed up with it, it means that I'm still alive, because it's a natural reaction. But unfortunately, well, we all have our limits. I still haven't reached mine. It's still a group work. I would like to give my warm welcome to all those who are helping me, especially Alicia. The fact that we are working as a team make things easier. We're not alone, because, for instance, today I had a call from a police station telling me that I have to visit them once again because of my photographic activities, so I'm going to have to answer some questions. So the fact that I'm not alone in this, it means that things are a little bit easier. And well, it's a hard work, but it's teamwork. Right, thank you. And now I would like to ask Paweł Młyński to read the winner of this category. Paweł Młyński, representing Fundacja Replika. Good evening, everyone. In our magazine Replika, we believe in ally support. That's why I'm so happy that we have so many true allies among nominees and guests. But we also truly believe that we are mostly who decides about the efficacy of our work, the strength of our activism, without compromises, without apologizing for who we are. And that's why I would like to say that the prize for LGBT plus supporting initiative of this year goes to that sort of an initiative, very effective, very efficient, so efficient that it focuses on itself a lot of hate, and that's why they deserve our thank you. So the winner in this category is Bart Staszewski. Congratulations to you, Bart. Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me. I was not expecting that. This is your time, so go ahead and use it. Right. It's hard to say anything. I just came back home from a protest at the Chancellery of the Prime Minister. I barely made it. I actually thought that I would have to talk from there if anything happens, and I already sold what I wanted to say. when I spoke before. I think it's a teamwork. It's great for me to receive this award, and I would like to congratulate to all the nominees, because they are all doing a lot of hard work. Polish grandmothers, they accompany us in the streets, and I would like to thank them as well. To me, it's really reinforcing. I feel that I'm not alone, that it's not all going to waste. So this situation actually reinvigorates me. I know that there are people with me who will stand by me, and that it's not all being wasted, that somebody is noticing it. That's really amazing. And I would just like to thank everybody, and I hope we will meet again during upcoming protests. I am sure that I will win in courts. We still have free courts. I haven't done anything wrong. And still there are so many local government units who have taken these resolutions against LGBT+. So I will continue my activities. I will go there. I am not afraid of our authorities, and I'm sure we will win. We are very, very close to getting rid of our government. Thank you to Bart Staszewski. And I truly hope also that we will win this war and that we will finally get some rest, like Sylwia Hutnik said. I would just like to add on my part that when I was coming here today, this evening, and when I was getting ready, I thought so many familiar faces, so many familiar names that I'm going to see today. And I also thought about Bart Staszewski. He's a very brave activist, but he's also an excellent friend. So I'm always very grateful to him for that. He's a great friend. I want you all to know that. And now I would like to invite you to have a look at a short video about Lan Pham, a graphic designer and feminist activist from Warsaw. She created an initiative Laski grają w kosza, so girls play basketball. It shows how you can use sports to help LGBT+ community. When 5 years back, I started to look for people like me, like myself, people who were fed up with the sport dominated by chauvinism. I thought I would never find so many people like that, and this is how this initiative appeared. This is an amateur basketball initiative in free space, free from any discrimination. It's for women, both hetero, queer, non-binary, and so on. So people with any experience of a female social role. We want to be inclusive, not only for people who have experience playing basketball, but most of all for people who are LGBT+, because we are those people, and we also play basketball. This is our space as well. So come on and play. So let me just repeat, go and play. Let's play together. And now over to the next category. NGO of the Year. In this category, we will find out about the organizations who work to improve the situation and the circumstances of LGBT+ people in Poland, and they support workplace open to diversity. So here are the nominees. NGO of the Year. Fundusz dla Odmiany, a Fund for Change. Stowarzyszenie Tęczowy Białystok, Rainbow Białystok Association, and Stonewall Group.
Good evening to all the nominees. Rainbow Białystok Association is represented by Katarzyna Rosińska, Aleksandra Muzińska, and well-known Fund for Change, and Stonewall Group is represented by Mateusz Sulwiński as president. And I have a question of Kasia Rosińska. I met her on the occasion of the first March of Equality in Białystok. Now you are nominated for the organization of the march, but also for very colorful, creative and motivating billboards for the support and help for other LGBT organizations. And I keep remembering that march Does it also define your organization somehow? Does it define what you do and how you think about what should be done for the LGBT community in Poland? I think that it is not really the case. I think that what happened during the Equality March, well, we've been trying to leave it behind for some time already, and we've been trying to focus our activity on our activity in urban space in other ways, looking for other solutions and supporting LGBT community in a different way. For example, currently we have been focusing on the hotline as well as the helpline for people, and well, in Białystok has just started. Before that, we didn't have anything like that in Białystok. So I think that that march, it definitely is remembered very well by very many people, but it does not define our activities. It does not really set forth the way for us, because we are trying to act a little bit differently. Well, back then we were not as experienced as we are today. Now we already have, some burden on our shoulders, and we act differently. And the question of Ola Muzińska, why was the Fund for Change created? What is it about? The fund was created out of a common dream for every LGBT plus person, regardless of whether they live in Poland, with community, with society, so that every person could feel at home. It's not just for large cities in Poland. We believe that it is the work for small communities, local communities. This is the work that can bring change. What does the fund do? It provides mini grants for informal groups, for NGOs, that want to work in these communities, and the fund supports them with knowledge how to build narrative and how to care for themselves in their activity, and how to be safe in the organization. Stonewall Group. Well, it does, I guess, everything, and it does it for the first time ever, usually. I remember when a few years ago you gave away to people of Poznań the cookies that you baked yourselves because you wanted to reach out. And now you created an education TV which teaches people about sex. Yes. And now we are moving on to the second season premiere of Stonewall TV, and this is our YouTube channel where we publish materials which refer to sexual education in broad sense, but from the LGBT plus perspective, because it is really the case that in Poland, in terms of sexual education, well, we are not really crazy about it, and as far as sexual education for LGBT plus people is concerned, it is even worse, and we want to fill in the gap. We want to take up different subjects. We are not afraid of a single subject. Well, next Sunday at 8 p.m. there's going to be the premiere of the first episode of the second season, and it's going to be an episode about abortion, about safe abortion, because, well, we believe that in Poland there is too much, absurd stuff about the cry of murdered fetuses, but there is too little of substantive knowledge about what abortion is about. And we believe that the knowledge about safe abortion should definitely be part of credible and worthy sexual education. Thank you very much. And we are going to now learn the name of the winner. The organization, Karolina Kędziora, is going to announce it. She is the president of the Polish Society of Anti-Discriminatory Law. Good evening, everyone. Very much has been said today about what is happening in Poland. We have a huge problem with hate speech, enticement to violence against LGBT plus people, and it's so scary. It hurts not only people in large cities, in the places where it's easier to find support, where it's easier to be actually enclosed in your safe bubble. A bubble in which, as a matter of fact, should not forget about our privileges. A person who remembers about their privileges and knows how to share what they have, as well as support people who are worse off, is Aleksandra Muzińska. On the page of the Fund for Change, we can read that we believe that the change of our country is possible thanks to the work in small towns and the villages, because this is where the majority of people in Poland live. Ola, thank you so much for what you do. And I want to thank all the people who do it together with you. As a person who represents the community of NGOs, I have to say that I testify that I learn from you and I watch every step you take. I do respect you and I do admire you and I congratulate you. Well, thank you, Carolina. It is incredible what you said. It's incredible, the decision. It's incredible. Well, I want to thank everyone. I feel great. Well, the gratitude. At the beginning of the gala today, you talked about the solidarity as a value, and I think that this is what the fund is about. It's about sharing. It's about sharing resources. It's about sharing money and knowledge with the communities which need them most today, with those communities of LGBT plus people, our allies. Those who work in smaller towns, in the rural areas, in the countryside. This is where most of Polish men and women live, and I have no doubt that this is up to the work in those communities that are trained for the equality of LGBT people up. Well, I would like to say that the fund would not be possible if it hadn't been for our great donors, our sponsors, people who actually contribute to the fund with their monthly contributions. Well, the money of our donors are already in operation. 15-minute grants have already been donated. A few weeks ago, well, it happened to different initiatives, different parts of Poland, and they also work in the area of intervention and the support for LGBT plus people from small towns and rural areas. So this is what Sylwia Hutnik talked about. This is the need. I would like to thank very much Gosia Maciejewska, Grzegorz Stefaniak, Maja Branka, Ala Tarczyńska, Marta Krzydłowski, all the people who make up the team of the fund. It's not about myself. And at the end, I would like to address Mateusz and Kasia and Stonewall Group, as well as Rainbow Białystok. We've known each other very well. We've been cooperating closely, and we've been supporting each other. And here, well, the fate made us compete with each other. And I want to thank you very much for what you do, for your work, for us being here together. And for me personally and for the fund, it's a real honor. Thank you. I have another good news for the winner in this category. NatWest Bank has also funded a special award, 10,000 zlotys. I want to congratulate the nominees and the winner. And now I would like to invite you to watch a short video created by representatives of Transfuzja Foundation, which is not just a patron of our event today, our gala, but on everyday basis, it works for the transgender people. And now we are going to find out how social media can be used to inform about your activity. Seeing how many people like myself need the support and information, I decided to get involved in the help for others by means of physical and internet-based support groups for transgender people, as well as education of other people, and obviously my work in the foundation. There is the myth that transgender people are unhappy. They are miserable. I would like to deny it. I am happy, living in a full agreement with myself, accepting who I am after a few years of being a transphobic, after different elements on the gender correction and after the reconstruction of my chest and on hormonal treatment. The YouTube videos they're like just a diary for me, but I'm really very happy that I can share with others what I missed, first of all, knowledge. The response to the videos is usually very positive by other trans people, and they say that it helps them a lot, but I also can see, reading the comments, that quite many cisgender people use those videos to get educated. Unfortunately, transphobia is something I encounter very rarely. For many transgender people, the very fact of being a transgender person is something which is unwanted. And it results from the fact that for us, so that we could be ourselves and live lives in our own way, it takes a great effort in the education of people who are around us. Or possibly our families, people whom we love, and they do not always realize what transgender people are, what transgender is. Quite many people will never understand that. But it is also important that we are able to find around us people who will understand us and who will accept us. We are able to identify amongst us people who share our experience. Having such people around, being surrounded by such people, changes so much in our life, the life of transgender people, and it's incredibly important for accepting and supportive people to be around us. And now the last category is colors of tech, because technology can be a very useful tool in the promotion of diversity. And now I would like us to listen to what can be said about the use of social media for the description and widespreading their activity. What we can hear from Charlotte, drag queen. I think that such platforms as TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, they are basic tools, at least in the contemporary world in which we learn to live everyday life. They can be used for education and the promotion of what we do as drag queen or LGBT plus people. We have to remember that those platforms are used just not only by public persons, drag queens or activists, but also by LGBT plus organizations, as well as by many other institutions that are involved in the promotion of equality or knowledge. This year's Colors of Tech Award is a special award for a person, institution, initiative operating in the area of technology, innovation and science for extraordinary contribution to the promotion of LGBT people issues, increasing social awareness about the value of diversity in the development of these areas, as well as for the support of LGBT community in difficult times. And our nominees are... All colors of tech. Outfilm. Bydgoszcz Council for Equal Treatment. CD Projekt Red. Good evening. CD Projekt Red, Agnieszka Szamałek-Michalska. Outfilm, Jakub Mrusk. And Kosma Kołodziej, Deputy Chair of Bydgoszcz Council for Equal Treatment, an activist for LGBT people, as well as a scientist. Why does a scientist deal with the rights of LGBT plus people? I think that the basic thing is to show that university can be also a place which is open to LGBT people. And what motivated me was mainly the fact that when in 2016 I did some study about suicidal thoughts as well as suicidal attempts amongst LGBT people below the age of 25 in Poland. And usually the age depends, well, this is the age when those people are financially dependent on their parents. And I was really scared when I saw the numbers. And there's another thing, is that what is so important for me to change the world is the knowledge. And this is also testified to by scientific research. The more knowledge we have about something, about the group which is socially excluded, the more open we are and the more tolerant we are. Outfilm, as a Polish VOD platform, as well as the LGBT film rental. It promotes LGBT culture in Poland for years. Is it about business or is it about mission? Good evening. Both, I guess. When we established Gariro and Outfilm, we wanted to use popular culture and film we love so much to influence the social situation in Poland. Everything started with the mission. And later on, we found also the business path to do this. Thank you very much. CD Projekt Red. You know you from the from the Twitter, and well, the company also supports the LGBT organizations. Why do you do this? Because you could do your cult, games, and you can make huge bucks. Well, we believe that the support for the values that are part of the DNA of our company, that are part of the philosophy of our business, we believe that it is very important. We want to speak about the issues that are socially important, and one of such issues is the issue of LGBT community. We want to demonstrate the support for the community of our LGBT employees. We were actually shocked by what has been happening throughout the last year, and that is why we wanted to be very active according to the values that we adhere to. And now the winner in this category is going to be announced by Bajka Siwińska and Sandra Wiktorko from the Perspektywy Foundation. Perspektywy Women in Tech. Well, in the personal life, they've been a couple for the last 7 years. Good evening. Welcome on the second day of the largest conference, Women in Tech Summit. And it is actually something very important for the development of this category. It is really a great pleasure that today we can actually rebroadcast this gala for several thousand women in technology, women in tech. And I would like to tell you that we, as women in technology, all of us, as LGBT plus, regardless of our orientation. And now the award in all colors of tech goes to CD Projekt Red. It is so nice. And I feel also so excited by the fact that we just before the world premiere of Cyberpunk. So this is really going to be a double joy for us. As I said before, it's part of the DNA of our company. It's part of the philosophy of the studio. Well, it's tolerance. It's all about openness. That is why this award, this honor, on the one hand, it's a great surprise, a very nice surprise. But on the other hand, it is also the testimony to the fact that the path that we decided to embark on is the right one, and we should simply proceed on it. We believe that business should be very much related to the values we believe in, and we try to create the workplace, the work atmosphere where people can freely express their thoughts, their views themselves. And we believe that tolerance supports creativity and innovation. And at the end of the day, this is what is the foundation of our activity. The diversity enriches people. And thanks to this, we feel more creative, more curious. And we do super great things because of the fact that we are so different. We want to talk about important things within the company, but we also want to reach broader groups of recipients, and we also try to promote these values in our games. We treat this award as a commitment. We believe that there is so much for us to do, and it's not really the case that we can actually rest on laurels because we have just been awarded this award. So we believe that this is a commitment for us to continue our work, so that we were even, louder and braver in our activity. So we promise that we will not slow down. And I would like to thank you very much on behalf of the whole CD Projekt team, and keep fingers crossed for us tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was the last category announced during the gala tonight. Once again, we would like to congratulate all the nominees and all the winners. We want to assure you that you are very important for us, that what you do is incredibly important. It is invaluable, and we wish you the strength and persistence, perseverance, and the breath of fresh air. And this is what we've been talking about during the event tonight. And we hope that you will not really rest on laurels, that it is going to be a commitment for you. And to conclude, we have a surprise for you. Although it is the time of the pandemic and we were not able to invite all the people here, we were able to actually use technology, state-of-the-art technology. So we were able to create a choir for you. And you are going to listen to the choir of Voces Gaudis. I've known this name for years, and now I forgot it. It is the first Polish choir, which is made up of LGBT plus people and their friends. So please watch their performance.
Susan, I was always interested.
You always start. You notice that? You're always starting.
I do. Well, you go on.
No, no.
So I was always interested in the future and what the future is going to bring. But how do you actually learn about it? I mean, if you want to learn about the past, you know, you use open history books, right? If you want to figure out what's happening today, just read the news. About the future, how do you find out what's happening in the future?
Science fiction books?
Yeah, what's your favorite?
Well, I should say Lem, because I'm Polish and he's the big one. And then I should say Dukaj, because that's the one he loves best. But actually, it's Philip K. Dick.
Oh, a couple of good stories in there. But what if you were to, I know this is going to sound very cheesy, what if you were to find an expert that could tell you exactly where we're going within the next 10 years?
Then I would say, we know such a person, and coincidentally, she's up next. She has white hair. Her name is Jowita Michalska, and you know her because she is one of the co-hosts of this conference, of this year's edition of Women in Tech. Welcome to the stage a woman who has made it her life's mission to spread digital competence in Poland. What else can you say about her?
Oh, about Jowita, impeccable taste, certainly, as evidenced today.
In co-hosts?
In co-hosts as well, yes. And an amazingly hard-working person. I've met her a couple of times in the past, and every time she's the busiest person in the room, always thinking at least in my mind at least 2 minutes ahead of everybody else. So a perfect person to tell us about the future.
She's also Polish ambassador for Singularity University, an educational think tank from Silicon Valley, and has been observing and forecasting social and technology trends for the last 10 to 20 years. So who better to tell us about the future in tech than our very own Jowita Michalska.
We truly are living in the most extraordinary time ever in human history. I want to, over the next few minutes, give you the sense of how fast the world is changing. The reality is that people have no idea how fast the world is truly changing. We have ideas from our limited point of view. If you are a 3D printing expert or AI scientist or student, but what we don't realize is the convergence of all these technologies that are transforming business models. Every single person here, every single company, every single way that we live our living is going to change dramatically over the next 10 years. So what's important is to have an excitement about it and the agility to surf on top of this tsunami instead of being crushed by it. To realize how fast the things are changing, you can take a look at the top global companies 10 years ago and now. What you can see is that tech companies like Apple, Google, Facebook, or Amazon have won battle with traditional blue-chip companies that build physical things. They are creating global platforms in huge ecosystems that are impossible to compete with. They only compete with each other now. Technology invasion has already taken over advertising and retail business, now focusing on healthcare, finance, manufacturing, and education. What are these forces driving the change are doing it so quickly? First, dematerialization. We all heard about Moore's law, but what we don't realize is that with massive increase of computational power, we have faster and cheaper networks and sensors, faster and cheaper robots, faster and cheaper 3D printing, VR and AR, artificial intelligence, blockchain, etc. These technologies are accelerating. You can be an expert in one of these, but it's the convergence of 3 or 4 of them that is creating new business models and ecosystems. Time. We have plenty of time for innovation. Many years ago, we were spending time searching for food, water, protecting ourselves, and we had no time to innovate. When technology gave us vacation from survival, the amount of time we can dedicate for creativity and innovation is exploding. We have never had more capital before. $300 billion in crowdfunding by 2025. Venture investing with a new record, $152 billion in 2017 in Europe, Asia, and US together, and growing. New forms of investments like crypto and ICO, initial coin offering, $7 billion and growing very fast. We have real explosion of networks. 5G is coming with much faster connection for everyone with smart device. Google, Amazon, Virgin with satellites, drones and balloons. And SpaceX with Starlink and its 4,000 satellites. By 2025, we'll have all world connected with access to world information on Google or Baidu, access to quantum computing in a cloud, access to whatever you need. 4 billion new minds are coming online, 4 billion people to reinvent the world. We don't know, and we can't even imagine what are those people going to invent, discover, or create. Soon, we won't just be connecting people, we will be connecting their brains. Billions of dollars are invested in brain-computer interface. Brian Johnson with Kernel, Elon Musk again with Neuralink, OpenWater, Facebook, Google, all of them, and the defense departments of every nation are working on that with massive investments. Soon the population will be twice as smart as everybody else. Ray Kurzweil's predictions say even more. In 2035, we'll be connecting our brains to the cloud. 1 million times more intelligence, 1 million times better memory in 15 years from now. Transportation. Transportation will change as well and is really changing now. Waymo from Google becomes first autonomous car on the road without safety driver. In 25 cities in US, like Austin, Phoenix, or Detroit. What is more, Waymo passengers will automatically be insured at no extra cost. Air taxis are coming as well. Airbus, Bell, Boeing, Embraer, or Uber, and 20 more startups with over $1 billion invested in business till now. According to Forbes, self-driving car industry will be worth $557 billion by 2026, with all the implications, reducing accidents, rewriting the insurance industry, and giving people more time for work or relaxation. We won't only be more intelligent or have more time for work or relaxation, we will also live longer. A lot of 60, 70 years old are on the top today, and the last thing they want to do is to retire. With all the capital, the connections, and the knowledge they have. The mission of scientists today is to make 100 the new 60, with the mobility, the brain, and the aesthetics. The next step is what Ray Kurzweil is calling longevity escape velocity, which means that for every year you are alive, technology will extend your life for more than a year. Kurzweil says we will have it in 2030. 30,000 out of 50,000 diseases are caused by a single letter being wrong in your genome. Technology is working now to fix it. Companies like Cellularity, Unity Bio, owned by Jeff Bezos, or Samumed, that you probably have never heard of and is now worth $12 billion. They are all working hard to make us live longer. We are living in the most incredible time in human history. But we all know that technology is just a tool, and it's us. It's our choice how we use it. It's also our choice where we dedicate our energy. How do we use our talents and technology? What kind of problems do we want to solve? Find something larger than yourself and dedicate yourself to it. The world is changing fast, so you have to be focused.
Jovita is an amazing storyteller, isn't she? Every time I listen to her, I feel so inspired, and everything what she says is really based on data. So I really want to first get you to get inspired by what you hear, but also now let's join and another topic also provided to you by a brilliant woman, Zuzanna Ziomecka, who is an expert in mindfulness. I would like to now take you on an amazing adventure of mindfulness and emotional intelligence. That's something we all need. And later you will listen to an amazing, actually, statement from a lady who has chosen very different path of her life. Enjoy.
Welcome to Recognizing Emotions Strategy. It used to be taboo to talk about emotions at work. We used to think that human beings were capable of compartmentalizing and coming to work with our brains switched on and our emotions switched off. Today, we know that that's not possible, not only because our brains arrive at work encased in our bodies, but also because until we learn to unplug the brain from our body, leaving emotions behind will not be possible or beneficial. Not only because the body feeds the brain and keeps it safe, but because it is the main interface between reality and the mind. It is our senses that collect vital information for the brain, and it is the body that activates biological reactions to the world. These we call emotions. They affect both the body and the brain to an enormous degree. Learning to recognize emotions in the body is like learning how to read. This skill unlocks a wealth of self-knowledge and opens the door to self-regulation. Without the capacity to read our own emotions, we are unpredictable to others as well as to ourselves. Neuroscience defines emotion as a basic physiological state characterized by identifiable autonomic or bodily changes. Every emotion has a correlate in the body. Every emotional experience is not just a psychological experience, but also a physiological one. We can actually experience emotions more vividly in the body than in the mind. Therefore, when we're aiming to watch an emotion in high resolution and in the moment of its arising, it's actually more efficient to direct our attention to the body than to the mind. Let's talk about the benefits. The better you recognize your emotions, the better you can manage them and optimize your performance in critical moments. When you're able to perceive emotions in high resolution and in the moment of arousal, it's almost like living in that cool scene of The Matrix where Keanu Reeves' character Neo starts dodging bullets. This becomes possible for him only when he perceives the moment the bullets are fired. That's when he sees their trajectory in slow motion. How can you do this? Well, let's say your body correlate to anger is tightness in your chest, shallow breathing, and a tightness in your forehead. When you're in a difficult social situation, the moment you realize you're experiencing these symptoms, you know you're at the beginning of rising anger. That knowledge gives you the ability to respond in a way that you choose, and while the wave is still in its early stages. This way you can change your impact as opposed to going through an autopilot reaction, which comes at a high emotional cost and is often regretted in the future. Your Recognizing Emotions assignment is body scan and scan for emotions. This exercise is a way of systematically bringing moment-to-moment attention to different parts of your body and the emotions that might be in it. It is a powerful way to develop high-resolution perception of emotion and to apply mindfulness to the body. Every time you do it, you create conditions for neurological changes that allow you to become more perceptive of your body and consequently of emotional and intuitive processes. The second aspect of the practice is experiencing your physiological correlates of emotion. If you discover an emotion in your body during the scan, try labeling it. When you label an emotion with words, for example, I feel anger, this is scientifically proven to help you manage that emotion. The scientific evidence is that labeling actually increases the activity in the right prefrontal cortex, commonly associated with being the brain's brake pedal. This in turn increases activation of part of the executive center of the brain called the medial prefrontal cortex, which downregulates stress. The training lasts for 10 minutes and might be conducive to sleep. Why? Because by bringing attention to the body, you are also helping it to relax. When your attention is on your body, your mind gets a break as well. In this way, the scan can serve as a performance recovery strategy. But remember, if the training causes you to fall asleep, it's not simultaneously training you to notice sensations and emotions. You can't have both at the same time. As you practice, remember that your job is to feel. If you notice that your mind is conjuring mental images of your body and that your way of doing the body scan for emotions, is to actually think about your body parts, then stop. Take a deep mindful breath and shift your attention firmly out of your mind and into your body to try to feel what is actually there in this moment. The point is to feel. We have come to prioritize thinking so much that we often lose hold of the strategic advantage that the body and emotions provide. But only if we're mindful enough to notice.
Hi, my name is Jenny Brandon. I'm an Agile coach and I work for Total Jobs Group. I've been with the company for about 10 years. I started out as a .NET developer and then transitioned to the role of Scrum Master and finally Agile coach. I say in total I've been in the tech industry for about 20 years. And I do remember sort of early on in my career being interviewed for a role and being asked by the male interviewer what my 5-year plan was. I still don't have a 5-year plan. And at the time, I sort of responded like, I have no idea. So he asked me outright whether or not I was planning to have children within the next few years. Fortunately, these days, I think sort of regular HR procedures means that you're unlikely to come up against that kind of questioning and that kind of discriminatory behavior. But it made me think, he assumed that because of my age and my gender that I was going to have children. But I was pretty sure that it wasn't going to be part of my future. And that's what I want to talk to you today about. It's the child-free choice. So I want to talk today about, the child-free choice. And first of all, I want to say that there's a distinction, or I've made a distinction between being child-free and childless. Childless implies lack of something or loss of something, and that's not to take away from the fact that there are many women out there that would absolutely love to be mothers and for whatever reason it hasn't happened for them. That's not what this talk is about. This is for women that have actively chosen not to become mothers. It's a choice. They don't see kids as being part of their future. So yeah, the rise of the child-free choices is increasing. Many women are choosing not to become mothers, and for a variety of reasons. And so I wanted to connect with other child-free women to find out what their experiences were and to kind of ask them some questions about how they came to that choice for themselves. So I posted on Facebook and I just put it out there. Is anybody willing to chat to me about their choice, you know, just off the record or whatever? And I got a phenomenal response. So I think it's been about 15 women and counting that I've interviewed, just asking them about how they came to the decision, pressures that they felt from society, either making the decision or having made the decision, how they believe society views them, and then what they believe about being the most powerful thing about being child-free. And so from interviewing these women, what I've discovered is that the child-free choice is still a very personal one. And yet it's something that society still believes it's okay to ask women about. You know, whether or not you're in a relationship or not, if you get to a certain age, you've probably experienced somebody, whether it's a well-meaning relative, a colleague or a friend, asking you, oh, so when are you gonna have kids? And it's such a personal question, and it still is astounding to me that people think it's okay to ask, because you don't know the background behind either the decision, if it is a decision, or whether or not the person actually would love to have children but can't. It's something that I don't believe should be asked of people. If you've chosen to remain child-free, you have absolutely no reason to justify your choice.
I wanted to share a couple of posts that I put up on Instagram recently. So I turned 40 years old, and I noticed that as you get older, people stop asking. So as I said here, this magic age when I no longer get asked when I'm gonna have kids. And it was kind of a funny post, but it made me think about the fact that this is such a personal question for so many women. It can be quite intrusive. I don't believe anybody has the right to ask, because notwithstanding miscarriages or fertility issues, and basically a whole host of deeply painful circumstances that may have led a woman to not be able to have children, for those of us that choose to remain child-free, the responses to this, you know, our responses to the fact that we've chosen this option can elicit some really strong reactions. And like I said, of the women that I interviewed, there was a bit of a 50-50 split as to whether or not they would answer the question outright, whether or not they would actually admit, you know, I've made this choice, I choose not to have children, or whether or not they would deflect with some other sort of answer around timing, or maybe, you know, we're not quite sure, maybe later, or just sort of like, oh, look at that shiny thing over there, just to completely deflect from the question that's being asked. And some of the reactions, you know, when women have said that they've chosen to remain child-free, the reactions can be, you know, like tears of disappointment from family members, or statements of this extreme future regret that the other person is absolutely sure that the woman will experience, to even offers of bribery for the woman to have kids. Other reactions have been sort of mute acceptance or awkward silences. And I think from most of the responses, it's rarely been a choice that's been celebrated. I would love for this to change.
So why am I talking about the child-free choice today? It's basically because I'd love to educate, inform and empower across the generations about this being a choice. I'd love to be able to reach women that are, I guess, on the fence about becoming mothers, or in the period where they're deciding, to be able to connect them to resources, to groups, to people, to basically show them some other examples, because what's out there at the moment in media and society is not what's relevant. It's not the true lived experience of child-free women. So I'd love to be able to reach those kinds of women to sort of say, look, hey, there's tons of examples of women that are absolutely living their best lives being child-free. We're not the kind of lonely spinsters that maybe society portrays us to be. The other end of the spectrum is the older generation. So again, I was just talking about the fact that it's a personal choice, and it's not okay to be asking women about their reproductive schedule. So to be able to reach like older generations to say, motherhood isn't an inevitability for women anymore, and there's plenty of reasons why women are choosing not to become mothers, and here are some of the reasons why, and here's why it isn't okay to ask or to imply that a woman is going to have kids. And I'd love to be able to, I guess, generate a new narrative around the child-free choice. So I'm going to talk in a little bit about the perception that society has about child-free women. I'd love to be able to provide new examples of women that are, living their best lives being child-free. And ultimately to be able to connect other women with communities, with resources, so that they can make an informed choice about whether motherhood is the right decision for them or not. Or if they choose to be child-free, to connect with other child-free women so that they can get support and that they can ask questions about the realities of it. Because there are some things that, you may worry about. Choosing not to become a mother, and there's plenty of people that are out there that have experienced maybe some of the challenges that are associated with it that could answer the questions that you have. So why are some women choosing not to become mothers? I asked this question to the women that I interviewed, and I got a variety of answers. One of them could be that you just don't feel the urge to become a mother. Certainly that was my experience. I've never felt that longing to have a baby. And I guess if you don't have that primal desire, that urge to become a mother, then other things take priority in your life, and that's absolutely fine. Other reasons are to do with environmental impact, so people not wanting to contribute to the population crisis or for environmental issues. Other reasons could be to do with like your family situation. So if you did or didn't grow up around kids, whether you saw good examples of motherhood, these factors will influence your decision whether or not to become a mother. And then as well, it could be to do with mental or physical reasons. So if a woman has decided that she doesn't feel mentally or physically able to raise a child, that could be a deciding factor in her choosing not to pursue motherhood. So once again, these are really personal decisions that absolutely shouldn't be questioned and do not need to be justified or explained. So another question that I asked the women in the interviews was what they believe society thinks about child-free women. And one word that stood out prominently was selfish. That child-free women are selfish for not having children. Other words that stood out were lonely, career-driven, cold-hearted, ruthless, crazy cat lady. And in the media, you will see portrayals of child-free women as sort of, the spinster, the crazy cat lady, the woman that is to be pitied, that, things just didn't really work out for her. Maybe she didn't quite succeed at being a woman because she never got married and had kids. And that's just not really the experience that most child-free women live. And if we look at one of the archetypes that I guess we see in media at the moment, Jennifer Aniston, the portrayal of this woman that is so unlucky in love and she hasn't met the right kind of guy, and poor her, her biological clock is ticking, and is she ever going to have kids? I'm pretty sure she's doing just fine, living her best life, and who's to say that she even wants those kinds of things? And yet the media is fixated on that motherhood is the only way to go, that is the measure of success for a woman. And it just seems really outdated to me.
This is the infographic
that I created off the back of the interviews with the 15 women to represent what they believed society thinks about child-free women.
So on the flip side, I also asked the women, what's the most powerful thing about being child-free? And again, one word stood out, and it was freedom. Freedom to express themselves, space for growth, to travel, to have the whole of themselves to offer the world, to be able to come first in their lives. So quite a contrast to that, I guess, that selfish, career-driven spinster stereotype that we hear. These women were absolutely owning their decision and really, really happy about it. And so it's not to say that child-free women are necessarily like child haters. It could be that they are the fabulous auntie. And child-free women aren't necessarily like cut off from the nurturing, loving aspects that you associate with motherhood. It's just that they express them in different ways. They may express them to other people's kids or to pets or through art that they create. That there's a lot of possibilities to be able to show the creative, nurturing expression, just not towards your own biological children.
Here we have the infographic that represents what child-free women believe is the most powerful thing about their decision to remain child-free. As you can see, freedom came up top, along with things like being able to travel the world, space for growth, being able to constantly reinvent myself, ability to be there for others in my life. A lot of really, really positive things that don't really resonate with some of the selfish comments that they believe society thinks about them. It's a lot about actually adding to the world and being able to express your true self and coming with the whole of yourself to anybody that you interact with and to anything that you do. Really, really positive stuff. Here are some examples of some famous child-free women. So we're starting with Condoleezza Rice, who was the United States Secretary of State. When asked the question, would you consider that you've lived a fulfilled life if you never get married or have kids? Her answer, yes, I will. I won't have kids, but I may still get married. But I would have lived a fulfilled life if I had have gotten married or had kids too. So she states that she's quite religious and that on some level she believes things are supposed to work out as they're meant to. And this last phrase, the key is to be open to that and to appreciate the life that you've been given. Absolutely. And for some women that may involve children, and for some women it may not. Both choices are absolutely valid. Next up we have Helen Mirren, a famous British actress. When asked the question, do you regret that you've never had children? No, absolutely not. I'm so happy that I didn't have children because I've had freedom. And again, that was something that was echoed as one of the reasons that child-free women think that this is such a powerful choice for them. We've got Oprah Winfrey as well. So her quote, if I had have had kids, my kids would hate me. They would have ended up on the equivalent of the Oprah show talking about me because something in my life would have had to have suffered, and it probably would have been them. And then we've got Gloria Steinem, who was massive in the women's rights movement in the States. And her quote, I'm completely happy not having children. I mean, everybody does not have to live in the same way. And as somebody said, everybody with a womb doesn't have to have a child any more than everybody with vocal cords has to be an opera singer. Exactly. So there's more than one way to woman. And then we've got Jennifer Aniston. And her quote, I don't like the pressure that people put on me, on women, that you failed yourself as a female because you haven't procreated. I don't think that's fair. You may not have a child come out of a vagina, but that doesn't mean you aren't mothering. Dogs, friends, children's. And that, again, is echoed by the women that I interviewed. You get to express that same love, that same nurturing quality in a variety of different ways. Here are some additional resources that I found helpful. So this being a tech conference, I'm going to include the /childfree subreddit on Reddit. So check these guys out if you'd like to join the conversation on there. Also, we've got nonparents.com. So lots of sort of like different stories from different people on their decisions to remain child-free, and some other resources that are available on that site as well, which is great. This site, To Kid or Not to Kid, will take you to a movie that you can download for, I think it's, like $11.99 USD. It's absolutely fantastic. So Maxine takes us through her decision to remain child-free, and it's an extremely powerful film to watch. So if you get a chance, please have a look at that. And then also we're not having a baby.com, so a blog. So child-free couple, busting myths about child-free people. So definitely check those out. And also podcasts. So ourkidsforme.ie is Margaret O'Connor sharing podcast interviews with various different women in Ireland that have chosen to remain child-free. I found these really, really interesting listens, so check her out. Endless Thread is a podcast based on Reddit, and they talk about the child-free subreddit in this episode, so that was a really good listen as well. And Child Free Girls podcast has been around for a while, and again, they've got lots of really cool interviews with different child-free women, so I'd thoroughly recommend them too.
So motherhood is no longer an inevitability for women. It is, however, a very personal choice, and one that shouldn't be questioned and certainly doesn't need to be justified to anyone. Some women choose not to become mothers for a variety of different reasons, and they may not identify as childless. They may identify as child-free and be quite proud of their decision. The child-free female stereotypes that we see in society and in media are outdated. They just don't apply across the board. So it'd be great to continue the conversation, to help change the narrative, and to celebrate the child-free choice if that's something that is right for you. If any of this has resonated, I would love to connect with you. You can find me on Instagram at childfreechoice. Thank you.
So I'm told, a perfect American accent. Do you find that to be true?
Almost.
Almost, right. Well, that's because I was raised and educated entirely in the United States, and I came back to Poland after about 20 years in America. And when I did, I was in my 20s, and, I had a personality. I had a sense of humor. I had knowledge and degrees, but my vocabulary in Polish was that of a 6-year-old little girl, because I left when I was 6. And although my parents spoke Polish at home, it was like brush your teeth, do your homework, not brag about the books you've read or the jokes you know. So I couldn't make friends. Nobody wanted to hang out with me because they couldn't communicate. And one of the things that I decided to do to up my vocabulary was to read a Polish book. Ta-da, challenge
what
accepted.
Did you start with?
Right, well, what do you start with? So I went to my dad. He still liked me, even though I could barely speak Polish. And I said, Dad, I love science fiction and fantasy. What should I read? And he said, Andrzej Sapkowski. Repeat after me, everybody. Andrzej Sapkowski.
Especially non-Polish speakers.
Yes, especially the non-Polish speakers. Wiedźmin. 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 You can pretend to say it with an Italian accent. Wiedźmin. So I read Wiedźmin, and it was incredible. I'm a Philip K. Dick fan. I read all the Nebula Prize winners. Ursula Le Guin is my spiritual godmother, but this stuff was great. By book 2, I was hooked, and I didn't even think about the vocabulary part anymore. And you may actually know this book, because it made it to the mainstream, the English-speaking mainstream, but not as a book. It made it as a game. It's called The Witcher, produced by the Polish gaming company CD Projekt. And now apparently they've come up with something new. I'm still a book fan more than a gaming fan, but apparently you know something more about this?
Yeah, I'll have to say that's the funniest story ever. Somebody learning Polish from The Witcher, specifically.
It did not work very well. I have to read other
I'm really
books.
curious how that bent your understanding of Poland in general and the Slavic culture.
And the kind of friends I made.
Yeah. Yes, it was created by CD Projekt, a company that has headquarters here in Poland, although as far as I understand, employs people from all around the world nowadays. They started working on another game already 8 years ago.
8 years ago.
8 years ago, they announced another game they will be working on called Cyberpunk 2077.
Wow.
7 years ago, the first trailer came out, and people got really excited about it. And then, I think it's 4, 5, 6 years in the making now, and the game is about to come out, surprise, surprise, tomorrow.
Wow.
It has been delayed.
Is it based on a book? Because if it's not, I'm not interested.
So this is about, like, yesterday we talked about transhumanism. This is kind of around that topic. About 2077, they think already people will be injecting things into their bodies, turning into part machines, etc. So in the game, supposedly from tomorrow, you'll be able to start exploring transhumanism, kind of getting on board, trying to feel yourself as a transhuman person. Wow. That's going to be amazingly interesting. And it's also, I have to say, a bit of a make or break for the Polish game industry. This is the biggest gaming company in Poland. So whatever happens tomorrow, we will all actually feel the effect of that, especially within the Polish economy. So to actually talk more about that and generally about the Polish game industry, which has become one of our biggest export values recently, we will have now a panel of experts. The moderator will be Paulina Basta, an HR specialist and blogger who spent years and years in the industry and knows it like the back of her hand.
And one of her panelists is going to be a person from CD Projekt, so stay tuned.
So hello and welcome. I'm so glad to host you today on our Women in Tech gaming panel. Before we start, let me introduce you guys to our today's audience. So to start with, today with us, we've got Kaja Borówko, who's the head of studio at Tate Multimedia. We've got Gosia Mitrenga, who's the senior producer at CD Projekt Red, currently working on Cyberpunk. Then we've got Paulina Kwiecińska, who's the head of business development at Techland. We also have Maciek Łączny, who's the CEO of the studio called Untold Tales Games. And we've got Adam Lassoń, and I'm pleased to announce that he is the co-founder of Pixelant Games. So welcome, and to go straight to the first discussion topic. I remember when I was at Gamescom having lunch at the terrace, and there were these three guys standing right next to me talking about how hot Poland was on the global map of game development. And I was, from one side, I was very pleased to hear them talking this way about us. But also it got me thinking why that is. So what makes us and our Polish games so successful?
Okay, maybe I will start. Hello. Well, Polish game that is very diversified. We quite often have the same roots, but at some points each of us knows which direction we should take. Some of us decide to focus on porting, some on mobile games, and some on the outsourced services. But we cover a huge range of gaming products, from small casino games to AAA blockbusters. Of course, Polish people are known from being hardworking, and it's one point of our success, but we also like to be proud of our achievements. We are ambitious, we care about the quality, and that's why we are considered as highly valued employees. Hence, you can find Polish developers not only in Poland, but also in the biggest companies throughout the globe.
Yeah, if I may add something, so more or less for me, it's kind of similar. So obviously, when we look at games, they're just one aspect of looking at them. It's their software, right? And our software engineers, as you can see in many reports, are really highly rated. So very often they're like top 5 around the world. And again, on top of what Paulina said, like this ethos of work is really built in us. So we really are ready to go all this extra mile, if we think that this is the right thing to do, right? So yeah, I completely agree with that.
It sounds like a general human characteristic, because if you look around the world, there's probably many other nations who are hardworking, talented. So what makes us special?
I would add also that we have an amazing support from each other. I think that the industry of developers in Poland and the media, and probably most importantly the players, the fans, they support the Polish dev a lot. And I think that even back in the days when nobody knew that Polish studios would be able to develop something that is going to become a world hit, we internally in Poland, we already knew, and we already supported the industry, basically. Not to name names.
Maybe I can add a few words to it. And I still think that even though Poland, as you, Paulina, said, it's quite hot on the map, but I still believe we're an underdog in this whole global gaming industry. So there is this need in Polish people, in Polish industry, in Polish games, to prove the recognition that we think that we earn so far. So I think that there is still a mile to go, what Adam said, and we are still aiming for that mile. Internally, we feel confident, and what Kaja said is very, very important, that the industry itself is supporting internally in Poland. But we have a way to go to be recognized globally as like one of the main powers. I know that our stock exchange is fully supporting that, because Poland is now having the most gaming companies in any other stock exchange in the world. And there is a boiling pot beneath that, but still there is a step to be taken to be globally recognized. I mean, at this point, we have the first superstars coming from the big gaming names coming to Poland, working for the steam engines of our industry here in Poland. But that will come when Polish people will start going to these places and being like massively used for the massive productions globally. And that's recognition that it's going to come to an end, meaning that finally we can fulfill that dream of being a superpower in the gaming industry globally, right? So that's my point of view. But everything I have to agree is that we're ambitious. We lack, and we seek the recognition, and we have a very good educational system, which Adam was referring to. So that brings us up in the ladder of those careers.
All right. Thanks for that. So speaking about the game development industry, because our audience, probably a lot of these people are wondering if they can get into the industry and how to do it. So I was wondering, in your view, what are the characteristics of a game developer, and if she or he is any different in the profile than something we'd call a regular IT person in the country?
Well, I would say that first of all, it's a creative job mostly. So the main characteristic, I would say, is still to be open-minded, and it's less of even being super precise, but in the way you imagine usually an IT person, let's call it that, even though it's probably not the best way.
Yeah, but it's common, yeah, an IT.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, when you think that they're organized and you know everything needs to be very mathematical, but here it's, you know, it's entertainment. Here it's fun. It's so there is a lot of hard work, of course, and everything needs to work properly. But still, you need to know that you are in a business that it's supposed to bring entertainment to people, basically.
I would add. Okay, so I would add to that, and probably also a bit referring to the previous one. That I would say that curiosity and hunger for having a goal and achievement bold set at the beginning. It's something that is very typical, and for a lot of people I work with, I can notice that there is a lot of it in them. And the other thing is in general curiosity, and most important I would say are games. And this is a different, because to be honest, no matter if it's administration department, is it designers, animators, sound, or whatever, each person that works in games at some point have something in common with them. Once they want to work with games, they want to make games, but they also are players, or they are at some point, connected to the topic. And I think that this is the biggest difference, I may say, which doesn't mean that regular IT, which I would not use as well, and I already can imagine two of my friends killing me for that. So I would say they are also can be players, obviously, right? But this is something I would say as a base different. I guess you need to have something in common. You need to like to do it. Gosha, so would you say that if you want to work within the game development industry, at some point you would need to be a player? Would that be a fair statement in your view? It doesn't have to be a player. You can be interested in one of the topics that one of the game was focused on, for example, right? Because we have here, like fashion designer, but now it's a really, really valued member of the character team. So it doesn't really necessarily be exactly with the games, but it can be a part of it as well. So this is much, much wider, I would say. But at some point, you need to have at least a bit of the connection or fun or an point of interest in the topic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Maciek, you wanted to say something.
Very important part of this discussion is that we need to bring to everyone outside the gaming industry that gaming itself is not only what you call IT, meaning programmers really coding the game. It's much more broad, and this is where people probably have the first blocker into coming into game industry, because they believe that if they don't know how to code, they will stopped there. They get stopped at that point. I mean, it's coming from art, sound, testing, marketing, PR, localization, so the specialists in languages, copyright. I mean, there's millions of different things that you can do in gaming industry, not being directly involved in creating the game itself. It's a complete chunk of business. It's an industry. That's why it's not just the game development part. Of course, the whole thing doesn't exist without that part in the middle, which makes the game, and that comes with designers, they don't really necessarily have to be educated in the game design, but they can learn it along the way. I know a lot of examples where people come into the industry as testers, very junior testers, basically launching the game looking for a single bug, and years later they become really good designers because they have that interest, which Gosha is referring to, into the games. So they like playing games and they understand how the games work, because there is a whole mechanism of how that industry and how the games work. So it's a broad industry and there's a lot of entries into it.
We are going to talk about it in more depth in a moment, about the whole game development and publishing space in a second. But now, for a moment, I'd like us to focus still a bit more on the ideal, if that exists, dev. So if you were to name three main features of an ideal dev, what would that be? Because you've got to remember, people who are watching us, they would probably
at some point try to assess whether they can get into the industry or not, and if yes, what characteristics they should meet or which areas they should be focusing on. So 3 main features of an ideal dev. What would that be in your view? Adam, I can see you nodding.
Well, I mean, obviously, thank you. Obviously, as I completely agree again with everybody who mentioned and sort of started to discuss this topic, and the whole industry is very wide. So the first thing would be obviously some sort of, I don't know, experience or in the specific area, right? So for developer, that would be obviously some sort of coding experience or at least a will to learn around that, right? So that would be one critical item. But for me, it's the second very important item is attitude, right? So, you know, things like will to learn, humility, integrity. This might sound obvious, but very often it's really not the case. So that's always what I'm looking for in people. The 2 other ones, probably again, I would say I would come back to this sort of passion for gaming. I agree that you don't have to, be a crazy player to join the industry, but just it's good to like what you do. Obviously, again, so if you are passionate for games, it's going to make it much easier for you to appreciate what you actually do and just deliver great results. And finally, again, an obvious thing maybe, but teamwork, right? So that would be the third one, because again, games, especially, they're getting bigger and bigger, and many of us have touched this AAA projects, and they know how complicated and how difficult it is to make them. So this sort of teamwork aspect of a person for me is very critical to actually working on projects at that scale.
Of course, I can repeat after Gosia about the creativity is the most important thing here. And of course, as Adam mentioned, each position requires a different characteristic. But what I would say is in common for everyone, despite being creative, is being a good problem solver, because creating a game can be perceived as solving a problem, in fact. And one more thing is being patient and flexible, because this environment is very dynamic and everything can change within 1 minute during one meeting. So you need to be ready to embrace new challenges like immediately, to react very fast, to be ready to throw away your work and start from scratch. So you need to be prepared for this.
Kaja, you go first, and then Maciek, because he was smiling, so I'm curious what he was smiling about.
Right, but just to build on that, so I would also agree that one additional trait would be definitely determination. So you need to, and it comes together with what you mentioned before, of course, this passion and flexibility, but it usually builds up to just being determined that you want this project to work, and you're willing to go through whatever it needs, whether it's long hours, whether it's reworking your what you're working on, whether it's iterating for the 6,000 times. So, plus also, like you mentioned, just getting to the industry also needs determination, I guess. If you just don't happen to get your first job after the first interview, you still need to go and maybe go 10 times and just add one thing. You'll get there, but I guess this is pretty universal, actually.
Yeah, I was smiling because I wrote down here when you were discussing the point that you need to be able to question basically anything, and that's a skill that comes very handy in game development. But on the other hand, that questioning is what Paulina just said. So when you start questioning anything and any time, it can happen that we've seen one too many meetings that all of a sudden anything can just in 1 second snap and change everything. And that's being able to do it and being able to absorb it. And that's the balance that is, I think, the hardest for everyone in the industry. So going into 6,000 times iterating on one item and then snap, all of a sudden you have to start another 6,000, because that's going to lead you to that imaginary perfection which everyone is aiming for. That's part. But I think that even it was mentioned, I have to say that probably one of the characteristics is curiosity. You need to be curious, and that is then triggering off the creativity, creating of the depth of knowledge of people, and then looking into the games. Referring to my own example, when I joined the gaming industry, I was not a player. Like, I played some games as a casual, very casual player, and it just got me deeper and deeper. So it is that curiosity that you want to explore. Why does it work like this? And that gets you deeper into the industry itself.
All right, thanks, Maciek. And now I've got a question that would be directed at first to Gosia, because she's got a really good story. And the question is, we often hear many people saying that the entry point to the industry is set on quite a high level. It's this never-ending circle of a typical intern. You need to get an internship to get your first experience, but then you need to be experienced to get an internship even. It's crazy, right? So I know from my experience that the devs are ultra diverse. And I know some of you have really cool stories of your own career journeys. And I'd like to ask you to share those, starting with Gosia, who's today a senior producer working on the most anticipated title of humankind, I would say.
No pressure.
And, no pressure. And thank you for being with us, even though the time pressure is there. Gosia, what's your story? How did you get into the industry, and how did you become a senior producer?
Okay, so to keep it short, because I have a lot of years of experience, so it took a while. But I would say from the beginning that something that is totally different that I mentioned before. I have never thought when I was younger that I would ever have anything in common with games. I was a player though, but I was not even aware when I was starting that it is possible to make a life from it, right? So make it for a living. And so it was just, I was very unsuccessful internet shop owner. And I was in the bar, really, that was raining, and this is one of the story. But really, it was very random conversation with just friend took a friend. And what I think is important at that night is that someone said that he's looking for someone that would help them to organize because the company is growing. He didn't even mention what was the subject of it. But I was like, okay, I want to always helping people really, and I'm really good at seeing pattern with the communication and seeing the spots that could be better or highlight them that maybe we can do it differently, because usually people are very focused on what they like, and I just am like the person that is stepping back a bit, right? And I was like, yeah, I can help. I didn't even ask what is that, right? And the next day they took me for the interview. Obviously, there was some normal interview about my skills, like PC stuff, right? Making emails. That was really long time ago, you need to remember. And so at that point, and at some moment, they took me to go over to the studio. And there was this open space. And there was just some guys that you can imagine, stereotype nerds, that they really look like that. And then really it comes to me that they are really making games, that they are making money from it. They are very happy because they looked happy, they have the sparkles in the eyes. And then the guy, the boss of the company said to guys like, okay, this is Gosia, she will be helping us. She's playing World of Warcraft. And at that moment, they were like, "Oh my God, on which side you are chosen, right? What's your level right now?" And they were just like talking to me, and I realized I don't want to do anything else till the end of my life than helping them to do whatever they are doing, right? And so that's really the beginning. And the place I am right now, I must say that obviously it's a bit of luck. There are a lot of thousands, really, I would say, people I have a pleasure to meet and learn from them in the on the road. But I'm here where I am because of daily curiosity, hardworking, and asking tons of questions, even the stupid one, right? In consistent learning daily of stuff. and being open, flexible to everything, and in general, everything you said, right? With the hunger, with being ready to Stephen King's famous Killing Darlings, right? With help, with being open, with the changes, with the chaos, with sometimes harder work, but also for those moments of we are making worlds from nothing. I can't imagine anything better, and the variety of people you work with, and we are all like passionate. This is like damn crazy. So I think it's worth everything. But it's really, you need to be on date, especially on my position, because I think it's worth to mention that all of we were saying before, this is true. But I can imagine that someone is not that curious, not that determined, and he still is a very skillful artist and team player and a valuable team member, right? So it also doesn't have to be, you don't have to be a superhero and always like go on pushing. You don't have to be like that on all of the positions. So it's very diverse, like Paulina mentioned.
Thank you, Gosia. Really cool story. And with that, I'd like to move on to Adam's story, because he used to be this respected IT director working in Oman, the country, closely with the government. And then all of a sudden, he came back to Poland, started working in video games, and this whole thing brought him to his current status, which is an owner of his own studio. So tell us about that, Adam, please.
Yeah, of course. So that's true. So for me, the story is, so I've been playing games since like, what was it, 1989, if I believe, so for like 30 years. Well, I remember this moment when I got my first, Commodore 64 with this funny tape drive. And since that moment, I always kind of wanted to join the industry, join the game dev somehow. And honestly, the first opportunity for me to join the industry actually appeared 2 years back. It meant something you said. So leaving a beautiful place like Oman, and I have to admit it was a bit against the will of my family. And again, I have to admit it was for much less money. But still, for me, it was really a no-brainer at the time. And as you said, that more or less led me to recently founding my own game dev company, and I'm doing it together, with my close friend, and we're really trying to make a difference here and change these things that are wrong with the industry today, and there are many of them, and we're all aware of that. But I have to also say something that I believe resonates with Gosia mentioned. So I right now I'm in a place where I wake up every morning, and I know we're building something great, and this is really, really a great place to be in, right? So for me, if you ask, what is it, about life, what do you want to do? It's just very simple. It's just sort of understand what you want to do and just make it happen, right? So it obviously, like in my case, may mean less money, or moving to the other side of the planet, or some things like that. But I believe I'm exactly where Gosia is. So it's really all really worth it, right? Just go ahead and do it. It's just as simple as that.
Thanks, Adam. That's great. It actually got me thinking, because when you mentioned what is it about life that makes you happy, I automatically felt food, which shows I don't work in the industry anymore. Now, with that, let's go to Kaya. Kaya, you own your own studio as well. What is your story? How did you start, and how was it along the lines?
Well, so actually, I think I'm pretty new to the industry compared to the rest of you guys. So I'm still kind of learning about it. And I was brought to the studio by the investors. So I was supposed to take care of more of the financial and administrative part of the business, right? Because it is still regular business that you need to run, right? So I wasn't a particular player. I guess I would more of an observer than player. It's too stressful to me. So you can imagine it's what everyone needs, having someone managing the company who, in most eyes, doesn't know anything about the industry, so it's everyone's favorite. So it was, of course, hard to decide to do it because you know that you'll need to learn a lot. You know that everyone will try to show you that you don't know, and whatever you want to pursue may not be correct because this is not how it's done. But I still think that because the industry is so appealing, and even if you come from outside of it, you know that it's just amazing. You know that it's just something that is that you have also a direct impact on. Because maybe what's important, previously I was working also in large organizations where you are responsible for part of the process, where there is not a direct impact, or as people usually think. So here you actually create a product that somebody is going to
obsess
play
about.
with. Yeah, so that was something amazing, and I wanted to do it. And then I guess of course this year has been particular, so I didn't get a chance to meet the whole industry personally, or people from the industry. So I'm mostly in the studio and getting to know development, right? And this is amazing. I think that everyone in the team is doing something great, and I think I'm their biggest fan, whatever they do. So I'm one of the people who usually don't understand why somebody thinks that this is not good enough yet. So
thanks, Kaya.
I'm one of them.
Thanks for that. And with this, I'd like to move to Maciek. It's actually quite interesting how different your stories are, because Maciek also has a really cool story. He's a corporate, I can easily say that, he's a corporate veteran. And then at one point he quit it all, started working in game dev, and now he runs his own publishing business. What is that all about, Maciek? Tell us.
I tend to call it healthy opportunism. I'm trying to since I was a kid, basically, and that's an important, going very back into my story, being a veteran, is that I was always trying to seek an opportunity ahead. Even though I finished completely not related studies that taught me something, I went on to working in a Japanese logistics company, global player with the container shipments, because that came to me very interesting at that point. Then I moved on into another big corporation that was completely not dealing with anything related to games. But there is a common bridge into all that. I always enjoyed organizational parts and projects and getting stuff done in a more efficient way, being curious about how to improve things along the way. And that's how I really became what is my background profession, and that's the project management part, and still not in games. But I think Adam mentioned, he called a game a project, and that is something in there. That is very true. And at one point you can consider project a game, and therefore you have different roles in that project. So I was curious to see how that works. Got into, like Paulina said, into gaming industry by an opportunity that was arised ahead of me. And since then I stayed. That's something that is not, it's very hard to leave. And learned how to be, a project manager, then producer, and then really learning how that can be done taught me a way of how can we really do another things which I find myself closer to, which is publishing. So just for everyone to understand, publishing business is not really into making games, but making those games that are being developed by different studios successful globally. And that's the part that I and the team and Untold Tales we're working on. So my story is corporation into gaming, and I hope that dot will come there, because games is something that I want to stay with.
Thank you. Thanks, Maciek. It was funny looking at your faces when you said it's not an option to leave, and everybody nodded and smiled. it's cool looking at it even. And since we started talking about the publishing ecosystem, the last story is Paula's story. I'd like to ask you, Paula, to tell us about your career journey, but also to tell our audience a bit more about the publishing space, because typically people feel that to be able to work in the game development industry, you've got to be a developer. So you either need to be an artist or an animator, a programmer, but then there's this whole publishing space that's often forgotten. So if you could combine these two things in your speech right now, please do.
Absolutely. Well, you don't need to be a programmer, or even you don't need to be an artist. Well, my story began like 14 years ago. I just realized that it was exactly at that time of the year when I decided to change my career path. I'm biologist, or maybe I should tell that I used to be biologist, because as everybody that talked before, I can't imagine living without game industry right now. I love this space. So going back to the publishing, when I joined the company 14 years ago, I knew nothing about creating and publishing the game. Even the slang used by the team was like totally strange and incomprehensible for me. But what struck me the most was how friendly this environment is. So don't worry, you can try your luck within this industry even without the experience. And talking about publishing, it's like a very important part of creating the game. Of course, it takes too long to tell you all about what publisher does. So let's focus on the main point that basically it's a publisher who stands behind the marketing campaign, who increases the brand awareness, who create the buzz around the title, and of course manage all the sales strategy throughout the game life cycle. Also, publishers quite often finance the project, either the whole project or part of the project, or they support the developers with some kind of services like localization, creative design, or some part of outsource. So to make their job viable, they need to understand how a game is made and how to manage this risk between investment and the potential income they can get. And they need to work closely with producers and with project managers within the development teams, so they can feedback the ideas, so they can monitor the progress and help the developers when it's of course necessary. So they need to know what and when should happen, so the process is in fact effective. And well, we all know that talking about when, the delays is something which happen quite often in our industry. So it's also publishers' part to be able to manage all the commitments and partnerships that when such slippage happens, in fact, because it's affect the whole process. Especially challenging it can be when the marketing campaign is already live and the consumer expectations are very high. But at the same time, the consumer expectations are very high if publisher knows how to create this buzz, tell game story, communicate the game's vision, and how to make the game appealing to the consumers. So the main goal of the publisher is to well market the game. So even when the game is well marketed, it can be more successful than innovative or high quality games. And it means the publisher made really an outstanding job. So when we talk about joining the gaming industry without the proper experience in creating the game, so if you want to make the game, you can try your luck in marketing, in PR, in business development, in social media, in brand team. All depends on your skills and personal goals. So it doesn't require really from you any particular field of study. Although of course some marketing or business related subjects can be helpful here, but you need to understand the business, and you need to know how to build the relations with developers, how to help them with their needs, but also if there is struggles. And of course, you need to be up to date with the trends, because the trends are changing very fast, and you need to have this in-depth understanding on the trends of the markets of the gamer taste, and so on and so on. So I'm talking too much, sorry.
No, you know, it's all very interesting, for sure, specifically for our audience. But with this, I'd like to bring us all back a bit more to a general stream of talking about game development. Because I wanted to ask you what categories of this job are most self-rewarding to you, and which are uniquely difficult. Many times we hear about the fun or sugary part of this industry, as we explained today. And people often might feel that it's all bees and butterflies, where in fact we all know it's sweat and blood at times as well. And the question is, what are the sweet and sour points for you precisely in the industry, in your own career within the industry?
I can say so, maybe.
Magic, you go first.
Okay, for me, what is the most appealing and the most, it's sweet and sour at the same time, but this is the part that really triggers me in this industry, and what I completely adore is the fact that you get immediate feedback. Your work is being put on people's TVs, consoles, PCs immediately after, and you get immediate feedback. So every idea is not, you're not being part of something that it gets to create something else, that creates something else, that creates something else, and eventually someone might or might not like the product. Here, this immediate feedback that is amazing. So once you're successful, that is a very sweet part, and that motivates and activates and just energizes the team and everyone else. But if it's not, then it brings the sourness of that feedback, right? So that is something that is very tempting, and it's something that is on the edge of being addictive, I would say, probably. So that's one thing. Second is that it creates a lot of opportunities going into a gaming industry, and we all just described our ways through it. It is creating opportunities. So if you're determined enough and you want to explore these things, industry gives you a lot of different funnels to move on. It's not only within one company, but it's an industry. So it creates a lot of opportunities elsewhere. And then if you're determined enough, you can really move on. And what is really rewarding for me is the networking. I mean, I've met probably the most amazing people in the last 7+ years being around the industry. And that's amazing. I mean, it's starting from friendships to really tough business partners. And that's just amazing. This industry is still small enough that you can know people from the very top of a top company somewhere else, having a beer at GDC, or having just someone that you sit next to and you explore together with him the nitty-gritty things of game design. So that's what amazes me. And thing that is sweet in the industry, it used to be, at least prior to 2020 and COVID, it was the option for traveling around the world and meeting people. I think Kaya mentioned that a bit, and that's a big part of the whole community in games, which I very, very liked.
Thank you. Thanks, Maciek. Gosia, you wanted to go next.
Yeah, I was more on low level of what really is cool for me. So for me, those are really these daily successes, which I understand by there was nothing and there is something in the game. So this daily improvement and increasement and growing up to the thing that was not there, that was just a paper, and right now it's working already. Oh, I can already play, we can already have this level. This was not working on many levels because designers didn't deliver or programmers need to do something. There's also like audio effects, right? Everything, light, everything there. And it's all coming together on daily. And this is the best ever part. And the second one is, we mentioned it along the way, I guess, to solving the problems. So those meetings that really like, oh, we are in shit, right? How to handle it, that was nice, we cannot do it, or stuff like this. And then you realize that there is not such a thing, we cannot do it, right? There is always a way, right? You can always find a solution, you can always find a workaround. If there is a goal you need to achieve, you will just get there. Your friends will tell you, someone that is totally different department, but he just says something on the coffee and you say, oh, yeah, okay, let's do it, let's try it like this. And you have the solution visible, and the synergy and energy in that, and this is already on daily basis. So for me, this is the sweetest point of that. So I would say people and the way they are working and what they are making. So yeah.
Thanks, Gosia. Thank you. Now I'd like to ask Adam to answer, but this time, please give me sweet and sour points, because the other two, they only went with the sweets.
I promise I will. So I might have an interesting perspective, coming from the IT industry. So obviously the sweet one is revolving around what Gosia said. So like in this business, we're building like new worlds, full of stories and characters. I mean, nothing beats that. So I've done my share of banking system projects and stuff like that, and they're all cool. But again, that is nothing comparing to that part of this job. Now, going back to the sour ones, like again, I think I've mentioned it a little bit. So, game dev industry is facing, a lot of challenges, right? So the games are becoming larger. It's very hard to manage them. Again, kind of relate to what Maciek mentioned. For me, games are projects, and there are many things that we can try to change around their delivery, around how they're being done. So we try to avoid this issues and the problems that are happening. So I guess the sour part would be just that there is a lot of work behind the, ahead of the industry to try to build some sustainable ways, of making games. And that would be for me the sour part, and a challenge at the same time, right? So yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks, Adam. And this one is going to be my last question for you today, as we need to start wrapping up. So having in mind all the people who watch our panel today, if there was one advice you'd give to the people who want to start their journey within the games industry, what would it be? What would it be? Kaya.
I would say, just based on our experience, join your favorite game social media profile, because we here on this side, we can really see you, and we've already seen with our KO the Kangaroo game, we've seen people who are so involved in the project that you just want to have them on your team. And you see them on social media, you see how they respond to everything you post about it. We've seen people who actually take the old code of our old KO the Kangaroo game and make new levels from it. And I would like everyone to know that we can see it and we appreciate it, and we may just contact you like we actually have when we see that. Because again, going back to what we said in the beginning, passion is the most important, and we'll find something for you. Just let us see you.
All right, thanks, Kaya. Paula, what would you say?
Kaya, very good piece of advice, really. It sounds perfect. And what I would say, it's, of course, it's not possible on site right now, but you still can join gaming events online. You can get acquainted with the companies and try to focus on the ones that can be the most interested for you. You can meet people there, you can ask questions and get answers, and trying to find out your path in the gaming industry.
Thanks so much. Okay, looking at the next person on my screen, that's Maciek.
I think that it all refers to the same thing, but I believe that one piece of advice I could give is not to hesitate to take the opportunities. I mean, opportunities might arise through social media, it might arise through an event online, it is for direct recruitment, it is through Facebook, Twitter. I mean, industry specialists and people that are in industry, they're very open on these channels, and getting in direct contact with them and just like being persuasive about it. I mean, proving. I have a lot of people that keep coming back to me over years and years, and some of them were already hired in my previous company. Some of them will probably be hired in the next company or the current one that I have. So that's one piece of advice I would say: don't miss on opportunities and just seek for them.
Thanks so much, Fred. Gosia, you're nodding. So you go next.
Well, yeah, I'm signed for all of that, but it was really sad. And I was probably a friend of ours that was a few years back HR recruiter in one of the game companies, and she's now nice and great UX artist, because also the other way. She used on Facebook on some forum that you need to remember it will not happen if you will not try. So my advice would be try, really try. The industry is really open and we're looking for this one ton of people. So just find your passion, what you are good at, and try to transfer it to something we can use. And whatever one, so the thing you said with the, for example, that people are making mode, we have really one of the best designers here. They are because they made a mode for The Witcher, and they're just someone just said in the mode and said, "Oh, hey, great! Will you want to join us?" And this is how it really started for them, for example, for some of them, right? So there's always a way. Just try and keep on trying, and yeah, and use all the forums, all the events possible, and whatever you can get there. Friends of the friends, listen and look for.
Thanks so much. That's energizing. Adam, you're the last on the list.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, probably the only thing I can do is actually build upon everything that was said. So for me, the advice is going to be a very simple one. Never give up. I mean, just never give up and keep trying. And again, if you're just struggling, come on, I mean, just write me an email and I'm sure I will respond. So just never give up.
Thanks, guys. This is an absolutely great ending of our conversation. So good luck to you all. Thanks for your time. And it was lovely talking to you. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are at an end again. Another Women in Tech Summit is about to finish. So much that we've learned, and so much I'll have to reflect on until the next meeting, hopefully next year. Before we say our goodbyes, a couple of things that we want you to remember over the next couple of days, weeks, months, up to a year. Remember that everybody you've seen here, everybody you've met here, everybody that inspired you, either when you were listening to them talking on tech stage, main stage, or when you've met them, your mentors, all of these people you can find on the platform. The access to the platform will stay open for up to a year. So if in 6 months' time you figure out, oh, I actually wanted to apply for a specific job, and I talked to a guy or to a girl that actually searches for somebody for that position, try to get in touch with them. The contact details are still going to be there. And also, you might want to go back to the platform after a couple of weeks because we'll be posting highlights from the meeting over there. You'll find some images and other things in there as well.
It's been such an amazing experience for me. It's my first time hosting this or any other conference. So I'm absolutely delighted and honored to have had this role of accepting your attention and helping to guide you through the program of parts of the first day and today. And I'm most moved by your attention to the mindfulness segments. When you allowed me to guide you in some simple practices that are, for me and for many other practitioners, a game changer in gaining more self-confidence, self-awareness, and navigating through difficulty. And a final word, a final reflection that I'd like to share with you about mindfulness and about women in tech is that really the mechanism that we practice when we meditate and when we build our careers is the same. That we hold our attention, but it wanders, so we bring it back. We hold our attention, but we get distracted, so we bring it back. And in our careers, it's the same way. It's never a straight line. And sometimes when you listen to these speakers, it seems like when you look at their CV, it's just this road, gold paved, of success after a success. Don't believe it. Because our careers are built the same way as a mindfulness meditation. Some things go right, some things go off. So we come back and we start again and we try again until we make it to where we're trying to go. Good luck to all the amazing women and their champions who've been with us. We cannot wait to see you again next year.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. See you next year.
For any women considering an education in technology or a career in technology today, it is really important for you to know that for over 100 years, your mothers, your grandmothers and your great-grandmothers have been using their technology foundations to open doors for you, such that today there is no better time for a woman to embark upon a career in technology. A career in technology can literally take you anywhere. Now, the three doors that our ancestors had to open for us were inclusion, equality, and flexibility. Inclusion in terms of access to a science and technology education, equality in terms of pay and the way we are treated at work, and flexibility in terms of working hours to accommodate the fact that for this world to have children, the female body naturally carries the burden, and the fact that even to this day, women carry the main burden of family life. Now, today we would consider that door of inclusion to be extremely open. But that has not happened without the determination of some really exceptional ladies. In the late 19th century, from about 1850 onwards, some women were actually allowed to study for degrees, but only if they sat at the back of the lecture room and only for limited hours. Two such women were Isabel Stone and Marie Curie. Isabel Stone was born in 1868 in Chicago, and in 1892 she became the first woman to ever get a PhD in physics, and she went on to become a founder member of the American Physical Society. Marie Curie was born in 1867 in Warsaw, and in 1903 she too got her PhD in physics, and in the same year she broke ground by becoming the first ever woman to be awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics for her excellent work on radioactivity. Now, these two women were trailblazers, they were mavericks, and in 1900 they both went together to the first International Congress of Physics in Paris, France. There were 826 participants, and their presence represented 0.2% female representation. Very small, but at least a start on opening the door to inclusion. So these two women used the power of their technology foundation to start opening the door of inclusion for us. 70 years later, in 1968, things were still slow because women in engineering, the number of PhDs that are awarded to women in engineering was only 5 per year in the US, which was 0.2%. More concerningly was the fact that the number of engineering degrees awarded to women in the US did not reach 1% until 1972. But in 1962, the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education was put in place. And arguably, this helped to catalyse the significant improvement that we have seen from then, to where we stand today, where 20% of technology degrees in the US are now awarded to women, and it's a similar number in Europe. That's a great improvement, but it's clear that we still have a good way to go. Building on that, in the 1960s and the 1970s, some governments like the European Union, the United Kingdom and the United States started putting in Equality of Pay Acts, so that it meant that on paper, but not necessarily in practice, women had the right to equal pay. In addition, some very forward-looking corporations started to put in their own codes of conduct for diversity and inclusion. And in Corning, the company where I work, we put our own code of conduct in place in 1969. And last year in 2019, we were absolutely delighted to celebrate the 50th anniversary of that code of conduct. But the reality is that the world takes a lot of time to adjust. And even in the 70s and the 80s, there was pay and equal opportunity discrimination basically commonplace. So by the time I started on my technology pathway in the 1980s, the technology environment still wasn't that attractive for women. The equality door was fairly open, but the flexibility door was still solidly closed. So why did I choose a technology career, and how did the doors open to where we are today? Well, my background is very important to my career outcome, so I'm going to share a little bit with you today. I grew up in the wonderful, wild west coast of Ireland. My father was a physics lecturer, and my mother was one of those trailblazing mavericks. She studied for a civil engineering degree in the 1960s, when she was the only female student in the whole of her engineering department with hundreds of students. And when she went out to work on building sites in the 1970s and the 1980s, men would still refuse to speak to her, let alone take instruction or orders from her, simply because she was a woman. Another important factor in my upbringing was the fact that I was one of 5 children and I had 4 brothers. And my 4 brothers included me in everything they did: rugby, soccer, sailing, windsurfing, wild camping, everything. And so I learned from a very, very young age that anything boys could do, I could do too. I saw myself as no different. My family environment was basically an environment where equality was a given. When I left school, my only option really was to go to the local university, and unfortunately, the local university didn't offer a degree in international business, which is what I originally wanted to study. But my parents gently suggested that I should take on a science degree, because their rationale was that if you want to get a technology foundation, the only place you can really do that is when you're studying for a degree. Whereas for international business, that was something I could perhaps learn later. As I studied science, I developed a fascination for laser physics, and I went on to do a PhD in optical communications engineering in the UK. And after 9 years at university, I find myself not as Marian Edwards, the international businesswoman, but as Dr. Marian Edwards, the accidental physicist. The lesson that my family environment taught me was absolutely invaluable. It taught me that anything a man could do, I could do too, including an engineering physics PhD. Now, I often get asked, was this an easy thing to do? And the answer is no. I was always in a minority environment. And sadly, in my postgraduate years, I did face discrimination. And the first 2 years of my PhD were probably the toughest 2 years of my career. But on reflection, I actually owe them a huge gratitude, because after my sheltered upbringing, where equality was a given, those 2 years woke me up to the fact that inequality does exist, discrimination does exist. And it made me determined to address inequality and be a door opener myself. When I left university, I took a research position in the optical communications and sensing industry. And with my inequality radar effectively on high alert, I very soon realized that I was being paid 20% less than my male counterparts, and they didn't even have PhDs. So, true to my promise to be a door opener, I confronted my all-male management, and to be fair, as soon as they realized, they did address the difference and my pay was leveled up. So basically, I had used my strong technology foundation to open the door to pay equality for me and anyone who came after me. But at this stage, in the early 1990s, the flexibility door was still firmly shut. And having a family and a successful career was still a major challenge for any woman. And the general advice given to women in the 1990s was to spend at least 10 or 15 years establishing your career before having children, because your career would stagnate afterwards. As a result, many women put off having children until their late 30s, and this is still a trend today. However, I was determined to not only have a successful career, but I was also determined to be a young and very hands-on mother who would only work part-time while my children were of preschool age. So I ignored the advice and I committed myself once again to be a door opener, but this time on flexibility. And 2.5 years into my corporate career, and still in my 20s, I had my first child. And as shown on the graph here, I went on to have 2 more children. And actually, for 9 years in my early corporate career, I had a child under school age. But during that time, I actually leveraged the power of my technology foundation to not only get part-time hours, as shown on the line here in blue, but also to move companies and get promotions, as shown by the green line here. Now, a very pivotal moment in my career was when my eldest son was two and I had a 6-week-old baby. I applied for a position at Corning, where I work to this day. It was a promotion, and obviously it was a full-time position. But I had a game plan, which was that if they offered me the position, I would come back with a counter-offer and a self-marketing pitch that went something like this. Thank you for the offer, Corning, but unfortunately, while my children are of preschool age, I can only offer you 24 hours a week. But if you invest in me now, I can guarantee you, you will have gained a very highly experienced employee with a strong technology foundation and a high degree of loyalty. To my delight, even 20 years ago, companies like Corning placed such a high value on women in technology that they were willing to be flexible and adopt new ways of operating. And I became the first ever part-time employee of Corning's optical fibre business in Europe, and my career in Corning started. I basically used my technology foundation to open the door to flexibility in working hours. Another key question I get asked as well is, did all those years of part-time working affect your career? And the reality is no. Because all of the knowledge and experience that I gained in those 9 years stood me in such good stead that once I was able to engage again full-time, my career took off. And today I lead the global market and technology development function for Corning's world-renowned 50-year-old optical fibre and cable business. It is a really exciting role, and my team and I get to shape the direction that Corning's optical fibre and cable products take in terms of innovation worldwide. But on my journey to where I am today, I was actually able to, from my base in the UK, to take international roles in Europe, in the Middle East, in Africa, and in India. So if we loop back to the advice my parents gave me before I started university 30 years ago, they were actually 100% correct. A technology foundation can open the door to anything, even international business on a global scale. So now that all the doors are open, we have inclusion, we have access to science and technology educations, and we have made great progress on equality and flexibility. But is our work complete? Well, Marie Curie left us with these poignant words. She said, "You cannot hope to build a better world without improving the individuals. To that end, each of us must work for our own improvement and at the same time share a general responsibility for all humanity, our particular duty being to aid those to whom we think we can be most useful." So it is clear that as mothers and as grandmothers, but most importantly too, as fathers and grandfathers, we must all work together to continue the legacy for our daughters today and our granddaughters of the future until the doors are no more. Because if we work together, we can create even more great companies like Corning that have a culture that not only embraces science and technology, but also offers an environment where inclusion, equality and flexibility is a given. In such great companies, the doors are no more, and the sky truly is the limit for women on any career path.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here at this wonderful event. My name is June Yang, the Vice President and General Manager at Google Cloud. The topic of my talk today is planet-scale cloud computing at Google. Cloud computing is becoming increasingly pervasive in our everyday lives. And the companies around the world, across all industries, are relying more and more on cloud computing as part of the digital transformation journey. Here at Google Cloud, every aspect of Google Cloud infrastructure is purpose-built, designed and built for the planet scale, with uncompromising security, reliability, and industry-leading sustainability. In this talk, I will provide an overview of the key considerations behind designing, building, and operating cloud infrastructure at Google. I'll give a quick rundown of my own career journey. By training, I studied chemical engineering and got my bachelor's from Caltech and master's at UC Berkeley. Later in my career, I also went to Stanford Business School to get my master's in business. I've worked in a number of industries, from biotech to consulting to investment management to high tech. Over the past decade, I've focused on cloud computing, have worked at both VMware and Google Cloud. Every industry is becoming a digital industry because of the growth of digital devices and software advances. For example, automobile is now software-driven, receiving regular updates, much like laptop or phone. Drug discovery now depends heavily on big data and AI. Leading research firms expect by 2022, 70% of the organization will have integrated cloud management across both private cloud and public cloud. As business innovation becomes increasingly driven by software, over 50% of the IT spending will go towards digital transformation and innovation by 2024. And by 2025, more than 90% of the new enterprise application will have AI embedded. Leading organizations will increasingly rely on AI to launch new business models, creating more personalized customer experiences, and optimize operation to drive down cost. Here at Google Cloud, our vision is to accelerate every organization's ability to digitally transform and reimagine their business through data-powered innovation. Since the inception of Google, we have been building global services serving users worldwide. As of 2020, Google has 9 services with over 1 billion users, including Google Search, Gmail, Google Maps, YouTube, and more. Many of you are probably using these services on a daily basis. Google has gained a ton of experience delivering our own planet-scale application on our own global infrastructure. We're bringing the best of Google's experience and this time-tested infrastructure to our Google Cloud customers as well. Many digital organizations across the industry have turned to Google Cloud to help them with digital journey in order to get a robust set of solutions to develop better software and deliver innovative experiences. Likewise, traditional enterprises across industries have also trusted Google to run their workloads as part of their digital transformation journey. Today, I'll give you a glimpse into what Google considers to be critically important for planet-scale cloud infrastructure. One, how we built our data center to be highly performant and highly efficient. Second, how we have built reliability, security, and sustainability into the infrastructure. And third, how we build intelligence and automation to make the cloud easy to consume and manage. When we talk about planet scale, let me start to talk about the physical infrastructure and network, which is foundational to our planet scale computing. Today, we operate out of 24 regions, 73 availability zones around the globe, with 15 subsea cables connecting these cloud regions across the world. We also have 144 edge locations used by services like YouTube for content caching and distribution. Altogether, we operate out of 200 plus countries around the world. For references, there are 193 member countries as part of the United Nations. Google's infrastructure is one of the largest in the world and one of its greatest strengths. The network continues to grow. We continue to invest in expanding our reach and lower our latencies. Now let's take a look at some of the key considerations that are central to cloud infrastructure. To meet our own services need and meeting our customers' needs, we need to operate a highly efficient and highly performant data center. Let's take a look at how we locate and build our data center from the ground up. We're confident the best way to support our own needs and our customers' needs is to design and build our data center from the ground up, which we have been doing for well over a decade. Our site selection process, how we decide where to build, is rigorous and time-tested. We consider a variety of factors when selecting locations, things like what do our services need, what do our customers need in terms of latency, data residency requirements, and total cost of ownership. These cloud regions are usually hundreds of acres in size. We look at long-term scalability options and sustainability options as well, which I'll talk about in more details a little bit later on. Let me give you a sense of the size of how big these data centers are. On the picture here, we're showing a data center in North America. This is over 300 acres with multiple data center buildings as it currently stands. To put the size in context, each of the buildings you see in the picture is well over 500 meters in length. So that gives you, our data center operators, some really good exercise on a daily basis going from one end of the data center building to another. If you were to walk around the perimeter of this data center, it's a 5-kilometer hike or 3-mile hike. And this is just the current footprint. We have plans to double or even triple the existing footprint. Once we build out our physical data center shell and network, we spend quite a lot of time designing the power and cooling system of the data center, which is critical to the overall performance, availability, and cost of our cloud. Our high-performance computing is a result of optimizing throughout the entire stack. Nearly all of our infrastructure is custom designed and purpose-built for our computing needs. From our own dedicated high-voltage substation to custom electrical distribution system, to the proprietary cooling system, it all works together and optimized to provide the highest performance and lowest total cost of ownership of our computing infrastructure. When I first joined Google, I was amazed at the extraordinary length the company goes through to develop our own computing system. As we operate millions and millions of servers across the globe, we go through the extraordinary effort to create our own because, frankly, what we need at our scale don't really exist. To achieve this performance, efficiency, and price targets we needed, we had to build our own servers. We had to invent software, hardware, and the culture for scale and reliability. Google's hardware is stripped away of any unnecessary equipment, both to reduce cost and to reduce vulnerability. Our Titan chip is built into every single server to provide additional security protection. We have built our own orchestration layer at this planet scale, known as Borg, to dynamically allocate resources to different services as appropriate. There is clearly a relentless effort and a focus on innovation and efficiency throughout our cloud operation. Cooling is a critical component in our data center design. When we have hundreds of servers running inside the data center building, they consume a ton of energy and also generate a ton of heat. Air conditioning and cooling accounts for a sizable portion of the data center cost. We have designed and pioneered a variety of innovative cooling solutions. In Finland, we bought a paper mill and turned that into a data center. And it's next to a sea with 14 degrees Celsius water around. We developed seawater cooling system. In other data centers around the world, we have used reclaimed water cooling system, stormwater recapture and reuse, and even industry canal water cooling. We also have designed our data center that don't use water-based solution at all, rather using 100% outside air cooling. The point is, there's no one-size-fits-all solution. We don't have a cookie-cutter design. Each data center is designed for the highest performance and highest efficiency for that specific location. Our vast number of locations and a huge fiber network are amongst the things that differentiate us. But the core of our program is our commitment to availability and reliability. Reliability is clearly something that's forefront in our design as we design, build, and operate our cloud infrastructure. When we say 24/7, we really mean it. Our design is fault tolerant. We expect CPUs to fail, storage to fail, software to have errors, and human to make mistakes. In short, we expect failures to happen and have designed our system to be failure tolerant with redundancy and automatic recovery built in. We have made our critical infrastructure concurrently maintainable. That means whenever something breaks or maintenance is required, we can perform that without having to shut down part of the infrastructure, which makes the maintenance event invisible to our customers. For example, we use live migration to do non-disruptive maintenance on servers without interrupting application running on those servers. Google has also pioneered site reliability engineering function that have now become industry norm, which I'll talk about in more detail next. Google pioneered site reliability engineering that has dramatically changed the way large-scale data centers are operated. Google treats operation like software engineering. We'll hire top-notch engineers to manage operation, and we use data to guide our decision-making. At Google, we use the word toil to describe repetitive manual work. Managing toil is the key to doing SRE work rather than glorified escalation management for data center operation. Our SRE team work hand in hand with our software engineers to invest in automation and engineer for reliability. Equally important is transparency and continued learning. We have a blameless policy and a rigorous root cause and action plan so that when issues do occur, we can learn from them and share the learning with our teams around the world. We have studied root cause of issues in the industry based on published data. On the infrastructure side, the industry norm is that human error accounts for overwhelmingly majority of the incidents. However, because of our design and our highly qualified people, only a small fraction of our incidents, about 15% or so, are related to human errors. For our teams to be successful, they must have advanced real-time visibility into the status and functionality of our infrastructure. To say that Google is obsessed with data might be a bit of an understatement. To help our team, we have built world-class monitoring and control system for all functional areas, whether it's on the servers and storage and networking system, or on the electrical side, from electrical distribution to mechanical voltage system, etc., or on the mechanical side, from the cooling tower to the pressure management to water pump and etc. And on the security side, from monitoring the physical barriers, the video analytics, and so forth. Truly, we have a world-class monitoring system from chip to chiller. That enables our team to understand what's going on so that they can best operate, maintain, and repair the data center as appropriate. In addition to high performance, innovation, and availability, we want our data center to be secure. For CIOs and CTOs around the world, security is often the number one and number two factors when making IT decisions. At Google, our infrastructure is protected by top experts in information, application, physical, and network security. I'll talk about security both from a physical security perspective and a digital security perspective. We employ a defensive strategy in physical security. From the outer perimeter of our data center that's sitting on hundreds of acres, we have perimeter fencing, vehicle access barriers, camera, video surveillance around the perimeters of a data center. The closer to the data center we get, the higher the security and the more rigorous it is to go through this process. We use things like custom design electronic access card, alarms, metal detectors, and biometrics, and the latest innovation to really protect our data center from a physical perspective. Information security and physical security go hand in hand. We employ a very strict end-to-end chain of physical custody for storage, tracking everything from the first time hard drive goes into a machine until it's verified, cleaned, and erased or destroyed. Every time a piece of media is touched, we know who touched it, when it was touched, why it was touched, and what was done to the system for full end-to-end traceability. Data is most vulnerable to unauthorized access as it travels across the internet or within networks. For this reason, securing data in transit is a high priority for Google. Data traveling between customers' device and Google is encrypted using HTTPS or TLS protocols. In fact, Google was the first major cloud provider to provide HTTPS and TLS by default. And more recently, Google is the only cloud provider that have introduced confidential VM with encryption in memory with customer-managed keys. Google data center are some of the most energy efficient and environmentally friendly in the world. Running our business in an environmentally responsible manner is important to us, and something we believe is important to many of you as well. Google is the world's largest purchaser of renewable energy. We have been carbon neutral for well over a decade. In a number of our own data center and office locations, we have solar farms on site. Since 2017, we have been 100% powered by renewable energy, an industry first for a company of our size. The best energy saved is energy that's not even consumed in the first place. That's why we have pioneered hyper-efficient computing system and data centers. This is why our data center consume on average only about half the energy a typical enterprise data center does. Over the course of the last 5 years, we have been able to pump out 7 times more computing power using the same amount of energy. That means we're getting a whole lot of more searches, a lot more Gmails, a lot more application customer running out of the same amount of energy. As cloud continue to grow and evolve, operating cloud become more complex and more challenging. This is where we bring in the power of AI to help us operate the cloud more efficiently, which we refer to as self-driving cloud. Much like Waymo and Tesla have revolutionized the self-driving cars, we're doing the same for the cloud. Here at Google, we have been using AI for data center operation for a number of years. Here's an example of applying AI to cooling. When we worked with Google DeepMind scientists and applied machine learning algorithm to massive amounts of operational data to create actionable recommendation and automated controls, the result is a 30% reduction in energy consumed. Now we're in the process of extending the smart data center concept to more services in our cloud. We launched Active Assist capability a few months ago. This solution uses data, machine learning to make cloud administration easier and faster by providing intelligence and guidance to help you and your team to streamline a number of common data center operations. For example, to increase security for your application infrastructure, we're providing guidance on how to improve your identity access management. To reduce cost, we're providing recommendation on right-sizing your virtual machines or to get rid of unused resources. The list goes on and on. Active Assist shows up in a number of Google Cloud services and will continue to expand its use cases. Google has offices around the world. Google Warsaw is a hub for Google Cloud product development in EMEA. A number of areas I mentioned in the talk, such as Active Assist, internal efficiency, security work, are done partly at our Warsaw office. We're hiring, and if you're interested, please check out careers.google.com and search for opportunities at our Warsaw office or other offices. Today we covered a number of areas in terms of how we design, build, and operate our cloud infrastructure and plan at scale, with the goal of making our cloud more performant, reliable, secure, sustainable, efficient, and intelligent. There are many exciting opportunities and equally many daunting challenges ahead. Cloud will continue to evolve and become even more pervasive in our everyday lives. This concludes my talk, and thank you very much for joining me today.
And for gifting me with your time to talk about this really important topic, which is how inequality works in organizations, and more importantly, what we can do to fix it. So when I began my journey into trying to understand and be able to answer this question, I was researching the topic as part of my PhD. And anyone who's done a PhD knows the hideous process of having to review all of the academic literature there is on the topic. And I remember a really important moment where I was sitting with just the sea of academic journal articles in front of me, and I was quite distraught. I wanted to give up on my PhD because I thought nothing here is supporting what I've been told is true, which is that, you know, women are doing something wrong. We're not networking enough. We're not speaking up enough. We're not asserting ourselves. We're not asking for a pay rise. We're not negotiating enough. You know, we need to do all of this work to somehow fit into our workplaces and advance at the same rate as men. We've got to do more and be more. We're just simply not enough. And it wasn't until I had reviewed all this data that shows actually women are more effective networkers than men. Both men and women in one study rated women as higher in terms of their networking capabilities. Women have access to mentors and sponsors. They just don't really get the same benefits from that. Women, you know, are really effective when it comes to leading and managing. There's a great study that shows both men and women rating women as more effective when it comes to managing. Women are much more likely to be transformational leaders. They're much more likely to help their teams be inclusive and collaborative and engage in collective problem solving. So study after study, it just didn't make sense. And it wasn't until I accepted this fundamental truth, which is that women don't need to be fixed. They're good enough just as they are. What women need is workplaces that value them, workplaces that work for them, workplaces that recognize the value they have and, you know, really allow women to be themselves at work and to be valued for that in order to harness that value. So, you know, when I got to that point, I then accepted, okay, there's nothing I'm doing wrong. It's not me. Maybe it's my workplace. And that was when I turned my attention to organizations to try and understand, hey, how does inequality work in workplaces? You know, what is it that we're trying to fix? Because people talk about diversity, they talk about inclusion, but actually this is inequality. This is systemic inequality that kind of exists because of the way workplaces were designed in the first place. And so I started researching this issue, wanting to just answer the basic question, hey, how does inequality work? And what I found was quite shocking, that most people in most organizations wouldn't be able to tell you how inequality works. And embarrassingly, it took me about 7 years to figure it out. But, you know, it's actually quite straightforward. So if you look at when organizations sort of first came about and a lot of the management theories that were put in place, companies like the Ford Motor Company in the industrial era were very much set up in a hierarchical fashion, right? Very transactional, command and control, leaders sort of telling people what to do, giving orders, being dominant, assertive, aggressive, competitive, and exclusionary. All of those behaviors needed to maintain the hierarchy, right? And the individuals who tended to be in those organizations were white, middle-class, heterosexual, able-bodied males. So it follows that the idea of what good looks like when it comes to leading at work and even being an employee is a white, middle-class, heterosexual, able-bodied male. But more importantly than that, it's somebody who's willing to engage in the behaviors associated with this idea of what good looks like, what I call a success prototype. So that's somebody that's dominant, assertive, aggressive, competitive, willing to make work the number one priority, and, you know, engage in some of those exclusionary behaviors to get ahead. The problem is most people don't fit that ideal. And so, you know, in order to be seen as leader-like, we need to engage in the behaviors associated with the prototype. And just for reference, you know, if you're wondering of an image you can use instead of a word like prototype, I always refer to Don Draper. So I'm known for always referencing Don Draper from Mad Men. So the 1950s prototype of, you know, that type of leading, a leader and way of leading is really, you know, a good image to hold in your mind when you think of the success prototype. So how does a success prototype create inequality? How does inequality work in organizations? Well, when you have an inbuilt prototype in an organization, what happens is that becomes the standard for how leaders are meant to behave in order to be seen as leader-like. And that, you know, in turn encourages employees to engage in those behaviors as well. And that creates an entire workplace environment that really represents and reflects the prototype. So when everybody's engaging in those behaviors associated with the prototype, you suddenly got a workplace that not only values one way of thinking and one way of being above everything else, but you also have an organization that filters out difference and devalues difference. So anything different from the prototype is devalued. So the more ways you then as an individual differ from the prototype, in terms of your age, race, sexual orientation, religion, ethnicity, physical or mental ability, the more ways you differ, the more barriers you're likely to encounter trying to advance at work, because your organization doesn't value difference. And that's really the challenge. And likewise, the more ways that you fit the prototype, the more privilege you have, because it's that much easier for you to fit in at work and to be seen as leader-like by default. So no one's saying, for example, that white men don't work hard. What we're saying is, yes, you work hard. I also work hard, but I have to work that much harder to overcome barriers because I don't fit the prototype. So a great example of this is, a couple of barriers, just to bring this to life in terms of examples, is something known as the conformity bind. So for women, one of the key challenges early on in their careers is the fact that they don't fit the prototype because we're women. And society has standards for how women are meant to behave, which is to be meek, mild, unassuming, very caring, very maternal, right? That's the gender stereotypical set of behaviors women are given. And to be seen as likable, you got to engage in those behaviors. But to be seen as leader-like, and competent, you have to engage in the Don Draper behaviors. But when you do that, you're not seen as likable. So there's this trade-off between, do I engage in the Don behaviors to be seen as competent, or do I engage in the behaviors associated with, my gender stereotype, those more feminine behaviors, to be seen as likable? Well, we know that likability is really important when it comes to things like promotion. So it's not possible to ditch one or the other. And this is why I say there's almost no right way to be a woman at work, right? It's very difficult to assert yourself like the Don Draper sort of image, but in a way that's meek and mild and smiling. You're like some sort of weird smiling assassin. So that really doesn't work. And a lot of the advice women are given sort of represent some of this conflicting, like speak up, negotiate, smile, look sort of more pleasant in the way that you do that. It's very, very conflicting. There's almost no right way to be a woman at work. And that's just one barrier. My book outlines 17 and how those barriers play out differently when you compound race. So let's take a moment and consider a black woman's experience with asserting herself. That carries with it the challenge of potentially triggering both racist stereotypes and gender stereotypes. Something known as the angry black woman is a racist stereotype that we typically associate with black women when they assert themselves. And you can be asserting yourself just as much as your white sort of female counterparts at work, but it will have this detrimental impact because it will be triggering the racist stereotype. So that is a good example of, where there's no right way to be a woman at work. There's certainly no right way to be a black woman at work because of gendered racism in organizations. And so this can be incredibly challenging for women as they try to navigate organizations and find their way and decide, how they want to lead, how they want to show up. So that's really just sort of one way that this whole system that works in organizations creates barriers to people's advancement at work. And that's for women. What my research found, interestingly, is this also creates challenges for men. So something I assumed, and I feel like I always need to apologize to any men in the room, but is that, gender inequality really doesn't work for you. I thought it did, I'll be honest. I thought, well, you've got the prototype, you fit the prototype, surely it makes it that much easier. But there are costs in living up to Don. That transactional model might have worked in the 1950s. It doesn't work today. We need a much more transformational way of leading to be an effective leader today. Unfortunately, when people deviate from that prototype, we are penalized. So we see for men, for example, they face tremendous pressure to live up to that prototype. They're bullied, and they can be isolated in a way that women are not. When men deviate from Don, they're not only deviating from the standard of what good looks like for leaders, but they're also deviating from what good looks like for men. So they have this double whammy, right? Something I call the femininity stigma. By being more empathetic, by being more democratic and inclusive, or sharing their feelings or the challenges, that they're going through, they can be seen as less leader-like and less manly. And this really creates challenges to their identity. Men are also really isolated, even though there's more of them in leadership positions. You know, they're incredibly isolated because they're encouraged to live up to Don by not sharing how they're feeling and not sharing any of their challenges. And this creates a mental and emotional load, which is why we see higher rates of depression and mental health issues. So men have a lot to gain from, you know, having the freedom, and arguably they need gender equality more than women do, because, you know, to survive as a leader today, you need to be able to free yourself from that transactional way of working and really step into a much more transformational way of leading to be effective. And importantly, you're going to need that so much more in the future, where technological advancements are changing the way we work. You know, in the next sort of 3 to 5 years, 60% of jobs are going to change due to things like AI, robotics, nanotechnology, the Internet of Things. You know, we're really seeing this emergent era where technological changes are transforming not only the way we work, but also the way we lead. You know, to be effective today, you need teams that can innovate, problem solve, and create. And we know that environments that have a culture of equality where, you know, you can be yourself and be valued for that. You don't need to live up to Don or live up to outdated gender stereotypes. You can engage in a wide range of behaviors depending on what the situation requires. In those types of environments, employees are 6 times more likely to innovate. Now that's a pretty incredible statistic. And so, you know, really what we're seeing is this is the future of work. You know, men need equality more than women do, but arguably workplaces need this more than anybody else. Because, you know, for organizations to remain competitive, they need the innovation and creativity that only diversity brings. And, you know, managing diverse teams is hard. It's a lot harder than managing a team where everybody thinks, speaks, and acts in the same way. But it is the only way to get more innovative, creative solutions to difficult problems. We know that, you know, more diverse teams simply outperform teams that lack that diversity. You know, we see high rates of profit, of productivity, you know, really more creative, innovative ways of working. And so the benefits are clear, the business case is there, but what we see in organizations time and time again is this lack of understanding of the problem we're trying to solve for. So if that's how inequality works, and those are some examples of the barriers, you know, what keeps this in place? Well, it's really denial about the way that it shows up in organizations. So a lot of us are in denial. You know, we like to believe that my workplace is a meritocracy, everybody experiences it in the same way, particularly if you're in a position of power. You know, you want to believe that, well, I got here, so everybody else's experience will be like that. And that's simply not true. You know, we have very different lived experiences of organizational life. And, you know, success discriminates at work, and it discriminates based on who most closely fits that outdated ideal. So what we need in organizations is really an opportunity to bring to light the invisible, to start to see the barriers, the different ways it shows up, and call these out. And importantly, look at it in terms of the 4 P's of inequality. So that is the policies, processes, practices, and personal beliefs that each of us have about what good looks like. So how is the prototype embedded in your organization when it comes to your policies? So things like maternity leave, if that's an add-on, it's most likely that a lot of your policies were designed with Don in mind, right? We've got to break up with Don and really define new policies that account for difference. In your processes, so your hiring processes, your firing, your development, your succession planning processes, what's the underlying view of what good looks like? Is it Don? Are you force-fitting people to Don? Are you changing criteria so it sort of aligns with Don? Like, what are the ways in which you are, you know, embedding the prototype within your processes? And then when it comes to practices, which is the area I really care about, you know, I think too many D&I initiatives get stuck at the first 2. Really got to dig deep and look at practices. So what are the behaviors? What are the ways in which leaders are leading, creating cultures that have day-to-day behaviors and practices that really represent Don? How do we shift our cultures? How do we shift our behaviors? And then finally, how do we shift the whole organization's personal belief about what good looks like? So the belief that everybody has in the organization. How do you shift from a prototype-based organization to what we call a value-based organization? So how do we get real clear about what we value and then give people the freedom to display those values in a wide range of ways, rather than force-fitting everybody to Don? And a good example of this are organizations where they have values like curiosity or, you know, being candid. Organizations where they're very clear that, hey, this is something we value, but you can do this however it works for you. So that might mean speaking up in a meeting, sending an email, asking a question directly, asking it indirectly, finding a way to demonstrate your curiosity, or, you know, being candid in a range of ways. And that really gives everybody the freedom to behave in a way that makes them comfortable. So that's really the goal, you know, is to shift away from one way of working and giving people this freedom while still being clear on what your organization values. So how do we get there? Very quickly, how do we get there? Well, I think there's a few things that, you know, each of us can do. So I'm not going to talk to sort of leaders generally. I think there's a whole nother talk just for leaders. But for everybody who's sitting here, you know, there are things you can do. I think the first piece is really trying to disrupt your denial. So that means become aware of how inequality works. You know, do the work. Read, educate yourself, listen to podcasts, watch videos by people who don't look like you, and start to understand different lived experiences of working life. So that's the starting point, you know, disrupt your denial and become aware. You know, I've written a whole book on it. I've got great colleagues who've written multitudes of books. I'm happy to even share a reading list of different resources, different books that you can use to start educating yourself. So that's the first piece. And then once you have that awareness, I think try and deepen your understanding about how is this playing out in my workplace. So, you know, when you know what the barriers are, start to pay attention to your colleagues. Start to think about, you know, what are barriers I've experienced? How might these come out, you know, in my future career? What are the ones I've experienced in the past? And how's that affecting me now in terms of my confidence and my ambition? Have I internalized any of those barriers? What's happening with my colleagues? You know, how could I maybe be an ally and take action to support them in ways that maybe I haven't in the past? And it's with that awareness and understanding that you can then probably do the single most important thing, which is to make equality a practice, which means embedding it into the way that you work, right? So when you know what the barriers are, you can pay attention to the moments that matter. You can call out, you know, when your friend is being told to speak up and assert herself, you know, the fact that women face this conformity bind. Or you can call out things like the performance tax, which is another barrier women face, where they have to work twice as hard as their male colleagues to be seen as just as good. And, you know, that shows up all the time when we think about promotion decisions or succession planning. Or you can call out the challenges that mothers face or that women leaders face, which is something we never talk about, you know, that women leaders really don't just have one glass ceiling to break through. Simply leading, you're deviating from Don, and that comes with a huge amount of backlash and isolation and challenges, again, that I outline in my book. So I really encourage people to do the work to get to know the barriers, because once you do, you can start to think about how you're showing up or not showing up, and what are the ways that you can take action every day to remove some of those barriers. It might be speaking up in the moment, it might be advocating for a colleague, it might be amplifying, you know, their contributions, it might be recognizing their achievements, or it might be, you know, spending your privilege and taking action to make the organization aware of the inequality that exists within it. So I encourage everybody to do the work, develop your awareness, develop your understanding, and take action in the moments that matter. And all of that starts with, you know, the very first premise which I had, which is that we need to fix workplaces, not women. And, you know, that it really isn't you and it is your workplace. You know, once you can accept that, I think that's the starting point for going, okay, let's look at it. Let's look at our organization. Let's look at all the ways that it doesn't work for everybody, and let's fix it. Because the thing is, you know, we do all deserve a workplace that values us, and together we really can make our workplaces work for everybody if we're willing to do the work. So awareness, understanding, and action, and then carry with you my annoying voice, which tells you the entire time that it's not you and it is your workplace. So thank you very much for listening to me today, and I wish all of you the best. The first one is, you often repeat that it's not women who need to be fixed to be able to advance their careers, it's their workplace. From your observations, how has COVID influenced the culture? Has the global pandemic advanced opportunities for women at work or not? I think there's so much research now that answers this question. I mean, you know, in August to September, something like 800,000 women left the workforce. There's so many studies that show that actually COVID has compounded the inequality women experience. It's really brought to light the ways in which the role conflict women face between work life and home life is just compounded in something like a pandemic. So no, COVID has not made it easier, but I am the eternal optimist, and I really do believe that what COVID has done is it's brought to light the fact that we need a new way of leading. You know, the Don Draper transactional style of leading simply doesn't serve us today, and it especially doesn't serve us during a pandemic. We need leaders who can connect and then lead, you know, who can be empathetic, who can understand the challenges employees are facing at home, who can work with the working mother and not penalize her when her children walk in, you know, which I'm terrified mine are about to do. So I think the challenge is to really have leaders who can deviate from Don and be much more transformational in their approach. What we have right now is not just a work crisis in terms of women leading the workforce. We have a leadership crisis. We need leaders who can lead, and you know, right now that's not what we have. And I think evidence of that is women leaving the workforce at such a sort of horrendous rate. Okay, second question. Networking is one of the methods of advancing one's career. Unfortunately, it's been challenging to network during the global pandemic. What advice would you give to women and men who want to expand their network of contacts remotely? So part of my PhD was actually looking at networking, and you know, women are incredible networkers. So I'm going to leave women out of this because I don't want you to change a thing. I mean, the studies I've got that show how effective women are at networks, it's tremendous. The challenge, I think, irrespective of whether you're doing it virtually and connecting over LinkedIn or attending events and webinars and meeting people through that, is recognizing the value and harnessing the value of a network. So a lot of that is really around, you know, the most leverage you're going to get from a network are diversifying your network in terms of industries and the people you meet. You know, for white men, if you want to advance an agenda of inequality, you know, make it a practice to diversify your network. How many talented Black, Asian, Latino women do you know? You know, what are the ways that you are trying to diversify not just the people you know, but people you would recommend for leadership position? You know, take action to do that work. And for white women, the same message goes. And, you know, for everybody really, like, how diverse is your network? And are you taking steps to invest in building a network that really, you know, has the value in terms of the diversity? Because that will, you know, probably be one of the best ways that you can not only advance equality, but also future-proof your career. You know, workplaces are becoming increasingly more diverse. And so I really encourage people to reach out to people who don't look like them. The second thing I'll say is that the value of a network is normally built on the people you work with, which I know might sound counterintuitive, but, you know, those are people who are going to know you, trust you, and call you up for your next job. So you really want to think about the ways in which you're networking within your current organization and spend time investing in that as well. It is harder during COVID, which is why you need to make it a priority to connect rather than just network, right? So taking meaningful moments to connect with people, whether that's, you know, a quick Zoom chat or a lunch over Zoom or, you know, whatever else people are doing over Zoom, you know, finding ways to meaningfully connect can be really helpful. And I think, you know, that's important for internal networking. So hopefully that's helpful.